We are back to the stream, day 6. Hello, hello. Hopefully you guys can see and hear me okay. Day 6, what happened yesterday? We had a lot of technical glitches. I think I've improved on that front. Audio I still need to fix, so I'm hoping I can have some chat with Maple, who gave some good suggestions, and I'll probably take care of it offline, but we're going to fix the audio because I think it still sounds a bit, I think tinny is the right word. Visually, I think everything is improving. I had added this nice little ticker that shows up on the top now, so I do feel a bit more comfortable with the different softwares to be a successful streamer. Successful that's an aspiration still, but at least to be a streamer. Yeah, I'm becoming a little bit more confident with each of those steps. Anything for today to keep in mind? Well, one, I'll be drinking my flavored sparkling soda or something out of a straw, so don't judge me too much, but I bit my lip pretty hard the other day, so this is the way for me to kind of avoid the pain. Anyways, so what is today's agenda? Well, you can see it on the ticker, and it's a little bit of a loose agenda. I like to just kind of go with the flow, if you will. But generally speaking, the overarching agenda hasn't changed since day one. We are working on completing my next travel vlog, which was to Mongolia, and we want to finish it in 2 weeks. So we're on day 6 of 14. So it's a little bit of a yikes because we're already almost at the halfway mark, and I know I have a lot more work to go. So that just means longer live streams. But yeah, the goal is by the end of 2 weeks, we'll have finished our next YouTube video. And you guys are basically tuning in and getting to watch the behind the scenes. So I'll be showing you guys all the steps that I normally take when it comes to creating a video, as well as the photo editing as well, because when I start off as a photographer, now I'm focusing more on video. However, for my YouTube vlogs, I like to mix in both photo and video elements into the story. So in terms of our agenda, we'll jump around between things as I get bored or I need to take a break, but you'll see me work on the trailer. Right now, I'm focusing on, let me switch over here. I just want to wrap up a little bit of the music selection that we had started doing yesterday. And again, thanks to people in the chat, and I do apologize as I forget people's names quite easily. But there was someone specifically in chat who gave some good suggestions on like Mongolian themed music. Now, unfortunately, with that suggestion, I did get some minor copyright ping. It wasn't like they struck it, but there's something where that artist, even though it said it was free to use and to play, it did still end up hitting me where it's gonna, like, you know, split the stream revenue or something like that. Is that a big deal right now? Not really. I mean, I'm a small channel. It's not like I'll get thousands and thousands of views on my live stream. But with that in mind, I get a little bit nervous whenever I'm using music or listening to music from even on YouTube, because I keep seeming to be getting these copyright dings and whatever. So I think just to play on the safe side, I will work on the sound platforms that I have access to, which includes Artlist, Epidemic Sounds, and Lens Distortions. So I just want to, we gone through most of it. There's a few more songs here that I want to check out, and then we'll add it to the list. The goal for today is let's actually lock down the actual soundtrack we want to use for my opening trailer for Mongolia. And let's also open up DaVinci, as that's going to be a key step, obviously. And just as a fun little reminder, maybe I will also show you guys the type of trailer I want to emulate for this this upcoming video. And also, if anyone has suggestions of really cool cinematic trailers they've seen on YouTube or elsewhere that's really fitting with like a travel vlog series, I'm all ears. The goal is I'm trying not to be repetitive with my style, because I am very new and I'm keen on developing my skill set. So as much as I can keep adjusting how I edit, as we find cooler, more cinematic or better storytelling tools, I want to essentially learn how to employ those skills. So for this one though in particular, we mentioned, I think Mongolia, I have enough content to last about 2 to 3 episodes. So with that in mind, I think each episode will start with maybe 10 to 15 second hook, showing like a teaser of maybe one of the juiciest parts of the episode. Then we'll kick into like a 15 to 30 second trailer montage of the best parts, the highlights of Mongolia, and then it kicks off into the video. So I think that means I want to somewhat copy the formula that I had for my Uganda series. So let's just show one example. I don't think we've shown this one yet, so here, let's play this one. This is from episode 6 of my Uganda travel series, which you can find on my YouTube channel. So quick plug, and I do need to be better at plugging myself throughout, but if you'd like to know the style that I'm talking about or the kind of content I focus on, please check out my Instagram at YoBellPrize, as well as on YouTube at YoBellPrize. I am essentially Yobel Prize everywhere. My name is Yobel. You spell it like Nobel Prize, but with a Y. That's what I had to say my whole life, introducing myself, and now it works as my social media handle. Okay, I'm going to play this quick trailer here so you guys get a sense, quick recap. And I do apologize if the audio levels are crazy. Those are things we're going to keep improving as we go. Join me in Queen Elizabeth National Park as we journey by jeep and boat to capture Uganda's diverse wildlife, from elephants fighting in the river to the rare tree-climbing lions. Okay, I've shown it a number of times anyways, but I just want to see where I ended it. So it's about 1 minute long, the entire trailer, slightly longer than that. So it was like 15-second hook, or like 20-second hook. Then it was about 40 seconds trailer. And then we started the episode. Quick thank you to Maya. Thank you for subscribing. I appreciate it. This will be a quick reminder. Again, I need to be better at this, but definitely follow me across my channels. I've started live streaming as of 6 days ago. We are on day 6. And this is going to be, at least for the next 2 weeks, it is a test for myself and for, I guess for you guys to see, can I make it as a streamer? Does it make sense for me to apply this as part of my workflow of what I do on a day-to-day basis? I am a travel photographer and videographer focused on essentially sharing the best of the world with the rest of the world, mainly through my YouTube and Instagram, but also now by actually physically taking people with me on my trips. So I started organizing tours about 1.5 years ago, where I will take my quote-unquote clients or other photographers or travelers on organized tours to different places around the world, wherever I very much enjoy, that I think other people would also enjoy, and that I feel I can craft a really good itinerary that's going to be super engaging and memorable. So anyways, I've been doing these photo tours, and while I'm not traveling, I figured since I need to sit in front of the computer and edit all the content from my travels, might as well turn on the camera and all the equipment that I have and share with you guys what that live stream journey, showing behind the scenes of how do I create my content. So thank you, Maya, for following me, and definitely check out my Twitch and my Kick as well as my YouTube stream. I am essentially multi-streaming, so I figured since I'm new to this world, why not try all 3 platforms? I've heard good things about trying to multi-stream. I've heard good things about some of these platforms. Now, it's all good learnings for me as well. And so thankfully I have the help of ChatGPT to help me out with a lot of the technical stuff. So we did have some glitches yesterday, but a bit better smooth sailings so far, and I think we're like maybe 10-15 minutes in. So thanks again for subscribing, and definitely feel free to chat away. I will be much better with responding to chats. I haven't been the best, but I'm getting a little bit better each time. So okay, we saw that trailer, about 1 minute long. We'll keep it to 1 minute or shorter. I think shorter is always better, and especially because Mongolia, Uganda ended up being like what, 7, 8 episodes, because there's so much that I did in the roughly 9 days that I was traveling. Not to say Mongolia, I don't have that, because we already saw that I have about 9 hours worth of content to essentially go through. But in terms of the themes, what are some key episodes that I can maybe segment this off into? It probably won't be as intensive as Uganda, because in Uganda I had part one was just arriving into Uganda because we landed in Rwanda, going into Uganda, and the first episode was also kind of like setting the scene of what to expect. It was my first travel vlog episode. Um, then the second episode was where we visited a national park called Ngahinga National Park for the golden monkeys. The third episode focused on the kind of the star of the show, which are the gorillas. And so all of this was with the client that I travel with. She was my first client I ever took on one of these tours. So each of those episodes focused on these national parks that I went to, and it was juicy enough and it was different enough that you can dedicate a whole episode on it. I mean, gorillas, obviously. The next episode, I parted ways with my client and I continued scouting to different locations within Uganda for future trips. So then we had a whole trip looking at, exploring the shoebill stork and then heading off to another national park called Queen Elizabeth National Park. And then that became its own episode because I was exploring so much and there's like everything you can see. So across Uganda, we ended up seeing so many crazy wildlife. We explored, I think, like 4 to 5 different national parks. We went through jungle trekkings for chimpanzees, gorillas, monkeys, to going into the swamp for the shoebill stork, as well as going into like more like an African safari style with the savannas where you see lions and elephants and so on. So that was just jam-packed with enough different things that I can make an episode around each theme, and it made sense. Mongolia was a little bit more consistent in that I was in roughly one location the whole time. So, and also spending most of my time with a single family, like a nomadic couple. And so while I have a lot of content from it, I don't think I have enough thematic separation to justify having like 7 episodes. So I think maybe by the end of today's stream, we will try to determine if 2 episodes versus 3 episodes make sense. And that will help me tremendously on the coming days to be much quicker about editing my video of this 9 hours worth of clips. And just as a fun teaser for anyone who's new here and you're curious about what is this Mongolia vlog, and is it actually going to be interesting to watch this guy, this random dude, create the content? So with that in mind, let me just maybe quickly just share some of those cool clips. So at a very, very high level, I think the story will start with me landing in Mongolia. Let's go over here in sequential order. So it'll be a lot of me landing in Mongolia. I had a couple layovers, including in Istanbul, as well as the main capital of Mongolia, called Ulaanbaatar, before we headed deep into the Wild Wild East, which is Olgi. And that's where we spent time. Essentially, I was exploring what the life of an eagle hunter is. So I got to spend time with an eagle hunter couple for about 2 weeks or so. And I was there with a guide, our driver, and also we had like a personal chef. So yeah, good times. So basically my trip will be showing what that looks like, what it's like to be living nomadically. Also, we happened to survive this crazy winter storm. It was one of the worst storms they had seen, where I believe what we looked into earlier and what my guide told me at the time was at least 500,000 to possibly 1 million livestock were lost because of this crazy storm front, this winter cold front that they experienced. And I happened to be in the middle of that. And so we have some really cool epic shots from that trip. So you'll see a little bit of me as we went horseback riding. I spent a lot of days with the eagle hunters as I got to see their lifestyle, including when they go out hunting. Now, we didn't get a successful hunt because it was so cold. It was so cold. Negative 40 degrees at some points. It might have been even worse, but I know at some point I had looked it up and it was hitting negative 40. So yeah, we're going to be converting all these clips. There's going to be a lot of nice adventure moments, as well as some of the better footages of the eagles in flight. With my professional camera gear. So I am a Nikon shooter. I normally travel with a Nikon Z9, which is what I did for this trip. I actually was traveling with 2 Nikon Z9s for this trip, courtesy of Nikon Middle East Africa, who I partner with and work with. They lent me a second camera body so that I can not miss a single shot, essentially. So normally I travel with 2 cameras if possible, so I've upgraded my toolkit where I have a Z9 and I have a Nikon Z6 III. The Z6 III is actually what I'm using right now for this stream, so that's what's capturing everything that you see in my home studio. So anyways, we have all these wonderful clips of the eagle hunters, especially, you know, running and galloping in the snow, a lot of slow motion moments that we're going to be able to turn into very cinematic shots like this, but in landscape mode. I'll be able to show again what it looked like when we hit up, well, we did like some little bit of ice fishing adventure. We had a moment where we got kicked, you know, right in the middle of a snowstorm with this crazy winds coming in. Our van got stuck, partially due to the thick snow that started to appear. Then we have the shots where we went out, and while we were out, the snowstorm kicked in. So you're going to see a lot of cool epic shots where it's just essentially Game of Thrones, winter is coming type vibes. So that'll be fun to edit, as we're going to look into ways to make this look as epic and cinematic as possible. So this is definitely going to be the highlight of my whole Mongolia content, was this moment where I was capturing 2 eagle hunters racing through this crazy winter vibes towards, you know, coming back to us. And so I had my 400mm lens on my Z9 on a tripod, and I was doing my best to try to capture all of this in 120 frames per second to get that cool slow motion shot. But then we've got all these other cool moments, like when the snowstorm hit the farm that I'm staying at. So then being able to see what it looked like as they're preparing for the snowstorm, as well as seeing what it looked like from the animal's point of view, including the aftermath where even Arduk, the eagle hunter, even he ended up losing one of his stallions due to the blizzard. So that'll be an interesting kind of thing to talk about as well as show, including the cool moment. Cool, I say cool, obviously unfortunate moment, but because the horse was essentially just a block of ice by this point. It'd been left in the snow after it died for like, I think, a day or two, and it literally just tore down the fence as they dragged it along. So that'll be kind of cool as we show that. But there's more, right? So this is why I love this trip, and there's so much, and this is why I think I need at least 2 episodes. We visited the town where they're having some kind of local celebration. I don't know yet if I'll keep parts of this, just because compared to the rest, it may not add much to the story and be a little bit more boring, let's say. But we have more adventures as we went out. This is from when we went with like a number of eagle hunters, and then unfortunately it was way too cold for all of us. So then we just kind of parked up in one of their homes, and the wife started like cooking for us immediately and super welcoming. And they happened to have Mongolian vodka, and so we just ended up getting drunk, singing, and eating good food. So that's going to be fun. I'm actually really excited to film this or make this a highlight for one of the episodes. So I don't want to dilute or minimize this moment, because yes, while my focus is mostly on wildlife, I do also want to be able to share a lot on the cultural front. I want to just pique people's interest on the different lifestyles, the different elements of the places I travel to. So maybe I end up traveling somewhere because of the wildlife initially. So in this case, maybe it was for the eagles. However, I'm hoping, especially as I arm myself with better cameras and more skills, I want it so that I can motivate people or inspire people or feel positive about the places I show, and hopefully they will also want to go there. And also people who are from these countries, hopefully they will find enjoyment, and hopefully I do justice for them and their countries. So I very appreciate a lot of the comments that I got on some of my past videos, including Uganda, Tajikistan, and India. It definitely encourages me when I see those comments of people from those countries thanking me or being happy at ways that I kind of showcase their country, or giving me advice on more places that I should visit. So all of that kind of gives me the motivation to keep doing what I'm doing. Thank you very much for the subscription, Kalati. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. If you can follow me on YouTube, Twitch, and Kick, those are my live stream journeys that I've started as of 6 days ago. I hear my cat also thanking you, so double thanks. At least one of my cats. Hey, King Pop. let's see if we can bring my cat over here. Kimbap, you want to come up here? Yeah? You want to come up here? Want to come up? Good boy. Good boy, you want to come up? Yeah? There you are. There you are. Alright, so Kimbap says hello to start off the stream. He is my younger of two cats, and the chunkier one for sure. But you're actually seeing him in a lot better shape than he used to be, so yeah, the diet is working. So, while the stream is not necessarily a cat stream, cats do make everything much better in life, and I happen to have two of them. So anytime they start meowing or, requesting attention, I do have a cat camera, and I will make sure to oblige, because they essentially rule the house. I just happen to live in their world. But yeah, so that's Kimbap, and you guys might see my second cat, Nala, at some point. But she's oftentimes hiding or doing her own thing. Anyway, so going back to this, I do want to dedicate one of the episodes more on the cultural front as opposed to the kind of like the wild adventures or the animal-based kind of focus. So I think episode 2 probably, will be focusing a lot on these kind of stops that I made. So that's what I'm talking about thematically, being able to kind of say episode 1, I might even title it or focus it on surviving one of the worst blizzards in Mongolia. I'll figure it out, but something that's obviously a hook, a little bit clickbaity, but not really, because that will be the focus. So then the climax of episode 1, well, the storyline is obviously entering into Mongolia, setting the context of what they'll see, but then focusing on this finale of surviving this blizzard, and you guys get to see the cool shots that I took from it. Episode 2 could be continuing adventures, but then also talking about, getting drunk with Mongolian eagle hunters. And then that could be the highlight, maybe a little clickbaity, but we'll focus on that. And if I do episode 3, then it might focus more on and let me just go through them now, so then we'll have a good sense. So these are some of those when we went out with the hunters. So most likely we'll start with these scenes and then end with where we got stuck inside one of their homes and got drunk. So it'll be a lot of these scenes. If I have an episode 3, it will obviously be these sections where we go back out again. There's some moments where I parked up or I had a GoPro hooked on one of the eagle's heads, so we got to actually see the point of view from the eagle, and obviously we got to see some cool shots when it was in flight, as well as a few moments where they charge at the camera, which will be very, very cinematic to include. The question becomes, if episode 3, and then also we visited the home of, he's like a professional throat singer, so we got to kind of enjoy some of his music, and he performed for us. So that was a really cool moment as well. And then basically the trip ends where you see me going back home. There's a few other moments here as I return back, and I'm greeted by my two cats. So thank you very much, EZ. I hope that's how you pronounce it. But Easy, thanks for subscribing. I appreciate the follows and any way you guys can show support, including if you engage in my chat or ask questions or whatever it is. Oh yeah, make sure to like my stream. I think if you like my YouTube streams, or I don't know if you can like Twitch and Kick streams. So at least with YouTube, I know if you end up liking and commenting and all that fun stuff, it does boost my stream so that more people can hopefully discover it. And that is obviously the goal, is hopefully I can expand the discovery of my streams and more people can check it out. So I do appreciate anyone, if you are following me, subscribing, also make sure to like my YouTube stream and follow me on Twitch and Kick. Twitch and Kick are also very, very new journeys for me. YouTube is about a year old in terms of when I started dedicating time posting there. Twitch and Kick is 6 days old in terms of my first stream. And I believe I need to have a certain number of followers to access all the features of those platforms. So I appreciate, and obviously I want to earn it. So hopefully if you find what I'm doing, and if you check out my other content, if you find it valuable, do help me out wherever possible. Okay, so now that we're quickly just going through this, I have a little bit of a leanings towards making this 2 episodes, just because while I think we can end the video strong with like these really cool clips of the eagles in flight, like what I'm kind of showing you here. I think thematically, I don't know, because then episode 3 will be like a theme on just like more adventures going out in the wild, which kind of bleeds into what I did on episode 1 and potentially in episode 2 as well. So does it really stand out on its own, or is it a continuation of things that we saw in episodes 1 and 2? So that's kind of my current thoughts. Will is asking about an electric scooter in the shot. I have no idea what you're talking about because there's clearly no electric scooter. Oh, scooter. You meant not in my home studio view. You're talking about here. Gotcha. Yeah, Will. I will respond to your random question. There was indeed a scooter right there in the shot. What else would you like to ask me, Will? But yeah, Will is someone I used to have to work with. I was forced to work with him for some time back in my corporate days, and now somehow he's stalking me all the way, including on my live streams. There's sometimes you just can't avoid people, you know. Obviously, I'm joking. Good to see you, man. Hopefully, life is good now that you're kicking ass in your corporate and your personal life. I don't know if you're running any more marathons, but good on you, mate. Where's that scooter? Yeah, this is my old home. So, because, like I said, life circles and revolves around my cats, I'll probably end the vlog with my cat shots. It just makes a little bit of sense. So anyways, that's where we're at. I think what I was mentioning is that I do want to make progress on the trailer portion. And specifically, I think we should listen to a few more soundtracks. I think I have a good idea of what might be best, or there's like 2 or 3 options. The one that the my god, I need to remember the guy's name, but the person yesterday who gave the suggestion of that one, what was it called, Genghis Khan beat something. It was a really good song, and honestly I could see that being used, but because I got that quick little copyright warning, I am now going to avoid all of that. I'm a little bit too traumatized by listening to music I don't have access to necessarily. Will, you know what? I only need one person watching, so I appreciate it. I don't know what that makes you if you're the only person watching, but yeah. But you know what? You better start watching every stream. That's all I gotta say. You owe me, is what I'll say. Okay, anyways, let's listen to this one. We were listening to it earlier. I think this guy, Siraj Nepal, seems like he does a decent number of songs that got that like Mongolian throat singing vibes to it. So I'm gonna go ahead and turn down the volume a bit. Alright, I mean, it's kind of cool, but it's a little slow, so I need... Okay, so in an ideal world, I'm not like opposed to using segments like this, but I'm hoping I can find a soundtrack where either picks up the pace, gets a bit like more of a build up, or kind of crescendos into some different phase of the song. Otherwise, I mean, this song, I think I did download it. I think I will still end up potentially using it in the video, just not for the trailer. But let's see. Okay, I mean, that portion right there, it clearly is highlighted for a reason. I think that portion is pretty good. Unfortunately, unless I can splice it up together, which I technically can, I want something where it starts off a bit slower or like quieter in terms of the number of instruments, and then that portion that we just listened to was kind of cool. It was a little bit faster paced, but then I would like it to taper down at the end again. One thing that the kind of the tone of it was a little bit jarring, or I don't know what the right musical term is, but it was a bit like discordant. Would that be a, is that an actual word, or did I just make that up? Will, I think you were an English major, right? Waiting for this song to drop at the club? As if. You at a club? As if. Okay, what was I going to look up? Discordant. Is that a word? Discordant. Disagreeing or... okay, here we go. Look, I was onto something. Of sounds. Harsh and jarring because of a lack of harmony. Oh my god. This is from my Music Theory 101 from university, and just my natural intuitive skills of mine. But yeah, so there, it felt a bit discordant there, where you couldn't really make out if there was even like a major or minor key to it. It just felt like someone who randomly presses a bunch of... It's like if Will were to try to play the piano. So, which is not bad in terms of... I don't mind discordant, but I think one thing I want to... Obviously, it's meant to be a trailer, or we're focusing on the trailer, and that means the song choice ideally has a direction to it, and it has things that it can convey more than just a mood. And so, look, for instance, having certain instruments can convey a mood. We had seen some soundtracks where, depending on how they play the instruments, it almost like mimics the sound of the horse's hoofs, like, you know, beating across the ground, or even clearly having a throat singer where you don't know what they're saying, but it's clearly a very cultural sounding vocals. So I think those are things that I need to look for. And if there is a minor key to it, or like a major key, then it provides a little bit more of a positive mood on the major side, or minor could be a little bit dramatic or suspenseful. The discordant one kind of fits into more of a confusing tone by nature of it being discordant. So I think I'd rather, if possible, have something that either goes more into the somber or suspenseful, or more into the upbeat and happy. So yeah, ominous is a better word. Well, sure. You know what? Better. So, but it's a cool song. All right, let's listen to a few more. Otherwise, we do have some really good options, so I want to get started as soon as possible. But I do want to download this song as well. Alright, this will be soundtracks, art list. Now the funny thing is, this guy... Okay, this could be my own ignorance here, but clearly he's got a few songs that's got Mongolia in it, so he's going for like Mongolian music. But I think this guy might be like Nepalese, right? Or Indian or something. So that is kind of interesting. Not a knock, the soundtracks are really cool, but I just found that interesting. Oh, here we go. So stuff like this, where it picks up speed. So I'm going to download this one as well. So far, when it comes to Epidemic Sounds and Artlist, the two we were looking at, this dude Siraj, he's my boy. This guy's, all of his are bangers, essentially, or the ones that could be used, whether for the trailer or at some point in the soundtrack, or sorry, in the actual vlogs. So let's see, there's one more by him, and then this dude Hans Johnson. I mean, not for the trailer, but I do think this is one that I might use for the actual video. So let me also download this one. Cool, cool. And then let's listen to the final one from our boy, Siraj. Thanks for the, what is that? Duran Bicante. Thanks for hand pink waving. I don't know if that's an emoji that I can't see. All right, let me see. You put that in the YouTube chat. Let's see. Oh, okay, okay. I'm using the Restream chat, so it just tells me what you put in as text. But thank you for that lovely pink hand of yours. All right, yeah. Listen, you can't hit all the time. So Siraj, nice try with this last song, but I think we're good. We're good. Oh wait, I feel obligated to listen to his other song because it's called "Try Again." So yes, we'll let you try one more time. I'm not sure. But it is, since it's like nice instrumentals, it's not too loud, it's just like nice drums. I think it actually could work as good background music at some point. So if there's a point in the episode we're about to build where I need to do a little bit of voiceover and I don't want some crazy soundtrack in the background drowning out whatever I'm saying, this could be one of those that we use that has a bit of a cultural vibe to it. I'm just gonna hope that this is like a Mongolian cultural vibe, because like I said, I think the dude is not actually Mongolian, but hey, you know what? It's whatever. Who's gonna actually tell? It's just an emote. Sorry, no need to apologize. I mentioned this before, and there's a guy Maple who told me he'll help me out, but I still need to figure out how to use emotes or create my own emotes. So hopefully, he did tell me, I don't know if it's just a Twitch thing or if I can do this for YouTube and Kick as well. Excuse me. But I believe I can create custom emotes that chatters can use. So hopefully we'll figure that out in the coming days. I had to clear my throat. All right, so we'll get back to the actual video editing mode now. I think we've identified enough potential soundtracks to use. So let me just drag in some of the ones that I just created, or the ones that I just downloaded. It was an audio. I forget if I downloaded anything from Epidemic Sounds. Let me quickly look here. Sorry, I'm not showing my screen just in case I show something I'm not supposed to. Trying to be better at not doxing myself or anything. Okay, I did download one called Mongolian Barbecue. So let me just drag that in real quick. And then from Art List, we downloaded quite a bit from our boy Siraj. So let me drag all these guys in. And I think that might be it for now. So let's keep going. I don't know how to call you, but I'm gonna call you Bicante. Bicante, you said, yeah, the YouTube default ones are awful. Fair enough. You know what? The fact that I even know that they existed probably says more about me than that, but I'll agree with you. But yeah, so Maple, he's like a photographer, streamer, and apparently there is a photography community out there on Twitch. So he was inviting me. There's a few other people, Sora, Cassandra, I think 2 or 3 others that I got to chat with the other day. But oh, there goes my cats. Their food has arrived. But yeah, so they had mentioned that I can turn some of my photos into emotes and it could look cool. So for instance, I don't know if this photo is usable for that, but he had mentioned there was a Shoebill Stork photo that I'd taken, and he was like, absolutely, this should turn into a into an emote. So yeah, we'll have fun. We'll do a photo editing session later, but yeah, if I can turn some of my travel photos into emotes, especially the more expressive animals that I've seen, including myself, then that would be a cool addition and a good way for me to learn how to be a streamer. So yeah. Okay, let's start with the one that we had picked as the best of the bunch prior to us doing research on Artlist. And that was this song called Magnum Opus. And this is from my Lens Distortions subscription. I mentioned this before. I'm not sponsored by them. I would love to be. I don't even have an affiliate link for them, but I do love their service. All three of the ones I use, Epidemic, Artlist, and Lens Distortions, I've been using it for all my videos in different ways. Thank you very much. Angeli, thank you for subscribing. I appreciate it. On YouTube, thanks for helping me grow my channel. And for those of you on YouTube, make sure to go ahead and like this video and chat away. I believe that all helps boost my video in the YouTube algorithms. So that would be very helpful. Some of those could work for sure, Bacante. Yeah. I'm kind of speaking, you know, I'm saying this without showing you those photos, but if you stick around, we're going to do a dedicated photo editing session later today. And yeah, you'll get to see a bit of the types of shots that I take. You can also, of course, feel free to go to my Instagram channel and my YouTube channel. Instagram, it'll be much quicker for you to be able to see some of the photos that I take, generally speaking, and the way I edit. And then YouTube, you'll see a lot more, obviously, of my longer form content. But yeah, you'll get a good taste of who I am as a content creator. So right now what we're doing is we're just going to listen to this soundtrack. I want to start splicing it up a bit, because obviously we're not going to use the full extent of this video or this soundtrack. It's too long. But there were key portions here that we had identified would work really well for a potential trailer. And ignore the visual. This is just a placeholder just to figure out if the mood works at times. So I think there's a portion here that build up. So I think that build up for sure, I want to at least clip for potential use. Now this part's a little too long, so I have to figure out, is there a way I can either cut this part out and transition into a bit more of an epic, like maybe something more on this side. There was a point where we heard like the string go back and forth, like a violin or something. So let's see. This part here, I think. Yeah. And it's got that nice little pause there, so quick like jump into, so like this whole part here, I really like this. So I might have to just start the trailer from something along here, so maybe quieter and it builds up over time, and whatever video that accompanies it just kind of fits the mood of like, I'll have some voiceover, I'll mention something about blah blah blah, and then I need to time whatever I'm saying to build up to where we saw that jump. So like this part here. Now I think this part specifically I wasn't a fan of because there's some weird, like, I say weird, but there's a little bit more like a modern sound to it, which I'd like to use some other part, but I think there was a point we can use. So I think like these drums felt a little bit too modern compared to like, yeah. With this part right here. And it's got a nice like slow finale tapering off where I can show my final whatever scene. Yeah, I think this one actually works really nicely. So not to jump the gun, because obviously we want to see how the other soundtracks can fit in better. But this one technically could work. So it depends on what my level of OCD and perfectionism is. But in a world where I have to be very effective at and being faster with editing, I technically should just be like, you know what, we're sticking with this soundtrack. I know it can work, and let's move on. However, that is not my personality, and yeah, I do want to at least give the other soundtracks a chance. So let's say somewhere like right around here, well, obviously, I'm going to cut this up a bit, and then we can bring it back later as we blend it. So like this portion here, I need to find a way to blend these two. So let's see. Yeah, that was easy enough. Let me just kind of let it. Cool. Sometimes it's that easy. Like, you don't have to really do much. You just got to cut out the parts and then see if you can stitch it back together where the audience or anyone listening can't really tell that you just jumped ahead. All right, so the other thing I have to keep in mind is I need to, what do we say? We want to have less than 1 minute in total, and the first 10-15 seconds might be a hook. So I need something very kind of background style in the very beginning, and then after 15 seconds when I jump into a dramatic moment, it has to last anywhere from 15 to maybe 30 seconds or so, and then it ends. The Green Wyvern, thank you very much, sir, for subscribing on Twitch. Thank you, thank you. I very much appreciate anyone's follows, but doubly appreciate the ones on Twitch and Kick, just because they are very, very new to me. So you're probably like, I'd be surprised if I even have 10 followers. I might have had 7 or 8. We are on day 6. So I appreciate the follows there. I need to grow those channels, and I'll be streaming every day for the next 2 weeks. So you are just watching me as we work on my next travel vlog, which is Mongolia. And right now, specifically, I'm just trying to figure out the right soundtrack to use. So all of that, I think, is definitely worth it. I need to find a way to actually see durations of clips. Like, I wish there was a way, if I just click on this clip, it would tell me a number figure somewhere. Because otherwise I just have to look at the timeline or see where I started it. So there probably is a way to do it. I have mentioned before, I'm only a year and a half into using DaVinci Resolve. That's the software for this video editing. So there's a lot of things that I'm probably doing incorrectly. So someone helped me yesterday in terms of giving some suggestions on how I can actually edit even better or more efficiently. So yeah, I welcome all criticism, feedback, suggestions, all of that. So one thing I'm doing now is I'm just double checking. Okay, cool. I just want to see how long this is. So it starts at 1 minute 17 seconds roughly. 1 minute 18, and it goes to, let's call it like 1:34. So yeah, like, you know, let's call it 15 to 20 seconds or so in this section here somewhere. And we have up to a minute. So let me see how this sounds. I need to find a nice moment where I can start the soundtrack. So it could just be right here. Let's try that first. Let's move this out of the way. let's assume I want to use all of this. I just want to see the full duration. Okay. So it's about 40 seconds, which actually can work well for a trailer. And it would probably start off a little bit quieter, so let me see if I can tone it down a bit. No, we'll have to do it a different way. So I can create these keyframes. So we talked about keyframes yesterday, but I can do that for audio as well. So let's say if I put a keyframe somewhere towards the beginning, and let's see where I should. So maybe up till here. I'm going to add a second keyframe. And so all I'm doing is I'm trying to start this soundtrack a little bit quieter and slowly increase in volume. So start to slowly crescendo up to the next phase of the soundtrack. So, because I don't want the music, especially in the beginning, to be overwhelming. Because you can imagine in the beginning, I need to either add my own voice in here or something else. So, hey, E-Man Gamer, thanks for saying yo. That is my name as well as a form of hello. Thanks for chatting in Kick as well. By the way, I don't know how to really chat on Kick and Twitch. I just learned yesterday how I can do a shout out on Twitch. So I apologize if I'm not as engaging on those chats as of yet. I'm using something called Restream so that I can multi-stream across YouTube, Twitch, and Kick. And so I do see a chat function where it combines all the chats in one view. But apparently I didn't know this, but I think that means some of the custom stuff, like commands and things, I don't know if I can type it in Restream or if I have to go onto the actual platforms. Anyways, let's get back to this. Okay. So that one works really, really well. Let me just listen to some of the beginning part of it again, just to see if there's another section to keep in. Because like this one works well. The intro portion isn't like the best. So this portion here, because it starts off a little bit dramatic already. Whereas I think I prefer if there's like a single tone that just hits for a moment. So like this beginning, that right there is, I mean, it's the intro to the song, so clearly the artist knew what they're doing. But I think starting off the trailer with something like this makes sense as well. So the question is then, can I combine this, stitch it in with the other portions we've selected? This part's also really nice, because then every time you hear that kind of the swinging effect as it jumps to the next note, that's where you can imagine it's a natural transition for me with whatever video clips we're going to show. So clip 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. See, the problem is this whole song is really epic in a good way, and I just don't know what might be parts I want to remove. Because clearly I have to remove it, because now it's going to get too long. Okay, so maybe it could even start from here. Let's see if it starts from like here. Start quieter. Dang. Okay, struggle is real. I'm hitting a little bit of a brick wall in terms of the best way to split up this soundtrack. put it? Okay. Because if we start it with something like this, also, I think when I'm creating these trailers, I will try to think through one of the earlier steps. I don't know if I'll do it now or in a bit, but one of the first steps I have to do is figure out what is the first visual and the last visual. So then that also helps me figure out a starting and end point of a potential quote unquote story or like this trailer. So I have to think, what is the first thing the audience will see, the viewer who opens up this video, and what kind of a hook is it, and then what kind of voiceover do I add to also make it a bit more effective. So for example, if we just jump back to, I want to look at maybe the two most recent ones I did, because and I do this often, I just like review what I've done in the past to see if I can remind myself what effects I really liked or what were some of the best moments that I want to replicate. Or yeah, so I think for instance the India one. Okay, so yeah, my thought process was I had a nice little nature shot that I did like a time lapse while we were up in the mountains. And so I thought that could be a nice one to show a bit of motion while I'm zooming in. And it was a cool framing with the peaks of the mountain. So it kind of worked on its own. And then I transitioned to another one, and then, yeah, you plop in the title. And then there's a bit of like a close-up shot. So this one doesn't really convey much, besides it's clearly a very colorful shot, a bit of motion, and something, yeah, something where it's like, okay, it's part of this. As I say the word, the title India pops up here. Okay, it kind of fits in. Before I then hopped into a shot of the snow leopard. Yeah, Kimbap. Good boy. You want to come up? So, okay, that was the thought process there. And then also the voiceover, I think I matched it. I forget if I started it right at the beginning or let's see. High above the world. Okay, so about like 3 seconds in. So basically whatever footage I choose. Okay, give me a second. He's demanding attention. All right, what do you want, good boy? The problem is I love petting this guy, but he sheds so much. I think I mentioned this before, but if I keep petting him until he goes bald, he would still keep shedding after losing all his hair. So, you're a good boy. Let's give you a little close-up. Show the people what they want. Yeah. Okay. That was our break. Let's get back to this. Okay, so I think I need some visual that can survive 2 to 3 seconds at least without any voiceover, just the visual and whatever sound effect. So here, there's a little bit of the wind sound, I think. High above the... Yeah, so I had found a sound effect of like that wind sound, or it was part of the soundtrack that I ended up choosing. But either way, I figured it fits the mood of like we're high up in the mountains, hence also the words I'm about to say. High above the world. Okay, so that was one example, and the other one... Okay, Tajikistan was a little bit different. You know that's... Yeah, so this one I started voiceover right away, and then I picked the shot that was the most provocative, I guess, or like the most... yeah, like a clickbaity, but that was also the theme of the episode where I basically was the closest I've ever been to dying, so I figured let me show up like almost like a first-person point of view of me looking up at the ceiling with the IV drip keeping me alive. So then the question is, what do I have as a clip that can, you know, also provide that level of drama? And it fits with the mood of the soundtrack. So do I want the soundtrack to start off like with that one note? Or do I want to start a little bit faster? So let's see. Maybe a build-up. So I could see something starting like there somewhere. Yeah, so something like that could actually work. So let me cut out, as much as I like that single tone at the beginning, it's just a little too soft and slow for too long. Whereas this one kind of works better, because I mentioned the first 10 seconds or so, that could be where I include the initial hook. So like a 10-second quick clip of whatever they're about to see from that episode, and then the official trailer starts only after that. So then I'll increase the volume when that first drop there. So then this is where we'll keep switching clips around. And then how can we stitch in other parts? Let's see. That's a little too aggressive, I think. Let's see. I think it's a little too abrupt. Let me see. Yeah. Not to mention, I'm completely forgetting about the really epic part of the soundtrack, which I wanted to keep, which is that string. I don't know what you call that, where it's like 3 notes that goes up and down or something. Not this part. This part. So maybe... So right where that beat drops, we'll cut all this out. Close. I think I gotta work on it a little more. Let's rewind a bit. And then it jumps into the other one. Okay. I think I need to blend it a little bit better. This could work, let's see. So basically I'm just listening to each beat to make sure I do line up each of these segments so it follows the kind of like the heartbeat of the song. Kind of works. Nope. Not yet. There we go. And, ooh, oh my god, okay. Technically, everything I'm doing here fits with those parameters that we started with. Because what you can see here is that this soundtrack, at least the parts I'm cutting up, which we'll double check, it does line up with what I mentioned, where I need everything to be within 1 minute. And this video, or the soundtrack, ends roughly like at 56 seconds or so. So I think this might be the winner, to be honest, but let's still check it out. And I mentioned we're just using this single video clip, but realistically, obviously, you can imagine there's going to be a bunch of clips that we're going to throw in there. And that's the other part of this work that takes a lot of time. Right now, I just, instead of showing a black screen, I just wanted something to be on screen for you guys. But let me just go ahead and... Actually, on that note, just for the heck of it, let's just draw in some of the actual footages. Whoops. I'm just copying some of these over, just to break up the monotony, so you guys can at least see different clips as we're listening to the soundtrack. Okay, let's see how the soundtrack is. Ignore the visuals for now. The whole point is I'm just focusing on, can I tell a story based on how the soundtrack works? Ideally, something that starts off a bit quiet, feels like an intro, right? And then you can imagine my voice comes in. Ideally, we need to also work on what is the visual that hooks the audience in terms of like, wow, I've entered into Mongolia, what's going on? This is quite interesting. And then let's see, as the music changes gears, then we can imagine the visuals will also change gears. And what I mean is, like, it can be more rapid pace in terms of showing a bunch of shots. It'll probably, as I work on the voiceover, if I'm saying something like, watch me as we spend time in the mountains, blah, 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 then obviously I want to use footages where I'm in the mountains. And then if I say like comma, and then I say the next portion, maybe it's like, spending time with the eagle hunters and learning about the traditions of Mongolia, then that's where we would start putting a montage or clips of more of the cultural shots. So anyways, let's listen to this. I like this a lot. Damn. Okay, I think this is the one we're going to use. But before we fully jump the gun, or before we close, I guess, close the deal with that one, let's just listen to a few of the other songs. Because I think I want to see one other example at least where we have like the throat singing. So this one, it's like a nice soundtrack. It's very dramatic, epic, more like not necessarily like a Hans Zimmer, but it is very orchestral, I guess. But we haven't seen an example where I use a soundtrack that's very much Mongolian throat singing. So with that in mind, let's check out some of these other examples, starting with Mongolian barbecue. Because that part was really cool. That little glitchy sound. So then you can imagine that could be a good transition moment where if I do a little subtle glitch transition, starting with this and then switch over. Good voiceover. It's suspenseful, so it fits in one of the potential moods. And I just need a build up. So I can start the trailer at any of those points. Let's hear this. That was a bit quieter than I expected. That high-pitched sound was good because it sounds similar to like a horse whinnying sound, so it could work with a clip. You got a nice little beat, consistent beating. It's building up. It's a bit slow in terms of the build-up, so I might have to figure out how to cut it up a bit. Jesus, yeah, this is like a really slow build-up. Okay, this part's kind of cool because now it's a little bit faster. Okay. Unfortunately, there was never a, what do you call it, like a beat drop kind of moment there. So that one, as good as some parts of it was, probably not for the trailer. Let's see. Well, we know this one, or we looked at this earlier, but I think we mentioned this might end up being less for the trailer. Because like even this intro right here is it's super epic, dramatic. So you can imagine whatever I show as the beginning scene, to have this starting it off, it kind of works nicely. So let me just actually drag that over here and we'll test it out real quick. So imagine this is our trailer. And then my insert voiceover. And then obviously I know there's going to be a nice quick pickup right here. So here's where we can start doing a little bit of the montage. Pausing real quick, so Game Musty, you mentioned you're creating a group of video editors, and do I want to join and share my experience? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, that's basically what I'm doing. Now, I'm not like, I mentioned in the beginning of the stream, but I'm only about a year and a half into learning DaVinci Resolve. I'm only about maybe 2 to 2.5 years of doing video over photography. But I've done a lot of travels in that past 2 years. I've had a lot of experience. I have learned a lot since then. So whatever knowledge I might have or my experience, I'm happy to share it. So if you mean in like a Discord or like on a stream versus off stream, just let me know. But yeah, I'm always happy to find these kinds of communities. Okay. The thing is, I think this soundtrack could work really well as well for a trailer, because this is as much of like a thematic, clearly a Mongolian cultural soundtrack. So here's my current thoughts right now. If there's pushback, please let me know. As much as I just said, I think we've sealed the deal. This is the one we want to use. Maybe I'll save the work that we just did here for another travel vlog. I mentioned I've got at least 10 more trips that I need to work on. including Sri Lanka, Zimbabwe, Uganda, Vietnam, Colombia, Japan. So there, if I don't use it for this video, I can use it for any of those other countries where maybe there isn't as much of a need to find like a cultural soundtrack. So, because this one can fit. Okay, so imagine this wasn't Mongolia. Let's imagine I'm using the soundtrack that we just worked on for a trailer for country Zimbabwe, let's say. So ignore these visuals. Imagine now some of the shots I have from my time in Zimbabwe. Yeah, okay. I can use this for something else. Game Master, yeah, that's cool. I'm learning how to use Discord, so by all means, please feel free to share that details with me. Yeah, and just let me know what in particular you're talking about in terms of that group. But I am very, very happy to be a part of these types of communities where we focus on photography or videography or traveling and sharing our knowledge or, yeah, sharing our content. Okay, I wish there was a way for me to save this cleanly. Maybe, I think I can create this as a compound clip. And we'll call this a opening trailer soundtrack magnum opus. Cool. And then we can remove this. I'll just move it over for now. And we might want to try one of these more cultural soundtracks. So I'm just going to use my most dramatic shot again. But okay, so this one we just listened to, the Oren Loifer Leaving Home, that's like pretty much bang on. But our boy Siraj Nepal, that we checked out a lot of his songs. I wanna, let's give him a chance. So let's see here. And take your time, Game Musty. Okay, so I think any part where you can hear the vocals, where they're saying words, probably I won't necessarily use, just because then I don't want to clash with like my voiceover. If you got the soundtrack, my voice, sound effects, and another person's voice at the same time, it can start like blending in together. So generally speaking, I'm looking for like more instrumental portions. So like this part. Except this, the throat singing, yes, if I'm going to go with one of these, I obviously want to make sure I have one that has that. But the thing is, the throat singing is so different from a normal voice, like a vocal sound, so it doesn't, I think, conflict necessarily with my speaking voice. That part was a little bit too much. Like, I think I have to find a good blend or balance of like throat singing without it being so jarring or just someone, you know, screaming at you. Not to say it's that sound, but so this one's obviously a lot more upbeat. Let's see how it ends. Okay, ending was decent. Man, let's see. Okay, I think I actually like that one a bit more. Or in my mind, I can actually think of something I can do with that. So let me just kind of take a clip from this and then let's drag it in. Then let's see if it picks up. Okay, never mind. It has some good things going for it, but I think this one wins, honestly. Game Master, you said its name is Tog Edits. Okay, I'll make sure I'll either join it soon once I have a break here, or after the stream. And you know, it's funny. Someone else has mentioned TOG Tog. There was someone who was in my chat yesterday, and I apologize, I forget the name, but she had Tog in her name, and apparently that's short for photographer. I never knew that. I didn't know that was a thing. And now you're saying that it's actually short for together. So it's kind of cool. I never even knew people say Tog. And now I'm finding out it's very much in line with what I do, which is around photography, and I like what you're saying. It works with together edits as well. So that's a cool name. Yeah, the soundtrack, it rocks. You know, it's just so good. It I think it does a good job of having the throat singing elements without going way over the top with it. Like it's still pleasant to the ears consistently. It's got a nice intro portion, then it's got the point where it picks up a bit, so then it can be a little bit faster with how I show some of the video clips. And I think it had a good ending. Let's just see. Yeah. So then we got what? Section 1, which could be just like this part here. Section 2, which kind of bleeds in with Section 1, which is now you hear the throat singing only with that tone. Like this. And then we have Section 3, where the other parts kick in. And then either I'll keep it going for a little bit, we're at the 30-second mark here if I don't cut anything, or I might jump over to another part. Maybe I'll include some of this actually, so maybe we'll jump to this part here. And if I can find a nice place to stitch it together. And then this part here. And a nice closing, and this is where I put the little title would show up, and then everything fades to black. So, yeah, Game Nasty, I 100% will join, and yeah, I'm excited to be a part of that, man. And your music on video sounds classic. Yeah, listen, I don't know what's considered classic or not, but it sounds good. Like, the soundtrack sounds really good. I used the soundtrack in the past for a YouTube short and an Instagram reel. So it had spoken to me earlier, and now it's kind of cool to do full circle and see if we can actually make this the trailer itself. So then my task is figuring out what part of this to cut down, just like we did with the other one. I probably, same thing, I want to see if I can find a roughly 1 minute or less version. So, let's see. And that intro, I want it to be at least like 10 seconds. So, maybe I cut from here. Okay, it could be something like this if I figure out. So I'll have an intro hook, and then it'll jump into... So this is currently roughly right at 10 seconds. So imagine the first 10 seconds is similar to what I showed from Uganda, where I just need to take a single clip from this episode, which is probably going to be either the most epic part of it, which technically I think in many ways will be this current video you see now. So I need to show enough of this to hook them, add a little bit of voiceover, and then at the 10-second mark we'll hop over to another clip and start our trailer. And then usually I like to follow the beat, so, and I try to pace it up or change up the pace a bit, so a little bit longer, a little bit shorter, but still generally speaking with the beats. So for instance, it'll be something like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 shots, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, make it a longer one, 12, 13, 14. So yeah, just as a brief example, I like to try to pace it up a little bit, and then also it allows me to figure out how many clips out of all these ones that are potential that I can use. And then also I try to time it. The voiceover will dictate, but also the voiceover is somewhat crafted based on the soundtrack. So the soundtrack becomes the DNA essentially. So then I'm listening to where there's a natural pause in the soundtrack, where maybe that's when I switch mini topics. So if I talked a little bit about the eagles and nature, then all of a sudden there's a pause. Then the next set will be where I talk about the culture or the food or whatever else. So like here's a pause, then we pick it up again. Okay, I need to cut out roughly like 30 seconds or so. So maybe I'll need to cut all this. And then see if we can kick it back up. Something like this. Almost. That actually works. I might adjust it very, very slightly, but Game Master, you're asking where do I use this shot, for YouTube or Instagram? So Instagram has been my main place where I share my content for the past I don't know, 7 years or so. YouTube I started up about 1.5 years ago, or roughly a year, let's say, and that is my focus. So I've switched gears where I'm trying to work more on long form content, and so then Instagram I will share occasionally, like not occasionally, but I'll like to share more when I'm traveling. I'll use my Instagram stories so people can actually watch me in real time traveling. I like to also post a lot of my whatever I create on my Instagram on the stories, and then any of the high production, the best reels that I can create, I'll share it on Instagram as well. As I'm doing the live stream, eventually I want to promote my live stream to my Instagram audience, but for reasons that proved itself to be good ones yesterday, I want to try to build up my live stream audience first without reaching out to anyone from Instagram or any other channels I have, just to first prove out in the next 2 weeks, is this something I have the endurance for, the enjoyment for, the satisfaction from, and also are there any tech issues that I can't overcome. So like for instance, if I find out in the first 2 weeks of streaming that my internet just cannot handle this, or my computer can't handle this, or for some reason where I live, you know, these elements are blocked and I just can't access, I want to figure that out before I start publicly kind of promoting this to my existing audience on like Instagram, let's say. So yeah, anyways, but Instagram was my main. YouTube is now where I'm putting all my priority and my focus, as well as now Kick and Twitch in terms of live streaming. So if I had to choose one of those ones that you asked about, where I would love for you to check out my content or you know, follow me, it would definitely be YouTube over Instagram. But obviously, you know, you can follow me on everything. There's no reason you have to only choose one. But yeah, I think I got the timing pretty bang on. Let me see. Let's try again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I feel like it's just like the tiniest hair too quick. Okay, let's see. Still. Okay. And let me actually extend it to see. Yeah, okay. It makes my life easier. I can now actually compare the two, because they are roughly the same in terms of how they sound. So then let's say I'm gonna make it so as the clips overlap, the top clip, which is what we've been listening to in the first portion, it will fade away so that it doesn't overlap too much with the next section. And then we just need to see if it blends. Oops. Let's Start from a little bit back. That's good. Now, how much more do we need to cut out? We still need to cut out at least, like, let's call it 15 seconds. So maybe one more section we need to cut out. So we've got the intro section, first 10 seconds, then we got a nice little hype, or it starts picking up. More instruments coming here. Nice little moment there. And then let's see, is there a way to cut this somewhere? The problem is you can hear the volume increasing slightly. Okay, there's a moment there. Okay, let's see. Somewhere like here maybe? Okay, yeah, so with that cut, and then let's see. And we'll tone this down. And then I need to lower the volume, I think, maybe. If I figure this out, actually this is not good enough yet because it's still too long. So maybe I need to cut even more. So maybe right around here. Okay, let's test it again. 2, 3, 2. Not quite. Okay, let's see if that blends it better. A little bit, but... This is the part I want to get to, so I don't want that to last too long. So I might even cut even more. Like, it doesn't have to be a full minute. Like, the shorter might actually be better, so... Let's see how much I can cut out of that. Because then here it drops down. So... This is the trial and error part. Try to line it up. Okay, possibly. This is like a rough cut. And then the question is, do I need to shorten it even further to just make it more impactful? Let's see. Okay, I have a thought process now for. I'm glad you think it's perfect, Game Masty. I'm not as I have a problem with being a perfectionist at times, like overly so. So I have a thought process here where I'm just trying to figure out how can I insert my voice into the first 10 seconds before it gets really where it picks up the pace. So because of the sound of the throat singing here, right in the middle of this, it'll be tough for me to override that with my voice, or I don't necessarily want to. I kind of want to let the throat singing take up the audio space. So I might extend the intro all the way to include the whole beginning, and then cut out some of this portion here. I think the weakest part of the soundtrack I think is this portion here, because then all the tones disappear. It's just this kind of beating sound, and it's a little bit long. So I'm okay cutting this section a bit, and then maybe that would mean that the intro portion, the hook, is longer. And am I okay with that? That's the question. So give me a second. Let's say, and I should drag this up to one higher. Okay. So if I drag these guys over, and let's actually just re-extend it from the beginning. And then here I can start talking. Or okay, let me see, how do I balance my voice inside of this? And this, join me as we do blah blah blah. And actually I don't mind speaking over that throat singing portion for one of the two parts at least. I just want to let it breathe for one section. In my mind it makes sense to have it on the first section. However, I also need to insert my voice relatively early, because then it'll be weird to hear my voice pop in like 10 seconds later or something, in my opinion. So so I think I will be speaking throughout this portion here and time it. Speaking a little bit here. Possibly. But it is so long now, because if I do that, we're looking at 18 seconds before the actual trailer hits. So unfortunately I don't think that works. So let's see if I'm comfortable just having my voice over this. And maybe I'll start by having the volume a little bit lower here. I mean, definitely it will be. Oh, and also one other thing we can check. How much can I extend this? No, okay. It was correct before. And I could artificially extend this part. If I find a nice repeating loop here, I can always just start like looping it a little bit longer. So that part there. So let's say here, so there. Technically, what we can do is try to find a way. Actually, is it worth doing that? Because I do want to keep it within 10 seconds. Okay, forget what I said. I was going to take out that portion there and then just have it loop a few more times to give me more quiet space to add the voiceover. But I do think I need to maintain whatever hook within 10 seconds and then trailer kicks. So I've done it in the past, so it should be doable, where I'll be like, in the first episode. Actually, let me go back to, how did I start my very, very, very first travel vlog episode?
Venture with me through jungles and savannas.
My voice sounds so lame there, but okay. So I said something like "venture with me," and how long did it last? It started, yeah. So it was about, okay. I was able to get it to like 8 seconds or less.
Venture with me through jungles and savannas to discover the wild heart of what's known as the Pearl of Africa, Uganda.
Okay. Maybe I can follow a similar format. So it'd be something, imagine if I said almost like the exact same thing. Not that I would, but it'd be something where I'm like, okay, venture with me as we explore the world's most remote location, blah, 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 and with the word Mongolia, and then it'll kick into the soundtrack. Let's see. And then I'll have to reduce the volume, like I mentioned, up until here. So let's drop it down a bit. Venture with me as we yes, okay. I won't say that again, but just for placeholder. Venture with me as we head into one of the most remote locations in the world. Something, something, something in the world, Mongolia. And it kicks over. And then we can cut out some of this portion here. Let's see how much of that we can cut out. Let's see if we can just cut out all of that in its entirety. I like it, but I think I need to keep this trailer short. So let's see. Right there. And somewhere there. Okay. Where's that extra beat coming from? I think something's off. What could it be? Let's just remove these real quick and just get it. So I think it has to end roughly here, and then it's roughly here. Okay, Let's see if that works. Almost. Getting closer, warmer, warmer. Boom. This might be it. Okay, and then we just gotta blend it a bit nicer. There we go. Okay, so that's like 40 seconds, let's say, roughly there. So, is 40 seconds long enough? Let's think about it. So for my episodic series for Uganda, the trailer was a bit longer. So each one was like, I was taking up, reserving the first 10 to 15 seconds. Okay, so I could maybe extend the beginning a little bit longer if needed, but we got about 15 seconds for the hook, then from 15 until the end, essentially. So about 40 seconds, let's call it 45, I guess, but like 45 seconds or so for the trailer. For let's look at India. India was 50. Okay, so it was about a minute long. This one, how long was this?
Uganda.
This was about 33 seconds. So anywhere from 30 to 1 minute. 30 seconds to 1 minute. And then this one, oh yeah, so this one's similar concept. So I had about, in this case, I had a 20-second intro hook, and then the trailer itself was from 25 seconds. It was about 20 seconds long. Okay, so my trailers have, generally speaking, been anywhere from 20 seconds to 1 minute when it comes to the actual trailer portion. When I include the hook, it's generally speaking 40 seconds to a minute. So assuming I have a hook here, so each of the episodes will start with this soundtrack, and I'm like, in this episode we're going to talk about this, this, and that, and blah, enjoy this time, and then boom, 10 seconds. So if I do 2 or 3 episodes, each one will start with the first 10 seconds of something before kicking in. Game Master, you're asking where I'm from, and you're from India. That's wonderful. I am from the US. My family's from Korea, but I live in Dubai. And I do love India. That was the latest travel vlog that I had posted. And it's a place I've been to a few times now. I think about 3 or 4 times. And I do plan to go there more often in the future. And then the other thing I have to figure out now is, do I insert any voiceover during this duration of the trailer? In the past, yeah. Well, okay. In my Uganda series, I inserted my voiceover only for the first 10 to 15 seconds, whatever was considered the hook. And then it segues into the trailer where it was no voiceover, just the soundtrack. And I enjoyed that. In my latest videos, I have inserted my voiceover throughout, and I think that's worked as well. Let me see. I've led a quest along jungles, my adventures, one journey at a time. In
India is vast, impossible to fully grasp in one trip, but through my adventures, I peel back its layers of mystery, revealing raw beauty one journey at a time.
Grooming 34, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. On Kick, thank you very much. Good reminder. Definitely follow me on all 3 streaming platforms, YouTube, Twitch, and Kick. This is day 6 of me streaming, starting my streaming journey. So every day we've been streaming, and you get to watch me create my next video, which is my video, my trip to Mongolia. We put a timer of 2 weeks for me to publish it. Yes. Hey, Philip. Good to see you. Yeah, I saw that as well. I decided not to make a comment. Hopefully you are not grooming things you're not supposed to. Grooming 34. But yeah. Yeah, and you know what? Discord, I still don't really know how to use it, but let me take note of what you just mentioned there. And yeah, I would love to, build out a community. But Discord is I'm a millennial, so I don't really know some of the things that's like popular with the new generation, including slang. But Discord is like a foreign world to me that I am trying to get a little bit better at as we go. But yeah, good to see you, Philip, and thank you again, Grooming 34. Game Master, how do I make money? So I had a corporate job for like the past however long, just your standard, whatever you want to say. Like, I worked in innovation. I did a lot of like business related stuff. So business development, I spoke a lot in front of clients. This is partially where I realized if I want to go into streaming, I know that I can talk for hours and hours if needed. So I had that going for me. But yeah, so that's generally where I made my money. And then in the past year and a half, I decided to move away from corporate and just spend all of my time building out my channel, traveling, and try to explore this in full. And what this was basically being a full-time travel content creator, both on the photography front as well as the videography front. I have a relationship with Nikon here in the region, and so I also run a number of workshops in terms of like classroom workshops, as well as doing like photo shoots out in the out and about, as well as internationally, like bringing people with me on my travels. So in terms of how do I make my money consistently, I've actually kind of decided that for the first 2 to 3 years, I wanted to focus more on spending money as opposed to making money. So I decided I'm going to pull from my savings, from my previous earnings, and actually use that to travel as much as possible, build out content, get more comfortable with different opportunities. And I have made money across the board with random or one-off opportunities. I also do a number of like commercial shoots, so like event photography and individual requests. I don't really advertise that because I'm not trying to dedicate my time to that yet. So yeah, in traditional means of doing like freelance photo shoots, but then also now I was able to monetize my YouTube channel. So the goal will be consistently posting on YouTube, as well as now trying to go into the Twitch and Kick side of the world. But a big portion of how I will make money, and how I have in the past year and a half, has been organizing tours. So as I discover the world, find locations that I think are definitely worth bringing people and logistically is possible, then I will start to organize an itinerary, work with tour logistic operators to navigate, the costing, the day-to-day itinerary, the transportation, all of that, and then I will publicize that and promote it to see if people are willing to join. So I've run about 7 or 8 tours in the past year and a half. I'm taking a pause on traveling for the rest of the year. Generally, in the past year and a half, I have been traveling almost exclusively, like every month for sure, and anywhere from 2 weeks to the full month I've been out. So for the rest of the year, my goal is to actually stay at home. You're watching what I'm doing now, which is now catching up on those travels in terms of editing the content and then posting it on my YouTube and elsewhere. So this is a trip to Mongolia from back in February of last year. And I've got about 11 or 12 more trips that I need to go through, and roughly 100 terabytes worth of footage that we'll be going through. So that is how I'm looking to make money long term, is through, being a content creator through YouTube and those channels. But yeah, it's a long journey. It's not fully proven out yet, so a lot of it is a leap of faith, if you will. And my hope is that this is something I can continue doing consistently, sustainably, so that I don't necessarily have to go back into the corporate world because I do love doing this and I think I have the energy for it. Now it's how do I be much more business proficient at that. And I am not currently married. Well, the only responsibilities or dependencies I have are my 2 cats. So that keeps me busy enough. I don't think I could handle marriage anytime soon, or kids. So, but yeah, anyways, let's get back to this. So I'm a little torn, and we can figure this out later, obviously, but there's a world where I do speak throughout the trailer, and there's a world where I only insert my voice in the first 10 seconds. So it'd be something like, venture with me as we explore a new part of the world that I've never been to, something, 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 and this with the eagle hunters, Mongolia. And then it would switch over. If I keep talking, then it'd be something like saying, I say Mongolia, or I'll have the text Mongolia pop up here. Join me, and then okay, what would I say? Something roughly speaking, it'd be like, watch as we spend time. I spend 2 weeks with eagle hunters, survive blizzards, go on adventures, and blah blah blah. See the way they live their life. Blah 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 blah. And then at the end, having some kind of closing message, if I include voiceover. If I don't include voiceover, then obviously the strength of the soundtrack has to, you know, carry it forward. Now, is it strong enough to have without any voiceover? It's a bit monotonous, like, you know, it's like the tone is very droning, I guess. Okay, so we don't have the exact answer just yet, but I think we're going to stick with that. We're going to try this, and we can always change it up, obviously. Now, the next thing I want to do is I'm looking for... I had some adjustments that I use for my trailers. I got to go find it. There it is. So let me just bring these bad boys over. And I'm going to put some music back on in the background. So I've done this for the past couple trailers, I think, where I insert this artificial border. So you can see, let me shrink this a bit to be more reasonable. Okay, so I've done this thing where I created this like top and bottom strip to make it more film-like. So by doing this, it kind of replicates what you might see in the cinema, or the way that Hollywood films their movies. So I only apply it for the trailer because obviously you can imagine the issue with having those top and bottom borders is you're going to end up cropping out your shots. So when I'm traveling out and about, usually I'm filming in the 4:4:3 ratio, whereas this is, or is that right? No, I usually film in 16:9, but then by adding this strip, it's obviously shrinking it. So if I do this for the rest of the video, there's going to be a lot of things I inadvertently crop out, and it's going to take a lot more time to also reposition things to maintain it. And some of the shots I know for a fact, like it'll cover up most of the screen. So I'd rather just make this only as the trailer. Some things I'll remove, like this overlay we don't need for now, as well as this chapter stuff. So let's just jump that over here. I like this effect. It's very, very subtle. It's minimalist. So I think I'll include it. It's just I'll change where it appears. And it's going to be timed with either my voiceover or, let's see. So it could start a little bit sooner. And we can have it disappear. What was this, black? And I'm thinking I might cut it out abruptly when the voice cuts out. So like roughly here it looks like. Let's see. So it starts appearing with the throat singing and disappears. But I don't know what's happening with this little black thing. I turn this. There might not be a workaround. And I still don't really know how to use, so I'm using DaVinci Resolve. I haven't really touched the Fusion side of things, which is like the equivalent of Adobe After Effects. So I don't do a lot of like motion graphics. These are a lot of templates that I've found from different websites. Like I use something called Elements, Envato Elements. And so I would find different templates for overlays or graphics, and then I try my best to adjust it to what works for me, but I don't actually know how to go deep into the weeds and like change everything as of yet. It's something I'm going to learn over time. So in this case, I'm not sure how to, because what we've seen, if I shorten the clip, yeah, like roughly here, it creates this weird blackout effect. And I don't know if it's because the settings are meant to be for something longer. So maybe what I can do is have it start sooner. Ha ha ha. Okay, let's see if this works. Almost, almost. Nope. Okay, let's see. Perfect. Okay, so again, ignore the visual aspect for now, because we might use a different clip or make different choices there. I just want to get that title overlay. And then kick into that. Adventure with me as we explore the long east, blah 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 blah, in Mongolia. Switch scene, change it up. Okay, so now let's figure out what is that first clip that I want to show. I mean, this one kind of works off the bat, right? It shows one of the coolest clips, and it also happens to be in this episode anyways. So maybe what I'll do is I'll use this clip, I'll use two sections from the clip so it'll jump over to a closer, so maybe it starts from very far away, then it'll jump to where it zooms in where they're closer, but then it'll hop into the trailer, and at the very end of the trailer it might have the closest portion of the same shot. So it'll have a nice little beginning and end on the same scene. Because the thing I have to figure out is what is that final scene? Like what is it that goes at the end of the soundtrack? So right here. So with that finale, what am I showing here as it fades to black? Well, let's see. Let's look at our clips. So obviously we have a lot of these kind of domesticated animals. We know we want to include the horse shot in the snow. I think in terms of like storytelling, it kind of would work to end with the same scene, just at a different portion of it. So like the horse racing in the snow with the eagle hunter. Or it could end with just a nice clip of the eagle in flight fading to black. Or yeah, close up of the eagle hunters like this. It could be a shot of myself. Because that is what I did for... Pretty sure that's what I did for India. Or no, sorry, Uganda.
He's up on the...
Because at the end of each trailer... Yeah. So you'll see, like, I did this effect where I just took a shot of me. This was in the bamboo forest, and then I used that little thin film strip at the top and bottom, and I had that disappear, and like kind of curtains rising type thing, and then it blends into the title of the episode, and then we start the chapter. So that is I think story-wise, it could also make sense to show a clip of me at the end, because obviously I need to tie this back to, this is like a travel vlog around me as the traveler. And it's not just like some National Geographic footage you're watching where, you know, there is a subject and there is a personality, which would be me, that will be infused throughout the storytelling. So I think, let's just look through, we do have a section on selfie clips, which is over here. So let's see if maybe there's a shot here that clearly looks like it could be a final scene. And let me zoom in a bit so you guys can see. So in terms of what kind of shot, it could be a shot where I'm actually holding the camera, so it kind of, just like we did with the Uganda one, it'll show me essentially in action, right? So it's like, oh yeah, there's a guy with, he's like a photographer or a videographer. That's why we're watching this episode or this video. Now these are the selfie ones, so it's not necessarily me holding the camera, or like my professional camera. So maybe not that, but we do have another coded section on footage of me, yeah, behind the scenes shots of me. And let's just see if there's one that could work as an ending finale video. It could be this. Of all of them, maybe the shot when it, like if I do extra slow motion, and if I show that moment, and the question is how slow can I make this? So let's say I take this clip. Ooh, I'll show you, okay. Let me do it the way that Maple showed me in terms of how I can slow down the speed of a clip. So I used to do it a different way, but here I would go into the media pool, I'd find the video clip here, I'd right click and go to clip attributes, and then here I shot this at 60 frames, but I want to actually make it match the timeline, my timeline video's frame rate, which is 23.976, and it should be that when I hit OK, it has now adjusted the speed to 40% of its original speed. So now it'll give me that slow motion look and feel. So maybe this portion here, let's see. And let's actually test it out. If I bring this over, okay, let's see. Could this work as like a... this. Not saying this is how we do it, but just imagine we were switching between different clips. Let's focus on the last scene here. And then insert title coming up. You know what? I think that's actually kind of good. I think that's kind of good because, yeah, it's a cool moment. Yeah, how often do you get a big ass eagle landing on your arm? And this way you can see me. So again, it infuses a bit of my personality, brand, blah blah blah. So this is a personal vlog, right? And then I would have it fade to black. So something like. Or okay, we'll figure this part out later. But imagine the title comes in. So. And then it'll fade away, or get blurry. Cool. I think that's the winner. Winner, winner. And then we'd have the film strip also start to disappear. So we go into full screen mode. So it'd be something like, let's say roughly around here. I'm going to add a keyframe here and have the keyframe all the way by the end of this disappear. So this final keyframe will be back to 0 in terms of this cropping. So then what that means is that it'll start curtains opening up essentially. And then, you know, this is just a crude example. Obviously we'll synchronize it a little bit better based on what makes the most sense. But we will do that in the very beginning as well. So let's say maybe up to here. And I'm not sure yet. We may or may not do this. Either we start it off with it or we don't. Let's see. And I need to review how I've done in the past as well. But so it could be something like this. But that was way too that was a little way too fast, so oh, you know what? Because technically the trailer starts right here. So maybe I'll have it where by this point it goes full widescreen and maybe in the beginning it's 0. Okay, let's see how that looks. I'm not like really feeling it, so I might just have it start from the very beginning in this kind of film mode, but at the very end of the trailer we do need to bring it up again because then we're starting the episode where we want the full screen. So I think yeah, we'll leave this as is, or let's see, yeah, instead of maybe 276, what if we do like 176? So if we make it a little bit more gradual, let's see how that looks. Not worth it. Might as well just start. Okay. Okay, and technically there's a second option of when I show that Mongolia title. And there's a world where maybe I want to show it much later when I actually say the word Mongolia. So it'd be like Mongolia. I can still have it do that abrupt disappearing, but okay, bear with me. Because what I'm saying is, like, here, I'm obviously trying to introduce Mongolia, so by showing Mongolia too soon, maybe it, you know, it won't be as dramatic with my voiceover. So it'd be something like, "Venture with me as we explore the cold tundra of blah 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 in Mongolia." And then it would switch scenes. I might do something like this because also, you know, the trailer on its own, I like to publish the trailer on its own if possible. Although this one might be a little on the short side because it's like what did we say? From 10 seconds, it's like 30 seconds long. So just in case I want the trailer to show, the title to show up in the trailer portion, in case I want to just publish that section. Yeah, okay. I think that could work. And then title comes in roughly around here. And then we start the video. So now we can do the fun. I mean, all of this is fun for me personally, but we can do the more fun part, which is let's start slapping in some clips. We gotta start figuring out the sequence. Also, do I want to show this in real-time speed first? Okay, so I'm gonna basically speed this back up to normal. Oh no, I don't want to do that. Oh, I see. Find a media pool. I don't know how to do what I'm trying to do. Basically, I want to just reduce the speed of this guy back to 100% without it causing an issue. So if I just do this here, okay, that was it. Okay, so I just don't check ripple timeline and it'll keep the timeline as is. And I just want to see if I can see what it looks like in real-time speed, and if it makes more sense to include that, or if I should always show it in slow motion for the trailer. And then in the real shot, I don't know, but I mean, generally speaking, I love slow motion. So, but let's see. All right. And then we just got to find the right section of this clip. So definitely where it's like where they're obviously covered in snow. And I want it where it's like super crazy looking, so like that. So let's see. I think this is like really dramatic already. Like, this is pretty cool, personally, because I'm trying to think, like, if someone's watching this video for the first time, no context besides just they clicked on it, to see a shot like this, it's already intriguing, I think. Because yeah, you have questions like, what's going on? Like, clearly it's like this some kind of crazy weather condition, and you can just barely make out the silhouette of something, and you have an idea of what that something is, but it doesn't like click in right away. But your curiosity is piqued, and it's interesting enough that you want to keep watching. That's what I'm hoping for, and I think this shot could do that. And the question is, how much do I want to stabilize this, or let it be kind of watching it run all over the screen? And then by the end of it, they're revealed, right? So let's see if I move this away. So something like that could work. And then the next question is, do I want to completely stabilize this? Let's see what that looks like. It does not work. Yep, too much. But let's crop in more. We should be able to crop as much as needed. Okay. The only, I guess what's going on in my head right now is thinking like, do I just want to use a single clip, extend it all the way as the hook? Or do I want to cut this up somewhere here so then I jump to a moment where it's much closer, or it's slow motion? So like right here, for instance. Yes, Kimbap. Yeah, so let's just try this real quick. I might do that just because, like, I'm always thinking in terms of attention span, and every second counts, especially in the beginning of any of these videos. So anytime I can show more clips in shorter amount of time, as long as they're good clips and it feels like it shows up at the right time, so like switching it with the beat of the music, things like that, hopefully it'll just keep them interested. If I show the same clip for 10 seconds, maybe they'll just, even that, you know, you never know what will turn someone off from watching a video. So maybe I'll do something like this. I'll tweak it a bit more, but so something like that. So maybe like this section. And the other question is, do I want to start slowing it down? So I might, just roughly around the end of it, I might actually just slow it down. Or the question is, do I want to use a more close-up portion? So, because we do have more to the clip. So I could use something like this. then this one. This one, we just need the tail end of the shot. So I drag this part over. So it'd be like what? Oh, shoot. I did something I wasn't supposed to. So this part right here is what I want. Okay, so this is a possibility. This way I have like 3 different cuts inside the first 10 seconds. But it is a very short clip, and yeah, maybe it's better without. But or I need somewhere you can see his face. Then now the problem is this part's a little too short, right? I don't have the answer yet. I mean, this is part of the fun. And for those of you who are watching, hopefully you can find this fun as well. Or at least if there is value, it's the fact that you're watching me struggle. And the struggle is not a bad thing. It will be much more memorable if and when we see the final product and it's epic, right? We're gonna create a really epic video. And so if you're watching now, you get to see that it didn't just come out of, it wasn't easy. It wasn't just like, oh, there's a template and he just inserted it and it's magic. You're actually seeing how I'm struggling through different decisions, creative decisions, potential ways. And there's like an infinite number of ways to make this trailer. And a lot of them work really well. A lot of them will be better than what I end up creating. But at least you get to see in this alternate universe, in the single universe timeline, you see what I create. And over time, as we grow this channel and the community, your input will be very crucial. So I'm all ears when it comes to anyone suggesting what I should do or things that would make this better. Right now, I'm going down like a rabbit hole of like, should I try to include maybe 3 different clips in the first 10 seconds as opposed to one single extended clip? So what I'm trying to do is, can I start with the obscure shot? So yeah, still conveying like what's going on. There's like a snowstorm and we see the rough silhouettes of some figures racing towards us. So I want that to be conveyed really well in the beginning. Maybe jumping to a shot where now they're much more clear. So now we're actually getting the picture painted for us before hopping into a nice slow motion close-up of the Mongolian eagle hunter with his eagle, which is essentially the key theme in many ways across all of this. So yeah, anyways, let's see how it looks. And the problem is that the clips might be too short, so I'm trying to find the right moments. And let's also try, let's add a little bit of a cross dissolve. Maybe not there, but here. What do we think? That first part now just feels way too short. The struggles, right? The alternative is we just use a full, like a longer, we just use 2 clips. Where it does clear up towards the end. I think that works actually. So maybe with 10 seconds, 3 clips is a little bit cutting it close in terms of being too abrupt for some of the clips. Whereas if we can spend what, this is about like, yeah, roughly half and half, so like 5 seconds each. That gives each clip enough time to breathe. Now I just gotta find the right portion of this where it's a little bit more stable maybe. And then the last, or one of the last things I'll do here is I'm going to add some keyframes to the positioning and the zoom of that final shot. Because I want to, because we're cropping the top and the bottom, I think I need to reposition towards the end so that we make sure we line up the eagle a little bit better. So I think I need to like lift up the shot a bit more so we get a bit more of the eagle centered. And we have to make sure we don't end up cropping the shot. So okay, let's see how this looks. So this way it'll pan over from the hunter over to the eagle at the end, and then we switch over to the trailer. Focuses on the talons and boom. Yeah. I think that's good. I think that's really good. What do you think, Nala? Nala has joined. I think she kicked out Kimbap. And Kimbap's like, what the heck, man? You're a good girl. There you are. There you are. So this one's Nala. So Nala is, I believe, like 4 to 5 years old. I got her after COVID. And then I got Kimbap to keep her company, especially when I was traveling a lot. But they ended up just fighting for most of the time. Now they're friendly with each other. They're closer. But there was a time when I was nervous that they would kill each other. Is that right, Kimbap? Yeah? Are you a good girl? You're a good boy? Good girl, Nala? Yeah. Alright. Anyways, back to it. I will have you know I have not left this chair in however long it's been on this stream. My bladder is very, very strong. And I can go all day without eating. I haven't eaten all day. All I've had is my iced coffee and my Forever Strawberry sparkling soda. Well, this is also a reason I was like, you know what? As we're going down this live streaming journey, I think I can handle it. I can do both, you know, the active stuff, like when you travel the world and, you know, you're carrying around 15-20 kgs of camera gear. So I can do the active stuff when needed. And I can also do the boring stuff and not find it boring. So I could just be sitting here all day working on this. Yeah, so I do have an endurance for this kind of stuff. So I figured let's try out the live stream. So that's what you guys are part of on day 6 of that journey. Now I feel pretty good because I'm happy with what we've gotten so far. And I am trying my best not to become not to lean into my perfectionism, because I do know that we are almost at the end of week 1 of the 2-week timer that I've given myself to finish this first episode. So, and we're still on the opening hook of the trailer. But this is the most important part of the video, right? It's the first 10 to 30 seconds or so, 1 minute. So I do want to be very, very good about it. But I think right now what we got is pretty decent. And tomorrow and every subsequent day, obviously as we review it, we might make changes, especially as we figure out what else comes next. So it's not the worst thing. But I think right now this is it's pretty good. The only thing I'll do is maybe I'll add a subtle zoom. Zooming is probably the tool that I use the most when it comes to adding any effects to my shots. It's a very, very subtle effect. It's not some kind of visual, flashy, you know, anything. It's just a zoom effect. That's it. And I find that effect works very well for the types of footages that I've captured to date. So for example, what you're seeing me do is I'm going towards the end of that clip and I've added some keyframes. And we have keyframes at the beginning of the clip for the zoom and the position. And so then going to the last keyframe, and you can tell because the red dots, let me full screen it a bit more. So these little red dots is how you understand what feature is being keyframed. So essentially making adjustments between keyframes. So here I have the end of the clip and we added some red diamonds on the front. And by default it's at, there is no zoom. By default it's at its normal full screen mode. And by default the position is also at 0. So it's just centered. But now I want to zoom in. You're seeing the image is a little bit strange because I have a cross dissolve. It's like dissolving into the next image or the next clip. So the 2 horsemen in the middle, that's the original clip that we want to work with. We just happen to see the rest visually. So let's say I zoom in to like 1.35. And they're already somewhat centered, so I don't really need to change the position. The only thing I might consider is obviously you can see the face of the individual here. He is the writer on the right side. So I can either keep it centered, or I might center this guy towards the end of the shot, so then it transitions into a closer shot of him later. Well, I'll show you both, and we'll have a good sense if one is better than the other. But now this will allow me to see my shot slowly zoom in, and we'll see if it's a good enough effect or not. Yeah, I mean, like I said, it's a very, very subtle effect. Version 2 is where we zoom in more. Let's do the exact same shot, but... And let's see. Okay, look at it. Cool, cool. Version 3. So I think I prefer version 2 to version 1. So let's call this now version 1. Version 2 is towards the end of this clip. We're actually going to try to match. We're going to try to line up that second rider with the cropped version of him later. So let's say I zoom in more. And then we'll just have him. So now you can see he's within his own frame, which is kind of cool. Now the question is, does it look cool in the shot? So we've added even more zoom. So we got to test to see if it's too much. Yeah. It was a cool idea in theory, but unless you're observing this frame by frame, the clip is going by so quickly that I don't think anyone can even make out the details. So I don't know, and the zoom might be a little too much. I'm already at almost two times zoom. So instead of this being version 2, let's try just a little less zoom. Actually, this might be better, because now I'm kind of following the, I don't know if contour is the right word for this, but I'm kind of following the curve of the second rider with the fur hat or whatever he's wearing. So the curve of his body kind of follows the curve of the hat. So this is what I'm saying, where it's like a little bit autistic what I'm doing here. Nobody's actually observing this frame by frame. But sometimes I like making my decisions based off of these really minute, unnecessary, granular details. It's a little like, I don't want to say rebellious side of me, but it's like, hey, at least you can infuse your personality a little bit more to whatever you're shooting. And even if it doesn't visually make a big difference to the audience, it's my kind of signature or DNA. I think that's good. Now, the other kind of pushback potentially is that the shot is somewhat shaky, right? Like you can see that clearly I'm moving the camera where it starts off on the left and we're zooming in to get it centered. And in some ways, I think I'm okay with that, just because it adds a little to the chaos of what's happening. So I think I'm okay to justify leaving it like that. So a little bit of shaky, a little bit of not centering. And then here is very, very smooth, so it's no issue. But I think what I will do is I'll also add a little subtle amount of zoom even to this next clip. So we did have a time frame for the positioning, which I'm going to adjust slightly more actually. I'm just going to lift the head up a bit more. But we will also apply a touch of zoom. Okay. let's review. Beautiful. I am happy with this, and that's all that matters. But hopefully those of you watching also find this pretty cool. And like I said, I think it'll be fun to always look back at this in the VODs, let's say, where you can see where I started with and where I ended. If you remember at the start of the stream or when we were starting this section of editing, none of this was understood. We didn't know what soundtrack to use. We didn't know what section of the clips to use. Every little thing that I did here was a decision that had to be made, lined up against a few other potential options. So we've now dug into a potential final solution here that I think is visually very appealing. I think it looks really cool. It works very well. So we can move on to the next part. So we got the first 10 seconds done. Now we got what, from 10 seconds to, so we got like, well, actually we got this part done. So we got 24 more seconds to fill in inside of here. So now I can start deleting some of the clips because we've used them already. Although we might use some portion of this again in the trailer. So actually, yeah, I won't delete that, but we'll keep the one on the bottom. So we'll keep that. Now let's try to figure out what goes into the middle 20 seconds. So we got epic eagle hunter, horse, eagle hunter, nature, last clipping on the eagle. So do we transition into another eagle shot where now it's another, perspective of the same kind of eagle? Or is that too much? Is that redundant and we should actually show a different part of Mongolia? It's an open question which I don't have the answer to, so this is where I need to start kind of reviewing the clips we have. Also, I can start deleting all these potential soundtracks that we were working with. I think we've identified which one we want to use. But having said that, I do want to make sure I save that one soundtrack that we had created as a potential opening trailer, this one. Let's just listen to it again. Whoops. And I think this trailer, we're going to use it for a future vlog. Because it is nice. I think it's quite epic in how it sounds. But it didn't really have a Mongolian cultural element to it, which I wanted to infuse. Because Mongolian soundtrack, or like the throat singing, is very, very distinct for them. So whenever we end up using this, I'm really stoked because I think we did a bang up job with splicing up that soundtrack, the original one, to make sure there is a cool, there's like an arc to the soundtrack. So starting off very, very quiet and kind of like a nice slow pace, picking up the pace each time, and then leading to the final build up, and then a nice little finale drop off. So what I'm trying to do is I just want to make sure before I delete all this that I save it so I don't redo this work later. Let's figure out, so I'm just in the export tab of DaVinci, and what I'm trying to do is I just want to map out this section only, the soundtrack section. So I'm just marking in and marking out the specific moments of the soundtrack. Now I don't know why, but it's forcing me to render the whole clip there. So maybe I have to hit. Let's see if this helps. Nope. Let's maybe move this out of the way. And let's do it from here, maybe. Maybe that's what it is. Okay. There we go. So I just want this audio track up until the end. So as a single clip, audio, export audio, I am not going to touch any of this. I'm assuming all of this is good to go. I am not an audio expert, especially on the technical side of things. I think I have a good ear for music, don't get me wrong. I can play guitar, but it's been a number of years. Maybe at some point, if someone donates enough money to me, I will pick up that guitar and play for you guys. And you guys will pay me to stop playing, I'm sure. But yeah, I have a good ear for it, but I don't know any of these details. This is where I have to ask an expert or ChatGPT. In terms of what I'm trying to do, though, I just need to bring this over into my audio soundtrack section. This was lens distortions, music, and let me just put this in albums. This was the For All Times album, but this is a specific, my own rendition, I guess, or my, not rendition, but the Magnum trailer compilation of Magnum Opus. Okay. So I'm going to add this to the render queue. This is how you essentially put things into what you want to export. Let me go ahead and delete all these former... Actually, no, I like to keep it just in case I need to go back. Okay, so I'm going to click the one we just looked at, and I'm going to hit render. So if I did this properly, what it should be doing is it's exporting out that soundtrack that we just created. So let's listen to it. Okay, I wanted to listen to it again without seeing the actual clips so that I can test for myself if we did a good job of blending the soundtrack sections together. And I think we did. I couldn't really noticeably tell if there was a jump cut somewhere. So with all of that done, now I can safely delete this soundtrack. And this one as well. Oh yeah, all of these. So we can just delete all this. And let's get back into looking at all the clips now. I'm going to start... whoops. Okay. I'm going to start bringing all these clips closer to each other so that I don't have to keep scrolling so far to see all my potential clips. So I'm just deleting the space in between. Whenever there's empty space between two clips, you can just click on that space and then hit delete. Alright, so this is where we need to start figuring out a theme to whatever we see. So we mentioned we ended the shot, or we have the shot of the eagle close up. So what should come next? Well, let's start kind of perusing through. And sometimes it could just be a bunch of different cuts. If I can find shots where there's a good transition. So let's imagine the eagle, and if I transition to this horse, but the horse was facing the same direction as the eagle we just saw, so it kind of like blends in together, then that could be interesting. So let's say this shot, if I flip it, Not saying this is what we'll actually do, but just to show you guys as an example. Oh shoot. Let's just bring it over. And I probably should just delete all the actual soundtrack or the audio, because we're going to have a soundtrack. Okay, so what I'm saying is I could potentially have it so if the eagle is looking to the left and the face is over there, can I position the horse, if it's the next shot, to also be looking to the left and, you know, facing over there. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. This one, not really. Like, it doesn't really add to it. I don't think I want to start the trailer with the horse. It's not as, like, thematic. But that was just as an example to show you guys. Let me bring it back. Now, I do want to delete all of the actual sound recordings from my clips. And don't worry, if I delete any of this, that's okay, because these are all duplicates from my actual timeline that we see here. So, what do we want as the first shot? Let's just zoom in a bit. So, reminder, we had an eagle, and then the trailer is really starting at this point. So I imagine I want to start with the bang, but I also want to start with something very Mongolian. This one could work, generally, just because of the fact that there's a world where I can, you know, like the example we were just giving with the horse, maybe we can actually make it transition quite seamlessly with the previous shot. You get what I'm trying to do. So it could be something like this where, now let's say if I bring this down more centered, and let's say if I actually zoom in more to make the face a bit larger. Okay, before I go too crazy, let's just see how crazy I made my changes. And if the beak opens at the same time as the vocals, extra bonus. I'm just trying to cut out the portion of this where I'm not moving the camera. Hey, thank you for the subscribe. I don't know how to pronounce your name. It's in a different language, but thank you for subscribing on YouTube. Yeah, for anyone who's just joining or watching the VOD later, a quick reminder, this is day 6 of me on my live stream journey, and I am a professional photographer, videographer, and a fairly new YouTuber, about a year old in that sense, and 6 days old in terms of Twitch, YouTube, and Kick for live streaming. So I appreciate any support, whether that comes in the form of donations, follows, comments, subscribes, whatever, and engagement as well. Or sharing this with anyone you think might be interested. So right now we're just working on my upcoming YouTube video, which will be on my trip to Mongolia from last year. And We're specifically working on the trailer that will be at the very start of the video. It doesn't look like we made a lot of progress, but I swear we have. This was one of the toughest parts, is figuring out what the soundtrack is, as well as what is the opening shot. So now I'm just trying to figure out what goes into the center of the trailer, and we also did figure out what the ending shot would be, which was this cool moment as the eagle lands, and then I would start blurring the shot a bit, adding the title, and there we go. So we made some progress, but now we're also making some struggles as well. Oh, thank you very much, Game Masty. Appreciate the subscribe. Yeah, and I apologize if I miss things at times. Also, I keep hearing like a double alert sound, and I don't know how to fix it. So if I ever miss a message, or you know, if you reach out to me in some way and I miss it, I do apologize. I am only 6 days into streaming, and I have a lot of technical issues that I've been dealing with and fixing, but a lot more to go. So right now I'm just working on, can I make a cool little transition, and is this even the right shot? I actually don't. We're going down this experiment, but there's a world where I completely scrap everything we're about to do, but that's part of the creative process. And what I mean is, do I really want to have an eagle shot followed by another eagle shot? Initially I was thinking no, but if I can have it transition nicely, that's one thing. And the way the beak is moving on the eagle, if it looks like it's also like it's actually doing the singing, that's kind of a cool random effect. Now what I'm trying to figure out is, I don't really zoom in for this section here, so I want to add a little bit of zoom. And I mean zoom, but I think probably zoom out to follow the same direction as I was doing it. So let's say if it's like this, and then just have it zoom all the way out. So what does that look like? It's not bad. You know what? I think it's a 7 out of 10 attempt that I've made in terms of moments. You'll see, you guys will see when I have moments, it will happen, and I'm like, this is what I live for essentially. There will be moments as I'm editing these videos or photos where something just clicks and it is just perfect. It's just like, I say perfect, but it's the stars aligned with how I'm editing something. It could be somehow the soundtrack is just perfectly lined up with the moment, or thematically, blah blah blah. And I will probably end up fist pumping, or you'll visibly be able to tell I'm very, very happy with what I just did. When those moments happen, it's kind of what gives me the encouragement or the excitement to keep doing what I'm doing. Let me think, is there a moment I can show you guys where that happened? Well, you know, I showed a few examples already, and I do feel bad repeating the same examples because there's so much I can show, and it's just I'm leaning on the same ones too often. But what can I show? This is not like a big one, so this is like a 7 out of 10. So this is similar to what we just did. I just had a nice little transition with the music here, where you see this, and then just, yeah, showing a similar scene, but the boots in action now as we were, you know, trekking through. And it was more, you know, it's not crazy. It's not like I did this really picture perfect transition. But it was nice that I found a good music and a nice little moment to transition over. So that's an example of like a 7 out of 10 of when I'm like, I just did something epic. When you guys see a 9 or a 10 out of 10, ooh, you will know. So 7 out of 10 here, mainly because you see the beak moving. It somewhat lines up with the throat singer, but if I wanted to, maybe I could, if the clip was longer, we can make it look more like that. But I do want to keep it fairly short to match this song. So each of those beats I think will be a clip. So it goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. So either it'll be 8 clips that we just put in here, or sometimes I like to also start out a little bit slower in terms of having longer clips, because by the end of the trailer, as the music picks up, there will be moments where you can do a bit more like a machine gun of quickly showing clips as a dramatic build-up. So maybe I want to start a little bit slower as well. So it might, instead of being 8 clips, it could be something like this. It could be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So just have two short, 1 long pattern. So let's go with that. So it'd be this one. Let's figure out the next clip. What should it be? And whatever we end up putting in there, it's definitely not going to stay as is, because I think I need to... Well, actually, I guess it depends if I do an extended voiceover. If I include voiceover for the entirety of the trailer, then obviously what I'm going to be saying is going to be giving teasers about what they should expect in this episode. So I'll be saying stuff like, hey, in this episode, as we're exploring Mongolia, watch as we, see as I spend time or learn the ways of the eagle hunter, as we survive one of the country's worst winter storms. And so as I'm saying, like, whatever they're going to see in that episode, or the whole series technically, yeah. So as I talk about in this travel to Mongolia, watch as I spend time and learn the traditions of the eagle hunter, explore the terrain and the harsh weathers that they survive in, including one of the worst storms in history. Watch as, like XYZ, whatever I'm saying now is not going to be good, but the point is, you can imagine whatever I'm saying throughout, then the clips that I have should be mapping up with what I say. And then there's a lazier part of me that says, let's not do voiceover except for the first 10 seconds, which means all of this will just have to rely on the strength of the clips, the ordering of the clips, as well as the soundtrack. My cat's going crazy over there. Yes, Kimbap? What do you want? What about you? You okay, Nala? Uh-oh. I think I've, Hey, Kimbap. What's going on? They are the friendliest cats. I'm sure every owner says that, but this one acts like a dog more often. Actually, Nala, when she was more of a kitten, I used to play fetch with her, so she loved just bringing the toy over and I'd chuck it, runs over, picks it back up, brings it back. Ever since I got Kimbap, though, she hasn't really been as playful, unfortunately. Now they play together a little bit too much at times, but... Anywho, let's get back to this. So after the eagle clip, I just need to figure out what could be a good one that comes after without it being too much. So I could do like 3 consecutive shots of the eagle in different formats. So let's say we have the eagle, like the one we just saw, perched on the ground. Then maybe one like this, so in flight. And then one of the point of view. So like this one for sure I know I want to use somewhere. So actually let's just drag this over for now, because I do need to figure out anyways what portion of this can be shown in the short time we have. So let's say if it's something like this. So then from here, so from like what, here? So we got this to this, right there, okay. So basically what I'm trying to say is, just to show an example, it'd be like clip 1, we haven't figured out clip 2, but it'd be like this. So like that. So we have just enough time for this amount. So then we just got to figure out which part of the clip is actually best to use. And I think there was a moment where you can see a little bit of the eye of the eagle. So let's see if we can find it. Yes, Kimbap. Oh yeah, this part here. So then it's a little bit more obvious what we're looking at. So let's say... And you saw that little click sound. Where was it? That little click in the music. I probably want to synchronize that with when the eagle turns its head. So let's see if I got it here. Yeah. So those are the kind of things I get a little bit OCD about, but when it works, it works. So it could be something like this. Yeah. So now we just gotta figure out the middle shot. But yeah, so maybe we just start this trailer with eagles first. So the first 3 clips will be eagles. Next 3 clips could be whatever else, cultural, whatever. So we can cut it off from here. Okay, let's figure out the next eagle shot that goes in the middle of that. Probably a close-up one just to fit with the rest, kind of. Or another in-flight one. I do have a lot of in-flight shots anyways. And I think actually this shot could be good. Because we're showing the backside of the eagle. But that kind of fits with as it transitions to the point of view of the eagle. Does that make sense? It could work. Or the shot that I have of the eagle where you can actually see the GoPro on its head. Let's see. Where is that clip? This one. Now the only problem is this clip comes technically after the clip of them flying, but whatever. Let's just see how it looks. So let's say we want to use some portion from this, probably this part right here. We'll just cut this part out. Also, I need to charge my keyboard. Cool. So let's jump back to the beginning. Okay, let's figure out the right section. Same thing, I'm just trying to see if I can sync up a little bit with when the beak, when it opens its mouth, like that, yeah. That's not bad. Let's see how it looks. It's coming together, right? I think it's not bad. But just in case, let's also just check out some other sections of the part we cut out. I mean, that's pretty good too, actually. But the problem is this one, I think, has a little bit too much motion up and down, so it might be harder to follow along with. This is my current hypothesis. So let's try this one again. Yeah. I think that works. And then we'll add some subtle zoom to these as well. But let's just take a quick recap and watch it all over from the beginning and see how it is. Yeah. I'm liking this. I'm liking it. Okay, so here we use 3 clips of eagles to start off the trailer. So that means we need 3 new clips, and we might as well stick to that theme of having 3 shots of the same subject. So it could be 3 shots of a horse, 3 shots of camel, or domesticated animals. So if we do horse, we kind of know this one for sure. And you know what? I think we will do the horse because I want to somewhat front load some of the coolest shots that I have to keep the interest level of any viewers. So I'm leaning towards doing 3 shots of the horse, only because we know that there's some really crazy shots in the snow of the horse. And okay, another thought is it doesn't have to be 3 shots of the horse. It could be 3 shots of the animals in this crazy snow environment, because we know we have that one shot of the yak. Did we pass it? Yeah, we have some shots of the yak fully covered in snow. So we have like when it's walking, close up, and then we have the horse as well. So that could work, or yeah, I don't know. Let's keep looking. So let's take a pause from the eagle. It could be nature, but to me, just like nature doesn't excite me as much in terms of like the shots. Because if you think about it, like most nature shots, it's going to be like you're not either moving much, or obviously the mountains don't really move, so you don't get a lot of action. If this counts as nature, then yes, like you get a little bit of action because you can see the crazy snowy environments. So there is that. This could be cool to show 3 shots of my point of view on an adventure. So let's think about that. I guess I could do that. I could do 3 animal shots, 3 kind of like human shots. So it could be 3 shots of the hunters, but from my kind of point of view. So we can start with that little shot of me on the horse. Sorry, I keep changing my mind or thinking of different things. I think when I show the shot of me on horseback, there is a selfie of me from that same ride that probably works right after it. So like this shot, one of these shots, jumps over to a selfie of me on that same horse. I think that probably makes more sense. So we'll do 3 shots of me on horseback in different points of view. What else do we got? Obviously we got the eagle hunters, but I want to save that a little bit towards end the other part of the trailer. Okay. Where was that one? I think I put it in the front. Yeah, so what I'm talking about is this clip right here. So I think this one goes well with the horse shot. So then we're kind of connecting the shots a little bit. And we're doing it in combination, or like we're doing it in sets of 3 to match the music. So, and this could be the 3rd clip because it's kind of cool. You're seeing the guy with the rifle in his back. Possibly. Let's see. So let me go find that one clip. So maybe one of these clips. Like this. Yeah, okay. So imagine if I clip something from that. Is there a better part? Let's see. No. Okay. We clip the right part. And then we clip from here. And the rest of this we may or may not use. I'm going to drag this over as put potential. I don't think it's gonna go actually next, but I just want to make sure I trim it down to the right lengths. So imagine, take a journey with me, where I'm gonna probably line it up with this one a bit. Okay, let's just check it out. Something like that. So either this one will be the last shot, or we have a shot of like something else that fits the theme of this kind of horse riding, which I believe we saw. Like one of these shots probably. But I need one that looks epic, so I think it'll be where you can see them. He's got his like fox coat with the rifle. So it could just be one of those moments there, stabilized a bit. And I don't think I need this part. Although this part's a little cleaner, if it's stable. Nah, we'll use somewhere in the beginning, like roughly up until here. There must be a good part. So let me just cut it from here. And we're going to bring this all the way to the beginning. Okay. And what part of this? Maybe something like right around here. Wait, did I do this right? Let's see. What did I say? It's gonna be 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, okay. So then let's stabilize this. Okay. And so my thought process is I'd make this scene the longer one, but it might be, not to say it's boring, but also I need to figure out the stabilization a bit better. Okay, there might be a world where I actually end more on the selfie shot of me. Not to say like listen, I promise I'm not narcissistic, and it's not like I like seeing myself on camera. But it could be a nice, just because I'm staring at the camera, and I give a little bit of a wink, so it kind of works with the music maybe. Let's see. Because unfortunately I thought this shot could look good as a longer clip. It's not like, it's not doing it for me necessarily. As a long clip. As a shorter clip, it seems okay. Let's try roughly like this. But I also really don't know if I want to have a longer clip of just me. I also don't think that can work. Let's see. Yeah, it's a little too long to just linger on me on this, to be honest with you. Or I feel uncomfortable with it. But the winking kind of works with the timing, so we got that going for it. Okay, we'll leave it for now because I'm not planning to put this next anyways. But at least we know we got a set of 3 that could potentially work. But I think what we want is probably the blizzard horse shots. So we want, yeah, these shots. So a moment here where it's looking straight at the camera. So potentially from when its head is down first and then when it goes up. And then we can end it right there. So this will probably be the final shot, the one we give the most time to. I think one of these shots. So maybe just right there. So we got close-up shot, far away in the snow, and maybe one of these. Okay. Let's bring it over. And to speed it up, since we have this template now, we can use this as a way to shorten the clips above it faster. So let's start with the first one. Let's drag this away. Which part do we want to use? Probably right when the footstep, or when the foot drops. So then there. Oh, somehow I did my timings incorrectly, but anyways. Oh yeah, we have the answer. Okay. Oops. So we'll delete this part. And let's just line it up. Okay. So now let's just see, roughly speaking, how it all looks. I think that's pretty good. I think we're making progress here. So, assuming we keep, okay, let me see if this makes sense to keep doing it at this pace, like 3 shots per, because the problem is now if I keep this going for too long, we run out of space to show all the cool parts of this trip. So this is where I need to start picking it up, I think. So it'd be like 1, 2, 3. So that's fine. Let's just look at it again. 1, 2, 3. So I need to trim it down, I think. Yeah, so then, okay, cool. So I think what would happen is we start picking it up here. So we did sets of 3 for this section. Then we can start doing into like 4 beats essentially. And then, so it'd be like, just using this one as an example maybe. So it'd be like 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3. So then this last one will be a set of 3 again. So kind of like, technically this could work if I sync it up a bit. So for instance, let's say I sync this one up better. Okay, it's not proper, but so it'd be like what? Okay, so this is like a placeholder. Basically, it means I can add 4 more clips here. Then we got these 3 clips. And then here, when this part kicks in, now this is rapid pace, where I think I can do like 1, 2, how did it go? Let's see. 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. So if I kept it the same, which I don't think I will, but we could do something where it's like, what do we do? 3, 6, 9, 12. That's essentially like 12 more clips here. And where's my final one? Oh no, did I delete it? Oh, whoops. I think I deleted that one clip that we had identified, which would be the final one. Let me see what I did with it. Did I somehow overwrite it? Well, it looks like I must have deleted it a long time ago. I mean, it's not the worst thing. I'll just have to find it again and all that fun stuff, but how strange. I did it so long ago. And the problem is I did it so long ago that actually no, I've done this before. So if I can find the clip. Okay, so this I must have overridden it with this shot accidentally. There it is. Okay. So here's how I salvage it. I believe I can hit cut. And if I now redo all my changes. Oh shoot. I think I just ruined it. I did exactly what I wasn't supposed to do. Because now Am I stuck here? Let's see. Kimbap. I think I just essentially overwrote all the hard work we just did. Not the worst case, you know, like I didn't go too deep in the edits, but just annoying. Okay, you know what? And this is a good lesson for me, where, because I made some mistakes like this in my last video, and so I do need to remind myself to constantly save my settings, essentially, or create like a duplicate, if that makes sense. So this is a good time for me to actually do that. So I'm gonna go find the timeline, and I'm going to duplicate this. Great, now let's keep going. Unfortunately, this means, where do we leave off? Thankfully that part's still good. Then that means I gotta find that one eagle clip where it's wearing, where she's got that little GoPro. Where are you? It's just like such a struggle sesh now. Okay, here it is. This part, okay. So if I remember, we clipped essentially this part here. And that was it. Yeah. That was like such a rookie mistake. But that's fine. We will redo this section here. And sometimes by doing this again, maybe I'll find something even better to do, but I think we'll just keep what we did. And then I think we gotta re-find that one spot. I think it's that spot. Right here. Okay, let's see. Alright, and then we gotta sync this guy up again. Alright. What came after this? It was the, oh my god, what did we agree on? Was it the 3 horse? I think it was the 3 horse shots, right? And let me just bring this back again. I'm gonna put it in the... just want to put it somewhere where I won't accidentally delete it again. Alright, we'll just be more mindful. How tough can that be, right? So the 3 horse shots we had, or the 3 snow shots, was the lifting head here. So roughly like this. It was the horse fully covered. And the moment when it lifts its head. Okay. And then when the yak was walking with the hoof stomp. Okay. Got all 3. Let's cut that out and drag it over here. Cool, didn't overwrite anything, and let's now work on this. Cool. Okay. Right around here. And we gotta bring this guy up a bit. And then bring that guy. That kind of works as is, but let's see, I want the head lifting a little bit more, so we're going to crop it here, drag it over. Okay, let's look at it now. Cool, cool, cool. All right. There's nothing worse than putting in all that time and then you delete everything. I've done that at work back in the corporate days where you work on a PowerPoint presentation and then you hit the wrong button and all of it just, or Excel, you know, like all of it just disappears. Anyways, where were we? So we have the eagle shots, we have the winter horse, kind of like domesticated animal shots. So now I think I want probably, oh my god, what were we working on before? I can't believe it. I'm just over myself in terms of how did I make such a foolish mistake? Okay, so I think we wanted some eagle hunter shots. So if we start with eagle, okay, maybe I shouldn't be showing these shots up front. I think I need some kind of human elements next. Although, okay, you know what? We did start off with the human element here. Okay, let me just keep listening to the song. So it'd be 1, 2, 3. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Okay, so I counted, I might be able to use like about 17 clips. And in the sequence of it, there was like maybe 2 more sections. Yeah, so we have 2 more sections we can highlight in this slow part. And then it's a lot of fast-paced mixing up shots. But in total, we have 17 more clips we can potentially use. And what are the themes? We had the eagle, we had a little bit of blizzard, so we need to show the eagle hunters, as well as the, yeah, so we need something more traditional and like cultural. And maybe the eagle hunter collectively, so like the, oh well, could be the selfie shots of the horseback. I think the horseback, stuff like that, we can put into the quick compilation here. So if we have eagle, domesticated animal / blizzard, what's missing? We need eagle hunter, so like the combination of them. And I guess maybe nature. Nature, we can definitely use one of these shots because how cool is that? Yeah, okay. Maybe a nature one. Nature and culture. So then we end up with a little bit of wildlife, animal, nature, culture. Then in terms of the rapid approach one, that's when we can start putting in anything. So then it's a free-for-all of the best remaining shots. Including, at that point, I'll include some more like selfies of me. So yeah, it'll tie it all back together at the end. Cool. Okay, I'm saying it out loud, but I'm not doing. But I'm a little bit happier because I think I have a structure. So maybe let's look at the cultural shots first. So one of these would be cool. So any clip here is fine for now. This could work as well. This could work as well, but I want something where, yeah, like where you see someone with like the full-on outfit. So let's see. We got 2. Oh, maybe. Oh yeah, I think a close-up makes sense. We just gotta find the best close-up. I think there were better ones, but just in case, let's bring it over. Maybe this portion here. Oh, we have more. Okay, so these are possibilities. I think that helps because then either I'll start with the close-up and then go to the shot of either him and then followed by the one of the lady. Unless we have other shots, but I just want to keep checking. Selfie shot for later. Oh, actually, on that note, let me bring this shot over to the selfie section. Okay. There we go. This could be useful. This is a different angle, which is nice, and it also separates out the background, so in terms of point of view, this is actually really cool. So we'll drag all of it over for now. This is also a cool angle. And does she look different, or did she do, is it the same? Oh, she just kind of buttoned up a bit, I guess. And the background, obviously. So this one looks more like a kitchen, whereas this one, it's a little cleaner. And yeah, okay, I think I prefer prefer something from this one. That rotation is kind of cool. I don't know if I'll use it for here or maybe for the faster clip section, but let's just cut it from there. I think the focus isn't on properly, so that's a kind of cool moment as well. So it is not easy. This is it's a lot of work, I will say that. The problem is I overshoot. I end up with more film than is necessary probably. So hopefully that means I don't miss a moment, but it also means I spend more time finding the moments. This is a cute moment. Yeah, I'll probably do it in reverse. So it'll be close up, zooming out. And I think I won't put that in the, or I guess no, I don't have, I can't fit it in just yet. So I'd like to keep this one, but like we'll definitely have this in the video. But I think in terms of outfit, if I had to choose, like obviously the other guy had more like outdoor active kind of hunting gear on. So it just adds a little bit more flavor to the shot. So I think we're okay. I think we're good to at least start doing the filtering on another combo section or a set. Let's drag it over. And make sure not to delete anything. Cool, okay. So let me think. Okay, yeah. I was just want to test something. I was testing if it's too slow, if I need to change it up a bit. But I think what we discussed makes the most sense, which is we're going to do 4 shots. So we'll split this one up into 1, 2, 1, 2. Oh, actually, let's see. Okay, we might follow the little dinging sound. So it's not an even split of 4. Yeah, let's just look through. So what do we say? It could start with the close-up. So we want to find a close-up shot first. This shot isn't like super close up, but you can see those feathers, which kind of adds to the cultural aspect. So a little bit of motion. Let's see. And let's also see how much of a zoom I can do on this. Actually, this could work as well because you do see a little bit of, let's see. So obviously we're going for a more like artistic shot by cropping in so much. But I'm trying to see because in some ways obviously we're going to show a clip of the actual singer, the local. But I also want a shot where I'm focusing on the instrument because it is a very distinct instrument. You know, like this kind of two-stringed, I forget what we looked up, like a horse fiddle essentially. So I think I want... In this one, the angle's too straight on, so I think I prefer this kind of angled look. A lot of it's blurry, but the focus for a key section will be on the instrument right there. Okay, so to test, oh shoot, is this really shot at 24 frames? Damn, I was hoping I had a slow motion. So while I don't have the benefit of genuine slow motion, because it's fast, I guess technically we can use more. Alright, let's bring this over. Let's see how it looks. That's kind of cool. And I guess this one we can use as well. And then maybe, okay, so if we have 2 shots of him, let's do 2 shots of her. But same thing, let's do a close-up shot. And maybe like if I can do an orbit shot. So I want one of her singing or smiling, so for sure something from there. If I have a little motion, that just helps make it look more creative. Okay, I want to see if I can include this, but in reverse. So like for instance, imagine if I could do this really well. This shot in reverse as it rotates to see her face. Not fully, but just wherever is stable. So if I go to change clip speed, if I hit reverse speed, okay. But we're not done because I need to speed this up, or I need to smooth it out a bit. And also I need to stabilize it. So let's imagine if we stabilize. Now the problem is the way I shot it. Clearly I paused. Like you can see where this section here where I kind of zoomed in, but then I was taking a step, so the motion stopped here, and then it picked up again. So really we're looking for just this part here, unless I speed it up. So we'll bring this over and let's look at the other shot we want. It's probably like, I don't think I want when she's looking at the camera, so probably anywhere from here onwards. Yeah, and we got a little bit of rotation, so. All right, let's try this out. Yes, King Pop. Okay, guys, I think I need to feed my cats. I'm pretty sure it's that time. So if you will allow me just a few brief moments, we'll step away, but I will leave you with one of my YouTube videos. This is one of the lessons. It's funny, I haven't really been able to showcase this because I haven't really stepped away from the desk. But I did spend some time creating these kind of like be right back scenes where I just found some of my clips across all my YouTube videos and then clippable like highlights. And so it'll just be on loop and it'll play whatever in the shuffled list, but it will give me some time to go feed my cats. So I'll be right back.
Time seemed to stand still as we trekked deeper into the forest, always just a step behind the chimps we were tracking. But there was no rush, no anxiety, just the forest setting our pace, its ambient sounds lulling us into a tranquil state of zen. I was at peace, simply existing within the magic of the moment. If I had to guess, it was close to 3 hours of searching, but we stayed persistent, and thankfully, as you're about to see, it all paid off.
Okay, we are back. We are back. My cats are satisfied. See? So where were we? We were trying to insert some of the clips of the locals, and so I think I had a set of 4 that I wanted. 2 of one of the men and 2 of this lady here. There's another shot, right? It's just like here's the one I've chosen already. Okay, so it's like this. Maybe a little bit longer. And then we'll do the fine tuning probably later, but we'll definitely do more fine tuning. Right now, I just want to get the timings in general kind of done. So let's check. Just to like decide the question is, do I have the ability to speed all this? Now, I do have some speed effects that don't always work right. It's just not speed. Oh, it's because this one. I forgot. Oh, that's kind of cool. Because I reversed this clip. Technically, the speed effects are also done in reverse. So it's slightly like that. It's a little frustrating. But we can work around that. So let's just cut off a lot of this. So we don't need all that. okay, you'll see a little bit of trend or pattern of how I work. It's the same thing. I'm trying to see her lip motions and if I can time it or synchronize it with whatever's happening in the music. I think this section doesn't really have the best to show because I don't want to just show her doing nothing, like singing one note. I think I'll do that, yeah. Because at least the hand motion here goes with the music as well. So let's see how it goes. Okay. So now we need a set of 3 programs. So as we're... Oh, you know what? Hopefully you guys could hear me okay this whole time because I had the mic set way back behind me and I totally forgot to speak to the mic. There we go. I think I've gone every stream making some kind of obvious mistake to someone who's a veteran, but the goal is to make fewer and fewer mistakes over time. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to replay this. Now keep in mind not all the clips will be done properly yet. We're going to do, once we have the position and the settings of everything done, then we'll fine tune. And what I mean is we'll go into each of these clips, add a little bit more of effects to each of them. So whether that's zooming in more, transitioning better, all of that we'll take care of later. But for now, let's just see if its storyline makes sense. Okay, that's what we got. And then what I was saying is I need 3 more shots to end off this part here. So then when it goes from this to 3. Oh, and then I must have done something. See, I keep doing things that I don't know when, or I don't remember making these changes, but clearly I'm doing it and it's causing these mistakes. Let's see. Because now I accidentally moved the audio at some point. It kind of works, but I don't actually know if that was exactly... Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4... 5, 6. So I think it's a little bit too fast. There we go. Okay, so we're making progress. Now we need 3 more shots, and thematically we got eagle, other animals, we got people. So either now we do some shots on the eagle hunters or on nature. I'm leaning a little bit towards the eagle hunters because that is the main attraction of this trip. So while we got some flavors of the eagle, we haven't really got much of showing the cultural and animal side of things, of like them together with the horse. So I think I'm going to do that. Even though we started this with the eagle hunters, keep in mind this is the hook that will change for each episode. So let's say in episode 2, this might not even be there. So keeping that in mind, I technically haven't put any shots here of the eagle hunters in the trailer section, the main trailer section. And I don't think it does justice to put in the area where it gets super fast here. So let us choose more eagle hunter moments. Like I said, I'm just gonna, you guys are listening to my inner monologue here. Sometimes I argue with myself, and that's just part of the creative process. So, which moments should we use? Okay, so it could be like, I think we have some dedicated shots of this, but let me just see. Could be something like this close up. Like I said, I'm not as, the background is not as exciting. Any moment like this, I think I need to include. So let me prioritize shots where the eagle is landing on the arm of the eagle hunter, so we get a nice group shot with some action. So let's see if we can find some of those. Like one of these, right? We'll see which one's the best of this. So I need to include something like that. Let me clip it now just in case. Oh, probably this one. I mean, hells yeah. Okay, I think this one makes it. And this might have to be the longer clip. Because now you get, it takes up the frame nicely. It's a frontal shot, so it has a lot more details that you want. Yeah. Now, I do know I have a shot somewhere of Arctic, the hunter, puffing away on his cigarette while in the blizzard. So let me find that shot. This one's a nice one as well, so let me think. This one has a little bit of action in it, right? So just in case, we'll lift that one up. Actually, maybe something from here. Yeah, the moment you see it rip the meat, or play with the meat, or try to eat it. So let me lift that section. That's a cool shot. Actually, this is similar to the one I showed you guys yesterday that I said is currently my favorite photo from the ones we've edited. I think it's from this day. No. This one. It might actually be the... Was this the same moment? Let's see. Yeah, it could have been roughly in the same shoot that we did. But this was when it was a little bit snowier. So, as before, it's great, but I don't like this kind of more white background. But I think this will go for the quick montage at the end. Same with this writing, different landscape. But I think I already know the shot I'm looking for, so... These shots are good too, but... This is actually a good shot. No, I know what I want. Oh, that's a good one too, because it's just straight on. Yeah, this moment here. In the snow. And you see the eye blinking like that. So there's a world where I actually will replace the first shot we have with this one. Just because it's a little bit more dramatic. But let's save that conversation for later. I want to see if the one I have in mind actually is the best one. This one here. Okay. So there's a moment here where you see him puffing away at a cigarette in the... Yeah, right here. In the cold. And then when he does that little turn. So I think this section here, I just want to see where it makes sense. So let me drag that over. So how many shots do we have? We have kind of like 2 scenes. Let me add a little bit more just in case. From the ones that we did like. Where was it? There's, yeah, like these moments here. Like obviously it looks cool anytime you see the wings flapping. Oh, I guess maybe one where it's focused on the horse, but it's all of them still. Or one of these. See, this becomes a good problem to have. I definitely have enough cool shots to choose from. So now we have to make the tough decision of deciding which one to use. The good news about using a shot somewhere in this area is that you can see the horse as well. Once I zoom in on the right section. So imagine something like this. And just trying to find a moment where you got a nice like wing spread. Might have to be earlier when they're further away. Alright, just for now, let me drag this one up. But as I was thinking, I think maybe in this set of 3, I think we know the one we're going to end with, which was when that eagle is landing. So in terms of what we prioritize for the other 2 shots, maybe doing one where you see all 3, like the eagle, the hunter, and the horse. But focusing on the horse, because obviously we did a lot of focusing on the eagle. So maybe something like this. Let's actually look at this clip real quick. So if I rotate this guy, zoom in to fill the frame. Let's just see if it could be a good shot. Now I'll need to move this up a bit, so something like that. Now the problem is I can't tell where the focus is because obviously the snow. So it's not the sharpest image, but it's dramatic. But yeah. Oh, you know what? And I forgot. Oh, no, I didn't forget. We changed it up. I was gonna say, I probably need to figure out, I want to include some portion of when this writing happened, because while I do kind of showcase some of it in the hook, it's not actually in the trailer. And I thought initially I would end the trailer with the horse riding, or when the 2 are riding in the blizzard, but we've changed it up, right, where we're having this be the final scene. Which we don't have to, right, but in some ways, I do think it makes sense to end with a, hey, Kimpa. Give me a moment. I need to, my cats are trying to eat something that's on the ground. tights. Okay, so thought process. The final scene we said could be this. The rationale was, I mean, it's a cool scene and one that you want a few seconds to be able to make sense of. It's a very unique scene to see this eagle landing like that. It also shows me in the shot, so that's always helpful for these vlogs, because obviously any chance I have to be able to show myself in these videos, because oftentimes I'm the one filming, so whenever I have these moments that are good for cinema and it's of me, I do need to showcase it. And to end it with a shot where you see me in it can, I think, maybe work as a storyline, or you know, it is a branding and a story of my trip. If I don't have any shots of me as an extreme example, then it could feel more like a National Geographic concept as opposed to my trip. I think that makes sense. So maybe either it's going to be in this rapid section. Let me see how it sounds. Okay, or we do insert it here. So decisions. So I think, where did I put these clips? Oh no, where'd they go? Oh, okay. Just making sure I didn't delete it again. I don't trust myself anymore. So I'm going to bring these over, but I think I understand what shots I will use. Okay, I think I dragged it over already. But where is it? Yeah, this part. Okay, cool. So these are the ones we have to select from and make the tough decision of only keeping 3. So let's bring this over. Let me move all these out of the way. So my current thought is this shot will be the last one. So imagine if it's like so then from here on, and then just finding the right portion of this to use. So maybe and then it has to go up till there, so it'd be like something like that. And then for these 2 shots, it could be the smoking one I mentioned. And then just finding the right moment there. So it could be possibility 1, possibility 2. So it's a dramatic one. Maybe this one's still good because of the smoke. And the problem is here, I'll have to adjust the screen obviously, but the eagle is getting cropped more and more once we keep going too far. Whereas here, more of the eagle is in frame, even as I can crop in more if I need to, but yeah. Okay, so let's assume I use this. And in the middle will be from one of these horse rides. So probably we'll use one of the most dramatic ones. So it could be like one of these shots here. This shot we already have in the opening hook, so I'll try to use a slightly different moment. But let's see something epic like this. And the question is, do I want where you can see both? Could be this moment here. Now, I think I had this in the beginning. Let's see. Yeah. So let's say I use this just to see. So then it would look something like this. And I guess I can technically do it in reverse. So we can have this part and give more breathing space to this one. So what I mean is, let's say make this one longer. But then also, I think here you can see he's in the snow. Here the snow's died down, and it's a different outfit. So I think I want to keep these two snow shots together. This could work, something like this. And then I just want to make sure. Well, the thing is, I want to use the most epic part of that clip though. Which could be what I'm just looking at now, but let's keep looking. Oh yeah, and also even if I do end up using the same footage from the beginning, here I'm gonna show the slow motion, so it's actually okay, because yeah, I think it's okay. So I'm just focusing on trying to find the most dramatic part, which could be this. Or here when covered in snow and then revealing. And also the horse doing its funky thing. Okay, let's test out between these two shots. And then alternatively, maybe we don't end with this clip and we do end up with the snow clip. And then this one I put similar to when we see it landing. Okay, so there's a world where we do something like this. Okay, I think I think that makes more sense, because I did strongly feel, and I still do, that the riding in the snow part is it's the best shot, right? And so I do want to be able to end it. I want to end the trailer with it. And it kind of works for episode 1 because we started with that and then we end with it. But we started with it in, at least that portion of the ride, we started with it in real time, normal speed. And then the portion we'll end with will be the slow motion. Yes, okay. That is what we'll do. Now, with that said, what will I change up? So... the question is, do I still want to use this shot towards the beginning? Or should this be... let's see. Because now if we're showing bird landing, so we got eagle landing. So then the first shot, I feel like we need to figure out thematically how can it be something to do with either eagle in flight, moments before landing, or landing itself. So, it could be this shot since it is an additional point of view of a landing. So it could be landing. So that's in the running. It could be a flying shot where it's about to land, but more of a still in flight. Like as in like one of these kind of shots, but I guess technically it could be the GoPro shot of the same thing. But the problem is just not as cinematic as... maybe a shot like this in slow motion. Decisions. This could be nice. And it's in 120 frames, so I know I can slow it down a bit more. Let's try that out. So if I slow this to 20%, let's see what part of this we can use. So it is technically another eagle shot on its own. So the question is, should it take over one of the other eagle shots we'd selected? Like this one I might end up switching out, although it works nicely color-wise to show the title. We saw that we had some cooler eagle shots. So my current thought right now is, what if instead of only sticking to 3 eagle shots, what if I made all of this eagle shots and then put these kind of snowy shots later on in the quicker rapid fire ones? Because then it's like, okay, is that too much eagle? That's the question I'm trying to figure out. So obviously we got eagle here. Wing spread. People shots. Eagle hunter shots. And then frozen stuff. Domestic animals, random moments, selfies. I am somewhat leaning towards that because I haven't been fully sold on these 3 shots being so much in the front. Not to say they're bad shots, but like obviously, I mean, this is a cool shot. This is kind of a cool framing, but the eagles are just more epic, obviously. And this was very much a trip focused on the eagle hunters and the eagles. So if I do a bunch, and I do have enough variations of eagle shots, right? So we got a close-up like this that we can show again. We got in flight. We got that GoPro style. So then we can have another shot where you see the wings spread out wide. We can have a shot close up. And maybe one more. Think about it. Okay, maybe what I can do, so it's not too repetitive, maybe we do focus on the eagles, but for the next set of 3, it'll be the eagle with the hunter. So what we are doing here, essentially, we can just put it next. So it still maintains a lot of what we are focusing on, which is the eagle shots, but not standalone. So let's see. Here, now we need just move this out of the way. Now we can do some dedicated eagle shots because we have a little bit of spacer because of these local shots. So it'd be like eagle only, so solo eagle for the first 3, then eagle hunter pair for the next 3, locals for the next 4, followed by solo eagles or mixture for the next 3, ending with this landing one, and then the rapid fire. Yeah. So then this doesn't belong here. This one needs to go over here. So it'd be like this clip of him smoking I might not use. So instead I need to either find one more landing shot, one more, maybe a flying shot. Yeah, we'll do a flying shot, landing, landing. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Something like this, which means now what am I missing? I need one flying shot. Where are my eagle shots? Here, okay. So let's see if we can pinpoint one more flying shot or a close-up, but let's see. This one is mostly out of focus, unfortunately. Kind of. We did one of these already. Okay, maybe one of these if I didn't do already. So we took the landing part, but we didn't take this part. So I could take one of these moments here. But now, when it's over on this section, it's a little bit more boring, even though it's in motion and... Oh yeah, maybe this scene. We did identify... Okay, let's try this one. So if I bring this over here... Okay. Oh, let's just see how it... Let me refresh myself from the beginning and see what's up. And I'll show you guys in full screen. And I'll mute the music, or the casual music. Alright, here we go. Yeah, I think we're on the right track. So then basically the last visual will be whatever is like the best section. I just got to find it again and all that, but we'll end with the horse riding in slow motion. And as it kind of pans out, whatever, but we'll synchronize all that later. Okay. So I still need to figure out what the next 3 shots. 1. So assuming I use, let's see. 2, 3. Okay, so now it's up to us to figure out what do we want. Now at least we know some of our coolest eagle shots are being represented, with a little mix of eagle hunters in the shots. So it's not just dedicated only eagles in the footage. Besides the first two, eagle landing. Then we got cultural shots. Now I think we can maybe, if we use this, we can mix it or look for all the eagle hunter shots. Oh, and then there were the shots we mentioned of like the first person point of view, but that could also be part of the rapid fire. So yeah, I think the like the selfies and rapid that can fit in the rapid fire, the casual moments. Right now I want the most epic moments up front. Anything where I need a little bit more time for it. So it could be this nature shot could work actually. It's like nature, but it's like a silhouette. So this is one of the coolest kind of cinematic shots. So I think we want this. And the question is, do we want more nature or do we mix it up? Let's put some music. Maybe, yeah, maybe one focus on the horse, but still of the hunter. Yeah, I think this could work. Something here. Maybe. I could be breaking my own rules, but... because the problem is you can't really see the hunters behind. So it's just more just of the horse, except for this moment, maybe. But then it's less cinematic. That could work. This one could work for the rapid fire because you don't need many, you don't need like that much time to register what's happening, and it looks really cool. This is what we were looking at earlier. Could be a shot like this, I guess. But I can see this being part of the rapid fire as well. That's all rapid fire. Drone shots. I haven't used any of the drone shots technically. Okay, I'm hitting a brick wall in terms of making this decision. So what I'm thinking is let's rewatch this one more time. We've made good progress. I think I might switch gears and do the photo editing next. But let's go ahead and enjoy one more time here. And then scene. Not bad. I'm pretty happy with this. You might not be able to tell by my voice because I'm getting a little bit exhausted, but I am happy with this. But because I have this because I'm struggling to figure out the order of the last few clips before we go into the rapid fire mode, I do think I need to step away from that for now. And let's actually get into the photo editing. So if you remember, I kind of have my overarching goal, which is, look, I'm trying to go trip by trip, edit all my content, and catch up to current days. And I've got about 11 different trips, at least, that I need to catch up on in terms of doing what you're seeing me do. Edits, review, and eventually create the final products. And this is both on the photo and video side of things. When I travel, I try to capture both. So every stream is me chipping away at content, a lot of content that nobody's ever seen before. So hopefully if you're someone who has followed me from my Instagram days or even in my more recent YouTube journey, none of this, or some of it I've posted, but like 99% of this nobody has ever seen before. So hopefully you'll find some value in getting the behind the scenes of how I create my content. So as we chip away, I'm trying to go chronologically. And so for instance, we are now looking through my photos that I took from Mongolia from this exact same trip. And we are slowly but surely trying to edit some of the shots to add as my final montage on my YouTube videos, as well as what I end up posting as my portfolio on Instagram and my website and anywhere else. So what we worked on yesterday was, well, this was from 2 days ago, but this is still currently in the running for, or it's my current favorite shot of the trip, of the ones we've edited. But we had some really cool ones we edited yesterday on the eagle, a little bit more dramatic one when it was looking at the camera, but then you also saw with that second eyelid popping in, it created this cool glossed over effect. This was actually a screenshot from an Instagram reel that I created. So from the actual video footage, from one of these shots, actually, it came from here, and I did a screen grab and then I edited like the colors and everything, and this became the thumbnail for my Instagram reel, essentially. But we want to keep seeing what to edit. We also edited this photo where we were just doing a close-up shot of this eagle. I might go back to this and edit it a little bit more, but yeah, it's not bad. So let's see what else we can edit from this day before we see if we need to move on. So this is essentially like the 5th day of the trip, but I think the 2nd or 3rd full day in this part of the world. So we had done a little bit of photo, like portraiture. Now I will say I'm not much of a portraiture. I have learned a lot in the past 2 years, including a trip that I organized to Vietnam, where I was dedicated to doing portraiture, and I learned a lot from other portrait shooters. So there's a few things here you'll see in these shots if I go in detail, where I'm not like the biggest fan of how I even set up the camera, but it was also a little bit tricky. You can see there's a lot of noise here. Like to the point where you can't even distinguish the people, and that's because it was very, very low light. So for instance, I was shooting at 12,800 ISO just to be able to have enough light to hopefully get the shot done properly. We are inside the yurt, or the gur, and there's only one light source, and yeah, generally speaking it's very, very dark in there. And obviously I'm traveling, I'm packing light. It's not like I'm bringing my own light sources for these trips. But it'll be fun for us to kind of review some of these and think about how we could have, in hindsight, what would have been different camera settings, what are ways to salvage some of the shots. There's a lot we can learn from it, so it's not the worst thing. But in terms of like shooting as is, in terms of what you see in front of you right now, it's not the best. But we can potentially rescue it, and that's what we will do. But I don't think any of these will make the cut for what I want to highlight as the key thumbnails. Now, let me also explain what exactly this is for, at least in the short term. In the short term, as we edit, my target was 3 photos. So for each each set of 3 that we edit, I'm going to include it in the next day's thumbnail, at least for YouTube. And as I do more of this, I might start posting this also on YouTube, on my Instagram, and I don't know if Twitch lets me do post or kick, but if so, then we can do that there as well. So as a reminder, for instance, this was the first thumbnail I created. Now, back then, or when I did this, I didn't really have a thought of what I was going to do. So this is just a photo where I had 3 shots. This is from an older thumbnail I created. I just had a recent image of me for that day's shoot, but I just included a set of 3 from Uganda. Then the next day, same thing, but just a new photo of me. Didn't really change much. Third day is when I was able to include 3 photos that we had edited from day 2. So now I was able to start making a little bit more refined towards the trip. Day 4, same thing. I was still trying to figure things out. So day 4, it's the same set of 3 photos, but we're testing different things. Day 5, this is when we did 3 new photos that we had edited, and I'm just going crazy with some of the text and all that. And here we are on day 6. These were the 3 photos that we edited yesterday, and you can see I keep trying new things, but figuring out ways to make each thumbnail look slightly different. So, hey Maple, good to see you, man. The shots you posted yesterday were rad. Rad, absolutely. Fantastic, epic, tremendous, you name it. Sure. Yeah, no, I'm glad you like it. I think some of these shots I struggle with quite a bit. So like the center shot here, I'm not like sold on how I edited it. The one on top I kind of like just because it is very dramatic. It's like Batman feeling, I guess. And the one on the bottom I also kind of liked. I say kind of, I'm being a little harsh, but I liked it, especially with the posing. What I didn't like was trying to figure out the framing of the shot. I just couldn't get the right balance with the negative space and just the angling and everything. So that's where I had a little bit of a hitting a wall for that one. But it was a cool set of 3 to just focus on the eagle. And in terms of, like I said, the one I'm happiest with is the one on the top here, just because it was such a cool one. In hindsight, when I'm looking at this, I probably would have edited another image that was of the eagle hunter, like the pair, just to balance out all 3 shots, because it's a little bit random that I've got this yak there. So yeah, we're just learning, and I'm acting as if there's no risk to me doing this. There's no it's not like failing this leads to anything drastic. This is just for myself and my own micro goals that I'm setting. But yeah, it'll be fun to be able to do this every day of the stream, to have 3 new photos for the thumbnails and then keep posting. So with that said, I was just looking at the rest of the shots that I took from this day in particular, and nothing's really kind of speaking out to me too much. Let's see, or at least not of the portrait shots. One of these shots could be nice, where they're all lined up. So maybe let me just take a quick look to see if there's one that I'd highlighted before. This one I'd highlighted. This one looks better in terms of the sizing and everything, but there's nothing uniform necessarily with the shots. This one kind of can work. But honestly, I don't even know if I'll use any of these. Let's see. This one, at least because the eagle in the middle is giving a nice little look. But the problem with these shots, I think I'm a little bit too close for me to do 16:9. Like, it fits, but it's a tight cropping on the top and the bottom. So yeah, we'll try this. Maple, I was talking about you earlier about the emotes. So again, still early days, but I was mentioning to some other chatter about like, yeah, I'm excited to keep making improvements to how I stream. So I haven't lost track of the emotes, and also I do want to catch up with you at some point about upgrading my sound quality, but we can leave it. There's no rush, so it's more just something to take care of at some point. Okay, so let's say if I keep this image, sometimes what I like to do when I'm editing, Lightroom and the software constantly gets better. Every single iteration, every version they release. So oftentimes I'll click on this auto button first just to get a sense of what does the software think is the best lighting, best balance of everything. And usually I'll revert back and then just do my own. But at least it gives me a little bit of a sense of the baseline for the computer. Then I'll use my presets as my baseline of like potential directions that I want to go creatively. So this shot, honestly, I don't think there's much I can do with this to make it that much. It's just unfortunately, because the background is a lot of just snowy white and a little bit of texture, because the framing of this doesn't work exactly how I'm hoping it, what I would find ideal. There's just too much, like for instance, empty space on the right and empty space on the left, and a little bit too shallow of a space on the top and bottom. So I don't know even if I'm gonna end up keeping one of these shots, which is disappointing because we got a cool little pose portrait with the three. Maybe we'll come back to this. How about that? For now though, I think I'm going to move on, and let's see. Yeah, maybe I have a better framing ones. Like we've got some shots of a single hunter, and the question just becomes, is there a nice pose? But same thing, it's a little bit of a weird framing. I'm making it sound as if like it wasn't my fault. Clearly I'm the one who shot this. I'm the one who positioned myself where I did. But yeah, I'm not a fan of how I tried to take the wide angle shot. With that said, I can obviously crop in and find different angles. And this is just from trial and error, and as I also improve how I edit or figure out my style, there are different things I might do. Let's say if I just quickly edit this a little bit. So this edit's kind of cool, although what I might change is add some coolness back to the background. So let's say I take the background. And again, I'm doing a lot of coolness because obviously this is in the middle of a winter time and also like a blizzard, and it was -40. So I do want to mimic as much of the kind of frigidness of the actual experience. So okay, just in a matter of like, what was it, like 1 minute or 2 minutes, we can turn a otherwise bland photo, also a photo where the original crop, like the way I shot it wasn't necessarily one I like, but by applying a little bit of zoom and then just applying some of my presets, yeah, at least I have a photo that if I needed to quickly just post this, I can. Is this the final edits? Maybe, maybe not, but it's not bad. Like, I'm okay with this as a thumbnail already. So I'm gonna 4-star this guy for now, and let's keep on moving. I do want to, even though I'm very slow with my video editing, I do want to be faster with the photo editing. So you guys can keep me accountable, but going slow on the video makes sense because obviously that's the final product that I'm trying to produce, but also because I have a lot more I need to learn when it comes to video editing, both in terms of, yeah, every aspect of it, shooting, editing, like all the post-production, color grading, storytelling. Whereas photos, I've had longer in terms of years of doing this, and it's not as top priority. So I will do my best to be faster about it, unless someone, you know, listen, as we hopefully grow the channel, and if there are people who are interested, and if this turns more into like a tutorial or a workshop session, then 100%. Let's dive deep, answer questions, go through the different editing styles. And Maple, I mean, I don't know if this is something you guys do, but in the future, at some point, it'd be cool if we do like these kind of group calls, like video calls, whatever. And I would love to even meet other people during live streams and see how you guys edit photos and just learn from each other. So obviously we can do that via the chats, but if we're doing like a voice video call, there's a lot more you can cover. So you do them on stream all the time? Perfect. Yeah, I would love to. Just give me, let me, other people sometimes do it too, but it's pretty impromptu. That's fine. Yeah, exactly. I think I'm happy as I hopefully get my sea legs under me, essentially, or my stream legs, essentially. I'm happy to also start hosting them in some ways or whatever, but I'm trying to hope for the best in terms of the first 2 to 3 weeks or so of just doing this consistently, get more experience, get more of a routine. And then I would love to keep exploring different ways to stream and streaming with other people, obviously. So yeah, it's all kind of in the direction of my aspirations. And a lot of it is I want to meet fellow content creators, especially on the photography and filmmaking side. So I'm happy. I'm very relieved to know that you and others have started up a community like this or keep it going. So Maple, you mentioned you should know you can tag at voice channel in the Discord and go sit in the stream chatting voice channel while you're live, and people can drop in and chat. Oh, that's cool. People usually will drop in. They're all nice too. Huh. Let me make sense of what you said, because I think I understood, but I'm gonna have to read it again. You're basically saying there is a section in that Discord, and I'll check it out later. There is a channel I can join called Voice Channel, where when I hop into that channel, it automatically activates the, I guess my microphone and or just hooks up somehow. So then if someone drops in, they can hear my mic. They can't hear my computer or my stream. It's just my microphone. Is that what's hooked up? And Philip is saying, reminiscing over it being better in the past makes me angry. Over what being better? Our studio used to be a camera store, and people go, why are you selling cameras? At some point, I would like to be able to get to a point where I'm selling gear or like renting it out. That'd be cool if I have enough. I do have a lot of gear, and I do need to think more commercially in terms of what do I do as a business. And so if I'm in the field of like renting out my gear, why not? You'll then make a source. Okay, so I'm trying to read this in order. So Philip, you're saying I'm selling stuff in a store. Oh, I see what you're saying. Sorry, it's my brain is slowly rotting away throughout the day. I'm like selling stuff in a store is part of the 90s. Okay, I didn't realize that was a vibe. I totally can see that being a vibe now. Honestly, I'm not sure, unless I'm misunderstanding you. Maple, you're giving some instructions for me. So you're saying I can make a source for Discord audio in my OBS sources, huh? Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. I've seen streams before where obviously people dial in and they're chatting with whoever is the primary streamer. So you're just saying I just need to create something where it hooks up to Discord as the audio source. And then that way, if someone dials in, I can hear their voice and people on my stream can also hear them. Simultaneously, I would hook up my mic to Discord, so whoever on the other side on Discord can hear me. Okay, I'm just like, sorry, I'm this is probably common sense stuff, but I just need to say it out loud to make sense of it. Philip, you're talking, oh, and then you said, Maple, I can adjust the volume to taste. Fair enough, yeah. And the audio part, I do need to still figure out. I'm just kind of eyeballing the audio mixer on OBS to hopefully make sure I'm not blowing out the speakers or the audience. But yeah. Philip, you said, who tries to sell stuff in a physical store? Yeah, you know. Yeah, I mean, I would you say that, but I also want to open my own physical studio. Right? I'm assuming that's the dream of every photographer. I do have that aspiration that I want to run, like open up my own little photo studio where I can also be doing these live streams and do other things from there. And then, yeah, it'd be a physical store, right? So then I'd be able to sell my prints or whatever else. How do I keep inventory? Yeah, I mean, listen, I'm small beans right now, so you know, I'm not even thinking at that level of scale. Maple, you're saying it'll be a Mac OS audio capture? Okay, fair enough. Select Discord. I will try to do this. I might just play around with it tonight anyways. And if you don't mind, if you are patient, and if I don't bore you in a few days time, I will bother you maybe in a couple days even, just to see if I can set that up, and maybe even have people join in or participate in those voice calls that you're saying. I think that'd be really cool, and that is part of what I want to do. I don't want to keep talking to a wall or to nobody. Like, if I'm even not to say people in chat aren't people, but to have another voice that responds to me would also be very engaging as well. So Maple, you're saying it's very straightforward. You can change, you change nothing, just add a source. Okay, I think I'm overly complicating it maybe in my head. What you're saying does seem like it should be fairly straightforward. So, and Philip, you're saying, why are you selling? I mean, why aren't you selling? Oh, why aren't you? Yeah. Well, for me, it's just because I don't have enough cameras to sell, you know. I just have my own personal gear, and I feel a little bit strange about letting my old cameras go. So, except for so I told you, or I said before in one of the streams, that I started with the Sony a6000. That was my first camera ever, back when I decided I wanted to see if I want to get into photography. Unfortunately, this is when I lived in San Francisco, and even though we lived in a good neighborhood at the top of a hill, someone ended up breaking into our house through my kind of window. It was a weird setup, but basically they snuck in, stole my camera, my laptop, and a few other things, never to see it again. So that was unfortunate. And then eventually I upgraded to a Nikon D810. So as I got more comfortable with photography, as I kind of like how I'm doing with live streams, where I'm saying, let me spend the first portion of the time testing to see if I enjoy this, if I have the stamina, do I have the skills, everything. I did the same thing with photography. I was like, okay, let's start with the setup with the Sony and see if I enjoy this before I invest more time and money. And I did enjoy it. I did enjoy every process of it, taking the photos, traveling, editing. So then I was like, when I was ready to, I decided I'm going to upgrade my gear. So I bought a used Nikon D810, and that stuck with me for quite some time, up until I moved to Dubai, and like the first year or so of being in Dubai. And that was also when I was doing more of a free-for-all of what I shot. So I was shooting a lot of landscape, actually. So I went through a phase where it was mostly landscape and just cultural shots or whatever I see. And then I got to the D850, and then switched over to mirrorless with the Z6 to the Z9, and now I have a Z9 and Z6 III. So I have everything from my D850 onwards. The D810, I did sell that at some point, but yeah. Okay, anyways, that was a little bit of a random diatribe. Let me just catch up what you're saying. Physical suit is not the problem, Philip Jedra, but keeping inventory in our fast-paced yeah, okay, I agree. Although that's a good problem to have if you're running out of inventory and you gotta keep it stocked. I guess that's a better problem than not having anything sold and you're always just stuck with your supply. So Maple, you can ping me anytime. You can literally hit me up anytime. I'll take 10 minutes. I appreciate that, man. Can I ask, what's your time zone? I think you might have alluded to it, or maybe I'll double check your channel, but are you roughly like in the Western Hemisphere or Eastern? EST. Okay, cool. All right, so I'll keep that in mind so I have a general sense of when you might be awake. And yes, chatters are people too, yes. Selling a product in a store, you need to make some percentage. Yep. And that is not viable when online store earns 1% because they don't pay staff. Yeah, like listen, man, not that I sell much, but on my website, I did create my presets that I mentioned. You know what? This is going to be a nice plug for me because I do need to show this as often as possible. So let me open up my website. So I did spend about a solid 3 to 4, I think about a month recreating my website. I was previously on Squarespace. This is now Webflow. I showed a little bit of my website on a prior stream. I think more to jump to a specific section. I think it was around the About Me. But yeah, so when someone earlier had asked, like, what do I do for business or what am I like trying to do? It's kind of in 3 buckets here. One is organizing tours, so having people join me on these trips. One is my content creation, so like my YouTube channel especially, so I have it linked there. And a third is like, what are some of the tools that I can sell, tools and services. So right now I started with just my presets, which I'll jump into, but it would also be in the long run, I want to be able to run tutorials or have like online tutorials and other kinds of service related stuff. Let me start with number one. So this is my tour page. So I basically created this page where I can show people, hopefully to entice people, why they want to join. So these are a lot of the behind the scenes shots that I've taken of my clients from around the world as I've taken them on different types of workshops. Mostly they were photographers, but then one was a honeymoon couple who don't know the first thing about photography. They don't care about photography. And so, but I just joined as their photographer and capturing all the behind the scenes as well as putting the itinerary together. So I put a little 30-second clip to show that. Right now it is a wait list because I'm behind the scenes. I am, working on the finalization of a bunch of these itineraries for next year. It's going to include trips to Uganda, Japan, Colombia, Zimbabwe, and Vietnam, hopefully. Possibly Mongolia as well. Did I say that already? I'm not sure. So anyways, here you'll get a little bit, you can see some of the photos I've taken or shots of people who have joined me on the tours. And I also opened up a Google review thing, so I've gotten some testimonials, so that's been very, very helpful and appreciated. So yeah, this is kind of phase one of what I wanted to set up. Phase two is obviously actually have the tours ready and have them advertised appropriately and do it consistently. This is, again, linking to my YouTube channel. And then these are my presets. So I did spend an inordinate amount of time trying to get this preset page looking nice and pretty, both in this desktop mode as well as in responsive mobile screen. But obviously I love it best in the desktop mode. So basically this is one of the photos I took, and then I just had it synchronized with a number of presets that I have. So you can see in real time how any of these presets that hopefully if you purchase, you'll see right away the effects that are possible with the real image. So these are all actual presets that you can actually get with my purchase. And then here I just have it, so I have like the master collection, so you can kind of see briefly this is the before and after using just a sampling of my presets. So, and I think I mentioned this, when I'm in Lightroom, you'll see that some of the names of my Lightroom presets are things like this, for instance, where this one's called Elephant in the Room. So obviously it was inspired by this elephant shot. So hence why I name things kind of to map to the original image that inspired it. So this one's called Nature's Yawn, and then yeah, it was in a safari category. This one was in a winter category, and Frosty Squirrel. I'm not saying all the names are the most creative. Sometimes I'll have a cool creative name. Other times I'm just like, whatever, it's a Frosty Squirrel. So, but this is the second volume that I created. So a lot of it is based on the past couple years of my traveling. So you'll see it's my most recent style of how I edit, and it's a lot to do with wildlife, let's say. Also with edits based on the current camera system that I use. Whereas volume one was more of a mix of landscape, portraiture, wildlife as well, but not as much. So yeah, it's a bit more of a balance in volume one. Volume two is more focused on wildlife, but it's also my most recent style. So if that makes sense. I do have a free preset here, by the way. If you just sign up, if you just sign up to my newsletter, essentially, then it should automatically send you a little bonus toolkit of presets that I use. These are the presets that I use, generally speaking, for any of my photos, and this is like the ones that you see me do usually in the beginning, where it's everything from separating the subject in the background, possibly adding a little bit of fade, or clipping some of the darkness, or reducing the lighting, or with the sky, making sure I can remove a little bit of the highlights in the sky. So there's a few that I've kind of put as these masking things that I generally might start my editing process with before I go into the more creative, crazy color grading presets. So feel free to provide your name and email, and you should be able to download that as a free preset. Okay, 1 second. So let me just catch it. You were saying Maple, you said it doesn't matter. I'm not in Turkey. Yeah. Keeping inventory. Nobody. Okay, and then Philip, you're saying nobody will buy it. You're not in Turkey. Online store is great. You can sell stuff without buying stuff. Yeah, very true. Yeah. So, oh yeah, that's the reason I brought this up. Yeah, so the fact that it did take, I had to invest about 1 month of my time to create the website, but because it is digital, now technically in terms of maintenance, obviously I don't have to worry necessarily about inventory, at least for what I'm selling. 100% I agree with you, doing the digital products, it can help with more passive income, let's say. So I haven't really been advertising my presets, at least on my new website format. It is something I need to do. I'm just piecemealing my foundation together, and then I can start dedicating more promotional stuff for everything that I do. Maple, you were saying you're using an emote, which I can't see from here, but it looks like a salt shaker or a baby bottle full of milk, or it's a flashlight. It's one of those three is what I see from my chat. But you said, Maple, these previews are no masking, or I guess you could mask the unedited photo first to get the lighting right, and then the preset applied. Yeah, so like a lot of the presets apply everything. So like the ones you'll see in the volume, I do think there's like one or two I need to I do need to make some adjustments to it, like minor adjustments. But generally speaking, they're all accurate for how I want it to be. But yeah, when you apply any of these presets, some of them will have a masking feature applied as well. So it's kind of like a combination of like the masking features here plus the other stuff I put on top. Some of them I did separate it, so I did delineate anything that was related to like the ones that I mentioned in the bonus toolkit masks from like the more color correcting related stuff. It's not like I don't have like a strict structure of how it is. It's just as I created a preset, I would see it. With that said, all of these, if you click on any of the presets, you can always go and see what you want to turn on and off. So I'm not too concerned about if this one applies all these masks as well, because the point is you can, let's say once I click on one, I can always now see all the masks that were combined and I can turn it off. So it's a bit non-destructive in that sense. So yeah. Hopefully I answered what you're asking. I don't know if I perfectly did. You're saying unless the presets have masking built into them, but that's usually finicky. Yeah. Philip, you said you still have a bunch of old cameras that you never sold in the back of the studio. Yeah, you know, it's like what is it that we grow up with that we wish we never sold? Obviously, for my generation, it was the Pokemon cards, which honestly, to this day, I don't know what happened to them. I had a whole collection in a binder with those little slots where you put each card. And just one day it was gone. I can't for the life of me remember. Maybe it was so traumatic. Maybe my mom was punishing me for something and threw it away. And it was so traumatic that I've blocked it from my mind. But yeah, I wish there were things that I definitely kept, including some of my old cameras and things like that. But it's a little bit nostalgic. Some of it could be vintage in the future. Maybe it's worth something in the future as well. I would love to donate some of my gear. But that's a little bit as if I'm having a little bit of a big head when I say that. I'm not big enough yet to really feel like I can give away stuff. But at the point where I do feel like if I'm successful at this and if there's a large community, I would love to be able to just donate or give away some of my gear that I don't use anymore to someone who follows me or who's interested in photography. And yeah, I would love to be able to do that in the future. And not fun stuff, just dumb stuff. Yeah. And Maple, you're just verifying. So you're saying good because sometimes people will make a moody preset and the subject pops in the preview, but then you use it and it's garbage because, oh, you had to mask and color temp. Yeah, I'm hoping I avoid that as an issue. I feel hesitant to like say absolutely in one way or the other, because at the end of the day, it's like these are my presets. They're not necessarily the best. It doesn't work for every photo. So for instance, that one I just clicked on, clearly it's like, what the heck? Like, why would I ever apply this preset to this image? So I have presets that don't always work across the board. I've done a good enough job where I've spent some time to, like, for each preset that I put in my volume, I wanted to see if it applies for a general sense of photos in either certain lighting conditions or in certain kind of like visual formats. And if it works more than on just one photo, then I, like on a handful of photos, then I feel like, yes, this can translate to other shots. But I also don't know, like, because a lot of these, especially in my newer presets, These are based off of me shooting with my Nikon camera, where who knows, right? On the metadata on the back end, maybe just the way I'm shooting it, my presets work really well for my Nikon photos, but maybe it looks like shit on, you know, if you have iPhone, Sony, Canon, whatever it is, right? Like I can't guarantee that. So that is a little bit of like, you know, if there is a caveat, this is not a guarantee that any of these presets will one-to-one apply and all of a sudden all your photos look exactly as you hope it does. But I've tried to capture as much of a range of different types of editing in different lighting conditions. So you'll kind of see it in my naming convention. So for instance, the ones that were top here, these were ones that I created based off of photos that I edited out in the desert. So hence why I have these ones labeled as desert and then a little bit more of a naming convention. Then I had some shots where you'll see that it's in a category called forest. So these are most often in lower light situations because I was inside the forest. And like, for instance, I shot some of this for gorillas and chimpanzees or monkeys. So these could be shots that might work where the lighting is a little bit dimmer. And that's how I applied the settings. I have a section for lights and shadows where most of the effects are not touching the color and it's more touching the light and the shadow effects. Then I have a whole section on Safari. So then these were based off of, you know, as you can imagine, photos that I took when I was outdoors in parts of Africa, let's say, capturing lions, elephants. Yeah, so that's kind of like the theme. Then I have a section for tones. So these would be more like creative shots where maybe I was doing like a duotone or only like honing in on the reds or stuff like that. And then I don't have as many because I haven't done as many trips in the winter as of yet. Obviously, I'm increasing it, but I have a few that were more on winter shots. So based on winter vibes, like the frosty squirrel one that we were talking about earlier, I might use that as the preset. So, but with each of these presets, yeah, I believe they should all be fairly non-destructive. I have done my best to try to remove any of the manual brush strokes and try to only apply masks that are somewhat automated so that it can apply across the board. Unless they're like linear gradients, then obviously that I manually structure where they're placed. But yeah, I'm trying to make it so it's scalable and repurposable as much as possible. So that is my long plug of my presets. And I do need to promote it more and more often. So I figure if I'm doing photo edits, this is a nice way to be able to show to people and prove to people that there are benefits to the presets that I use. And also, don't have to rely on my presets. If you are new to photography and you're tuning in, you'll see the value of creating your own presets, right? Like your presets are yours, right? So you want to be able to, even if you end up using other people's presets, like for instance, when I started, I purchased presets from a really amazing photographer named Carl Punka, I think, something like that. I think he's Finnish. Let me look it up. Punka. He was one of the first photographers that I was really inspired by. Daniel Corden was the first one where I was like, oh my god, I love everything he does. Especially I was more into like landscape at the time. But obviously he did a lot of travels. Punka, Konsta Punka, this guy. Amazing photographer. And yeah, I saw him originally from his Fox photography in Finland. And I remember purchasing his presets. And it did influence my next phase and even my current phase of how I edit, because a lot of his photos were done in a format where it was like a lot darker tones. So he would, and I could see, and I only learned this after I used his presets, and then I would, you know, as I'm clicking on his presets and I see what adjustments he had applied, I had a better sense that he liked to reduce the exposure on all of his shots. So he would oftentimes go with like a very dark tone intentionally. So like, just as an exaggerated example here, he might have like, if he shot this normally at this balanced exposure, he'd go ahead and reduce it by like 1 or 2 stops and use that as a starting point. And then you can relight your subject a bit. But then it went with a very, very dark tone, and it worked really well for his subject, which is mostly wildlife. And with wildlife, oftentimes, unless you're doing like a wide angle and you want the landscape involved, a lot of times you'll see it's meant to be these kind of portrait shots of the animal, and you want to dim a lot of the outer sections of the shot. So yeah, the way I learned was from purchasing someone else's preset and then eventually getting to a point where I felt comfortable creating my own, and some of it being inspired by the person I used. So yeah, just as an FYI. But as you watch me edit, if you learn some things from it, that's awesome. If you have things to share with me, even better. And yeah, if you want to create your own presets, you should absolutely do it, because then eventually this could be something that you sell, like for instance what I've been doing. So it's a win-win-win. But yeah, thanks for that, Maple and Philip. And yeah, and what did you say here? You said making a preset built around a proper neutral gray color correctly, white balance image. Yeah, I think, and by the way, that is not something I do for all my presets, but I agree with you, that approach is probably the best in terms of the most transferable and repurposable presets. So like balancing it and then editing 100%. I can't guarantee I've done it for all of them, because it's more of an intuitive thing that I was doing as opposed to like a discipline or a technical understanding. So, but for volume 3, when I start creating volume 3 of my presets, then yeah, each time I should be becoming more principled and disciplined with, and more structured with how I do this. Lee Jesselyn, thank you very much. Thanks for subscribing on YouTube. I very much appreciate that. As a quick reminder, I am on day 6 of my live streaming journey, and I am on all 3 platforms. So I'm currently multi-streaming to YouTube, Twitch, and Kick. Twitch and Kick are my newest babies, and so I believe in total I might have 10 followers combined, which I don't say that in a negative or positive way. I'm happy about that. But the point is, that is a newer journey, so if you follow me there, I definitely will appreciate it even more, or the impact is even greater, because I believe I need to have a certain qualification. Maple probably knows best. Oh, obviously you know, but whatever it is, I think I have to have a certain number of followers. I have to hit a few different milestones to be able to access a lot of the features of Twitch and Kick. So the hope is that I can rapidly grow that in the coming days. And the same applies for YouTube, obviously, but I am monetized on YouTube already. That's been a journey I've been on for the past year. But yeah, I want to grow all 3 and build out a community of people who are interested in traveling, who are interested in photography and filmmaking, and yeah, go from there. So that's what we're seeing now. I've been stalling a little bit as I was just kind of having a good chat with Maple and Philip, but generally speaking, what I like to do is edit photos and videos, and we're working on Mongolia. I'm currently looking at one of the days of the trip. We did edit this one, which I do want to keep, and now I just need to find 2 more photos that we can edit to say that we've accomplished our objective. So very quickly, let me just kind of look through some of the shots and see if there's something worth editing further. These ones I don't think are as good. The exposure is not the best in terms of how I shot it. And I have better ones that I know we'll get to. Cow shot, you know, I'm into any subject that tells a story. This one's got a nice pose if I can isolate it a bit or make it stand out more. But we do see the problem here, and I suspected as much, so that's why I was zooming in. Unfortunately, there's a lot of motion, and what did I shoot this at? So technically, I did shoot this decently in the sense that this is at 1/800 shutter speed. So generally speaking, that should be good enough to capture a lot of medium motion. But it could be a combination of maybe my focus point was off. So I'm just trying to see where is the actual focus here. It looks like most of the shot is a little bit blurry. So the focus is somewhere in here that has been blurred, so roughly around the forehead. But unfortunately, I needed a faster shutter speed, and I needed to maybe increase the aperture so that I could have more of the head in focus. I called this out, I think maybe a couple days ago, but this trip to Mongolia, this is about a year and a half ago that I went there, and I definitely learned a lot. I learned a lot each trip on just becoming a better photographer and videographer. I improved my technical skills each time I travel, and that's why I always recommend people traveling. You know, if you're passionate about it, because that's the best way to learn. If you're a photographer, just go to different environments, and by virtue of being in different environments, you have more things you might be interested in capturing, so you have more practice. And it's not like if you're stuck at home as an extreme like I am now, I can only take another photo of my cat before you can get bored of, you know, and uninspired or not pushing yourself in terms of stretching your skills. So anyways, on this trip, I think there's a lot I didn't do correctly, including I didn't learn this right away, so you'll see the same thing for the upcoming trips as well. I have a tendency of always wanting to shoot at the lowest aperture that my lens allows for me. So in this case, I oftentimes travel with lenses that have 2.8 as the aperture, and so I tend to want to keep it at 2.8, even though that means I can sacrifice sharpness of the subject, especially on a subject like this yak. Is this a yak? I think it's a yak. Or a cow, whatever. Where it has such a thick head that with a low aperture, the focus could be like it is here on the forehead, but that means all of the depth of the head, including where the eyes are positioned, where my focus landed on the forehead inside the eyes. So then all of that just becomes blurred. Whereas, you know, we can see this is somewhat in good lighting conditions. I should have, yeah, we can see here, I don't know if this is accurate, but let's say this was around 4:30 p.m. I could have shot this at like an aperture 5.6 or higher, thus ensuring that I have all of the head crisp and not worrying too much about it being too dark. But I didn't do that. So you'll see more of those moments, and I think it's worth calling out some of the more egregious examples so that you guys, hopefully anyone who's an aspiring photographer, can also learn from my mistakes. So these were some shots when I went back into the town, and this is where we were celebrating some kind of local tradition that was going on. I think it was like a kid's graduation. So I was wandering around a bit and trying to see what I can capture. And since we were in town, it's not like there's a lot of wildlife stuff, but there was some yak chilling around here. So this could be a cool shot, right? It's not like a game-changing or award-winning shot or anything. It's not going to be at the top of my highlights, but it's a nice framing. It's a little different. I like this yak in the background. So obviously it's blurry because it's in a distance, but kind of adds a little bit to the story. Now what I don't like is, obviously, since I shot this originally in vertical, I don't actually have the best framing. I'm barely fitting the yak into the shot, and there's a lot of empty space to the left, whereas there's like no space on the right. So in an ideal shot, I would have been able to zoom out a little bit more and had both of these kind of line up on the vertical third lines. But like I said, this is not meant to be an award-winning shot. I just want one that can work for my thumbnail. This one I shot directly against the sun, hence why you can see it's very, very dark on the subject. And I wasn't doing any kind of what they call exposure compensation, where you can manually override. You can override what your camera thinks is the proper lighting situation. So oftentimes you'll run into that problem for shots like this. And unfortunately, I can't really get the whole yak in frame. But a shot like this, for instance, you can see over close to like 50% of the shot is the sky. And 50% of the sky, at least, like maybe 80% of the sky is very, very bright because the sun is right there. And it's causing a lot of illumination to half of my image. And there's not as much light on the bottom 50% of my shot. And so that what ends up happening is your camera may not be able to distinguish, or generally speaking, I shoot in a mode called matrix metering, where the camera will look at the light across I think the entirety of what it sees on the sensor, and then it will essentially kind of like average out what is the balanced light, like what is the middle point of the light, and that's what it'll use to tell you and instruct you what you need to adjust to get to what it believes is the neutral point, where it should be the perfectly balanced light. Now, unfortunately, when you're in situations like this, if you use that matrix metering mode, and generally speaking, I don't really touch the metering, just because it's another thing you would have to adjust on the fly, and I try my best to keep everything kind of set in stone, so I don't have to waste time adjusting too many dials and things like that. So anyways, in that matrix metering mode, for a shot like this, it sees so much bright light coming through on this portion of the shot. So then it assumes that it needs to drastically reduce the light to get to a balance point. And unfortunately, if you follow the instructions of the camera, of what it says is, hey, get it to this neutral balance, it will tell you to reduce your settings in a way to darken your image way more than it should, and oftentimes your subject will end up being like what it is here, where it's very, very dark. It's still usable, like I didn't overly destroy this image, but you do run into this problem a lot where if you have this very, very bright sky and you want your subject, you'll see it turns out very, very dark, because if you follow your camera's instructions. So what some professional photographers do is they will adjust something called exposure compensation, where you will override your camera and what it thinks is correct. So you might add like 1 or 2 stops of light, so that now that becomes the new neutral point, so you don't get confused by what you should be shooting. Hopefully I explain it correctly or decently accurately, but that's generally a thought you might have in these kind of conditions. Hey, hello to you as well, Piyush. I apologize if I'm saying your name incorrectly, but you know what? Welcome to the club. I've gotten my name incorrectly pronounced since my birth, but since I started going by Nobel Prize, it has helped, because obviously people know what the Nobel Prize is, so there is that. But thank you, Piyush, for joining in the stream and for saying hello. I always appreciate friendliness. And yeah, if you're watching from YouTube, make sure to like this video, make sure to follow me. If you're on Twitch, likewise, make sure to follow me, as well as Kick. This is day 6 of my journey, and I definitely want to continue doing whatever's possible to boost these streams in the algorithms so that, yeah, more people can hopefully discover what I do. But yeah, thanks again for saying hello. So I think I spent way too much time looking at that photo, but it was a lesson. We were having a teachable moment. This one is a little bit soft, I think. And because I'm cropping it, I don't care too much about these like power lines and things like that. But I don't know if I'm gonna keep this. Let me just quickly check if it will fit the frame. It does not. So here's a cool thing. I've really been enjoying Photoshop's ability, and Lightroom, but Photoshop is really good at their AI features, including they have the ability to expand the frame. So if I needed more space, and again, I don't find it a problem if it's more for my like personal content. If you're trying to, you know, publish your photos for a photo contest or like things that are supposed to be very natural, I don't recommend using these kind of AI tools that will actually just create pixels in areas that don't exist. But for an image like this that I want to use for a thumbnail, I'll just show you guys an example then. I'll just go into Edit to Photoshop, and it will open up Photoshop. Now I do realize I think it's opening up an older version of Photoshop. Let me see real quick. Okay, so for next stream or in my free time, I'll download Adobe Photoshop 2025. I believe I should have that. But anyways. So we got this image here, and by the way, I am less of an expert when it comes to Photoshop. I mentioned it last stream, but I'm just not as familiar with how to, like, the user interface is so foreign to me, but I do know how to do what I'm about to show you. So I'll go into the section where it says crop tool, and give me 1 second. Let me just make sure you guys can see it. I'll go to the crop tool. It's so easy, by the way. It's just so easy. Makes my life easier. You can see the different ratios. So let's say in my case, I want a 16:9. Technically, I can, you know, spread this around to something that works. Imagine something like this. Then I've selected an option here that says generative expand. They do have a few other options like transparent, which obviously keeps it like this, or content aware fill. Content aware fill I think is like 1 step below like the AI thing that they've been touting. It'll look at your existing content and try to, I think, like almost like copy and paste aspects of it to the shot. Whereas this generative expand is much more powerful of a tool, where it's using whatever form of AI to actually generate for you what it thinks it should be. And you can give it instructions of like the craziest things you want. Like there's a little prompt section for me, I just like to, without a prompt, let's just see what it assumes it should showcase. And that's like that's actually pretty good, right? Like you can't really tell any weird lines where you see the break. It's a little bit subtle. Well, you can maybe kind of see, but it's not so visible. And it did a good job of just extending my sky, extending whatever was on the ground and all that. So then this is an example of something I might do for a shot where I really want to be able to use it for my content, but I just didn't have enough frame to do it, or there's some things I need to change. So then I will merge these, and then I can close Photoshop and save it. And thank you, Piyush. Thanks for saying the photos look good. This photo is just whatever. I haven't really edited it yet. I just wanted to. This is more like a learning lesson. Or it's just a lesson more than anything. This is definitely not a shot that I'm like saying like, oh wow, this is going to be one of the top photos from my Mongolia trip. I just thought it was a good moment since this was one where I needed to expand it. So then I could do something like this, and then, you know, I could look through some of my presets to see if there's one that could apply. So this one's not bad. These are not bad. Yeah, so I might end up going with one of these guys and then reframe it a bit because I didn't really need all of that space. So yeah, there we go. In like a minute, besides what we did in Photoshop, you just click a few buttons and boom, you can end up with a cool looking shot. This is the original and you touch it up a bit. So there's an example there. But like I said, I don't really I don't really care about that shot. Sorry guys, I don't know if I'm allowed to curse in general with these streams. So I'm trying my best to keep it PG. This shot I kind of liked a little bit more. So let's just quickly make a few changes and see if anything pops. This one is nice in terms of making the subject look very, very crisp. And we'll see if there's some that kind of maybe will add a little bit of fade to it, or I'm looking for something that will help separate this yak from the background without making the background completely disappear. The problem is like the image itself I don't really care too much about, so I'm not feeling as inspired with some of the things I'm seeing here. Something like this could work because it keeps the second yak in the distance. You can see it's visible, but it makes the bottom left section a little too dark, so we can always manually adjust those, like in terms of reducing the intensity. Yeah, you know what? Nothing's really speaking to me. So I'm comfortable saying let's proceed to the next day and see what other shots we can work on for today. So we have some shots of the group. Now when I do these kind of wide angle shots, they're not always going to lend itself to be good for cinematic highlights, because you can imagine you have a lot more detail, so you don't get that nice separation of a subject from the background. It is good for landscape, obviously, so if I have a landscape, then I would probably want to use a wide angle. I think these shots, this is from the time where we holed up in one of their houses when it got like -40 degrees out, and everyone just got drunk. We were drinking the tea. The wife of whoever lived here was feeding us. So that one, I think these photos I want to kind of keep together, because obviously thematically I would have 3 shots that we'll use for the thumbnail. So for this one, the question becomes, what are 3 shots that we can use that fits a theme? Well, eagle shots will always work. Oh yeah, maybe one of these shots. Okay, maybe we do a horse. Okay, maybe we'll do a horse set. What is the photo we worked on today? Let me just remind myself. Oh no, it was from this day, and I kept it as a 4-star. Okay, yeah. So we had this shot, eagle and rider. So if I do some horse shots, it's not the most incongruent. Is that how I would describe it? So maybe like one of these shots, because I'd really like the frame, or not the frame. I like this moment. It's a very touching moment, like no pun intended, but it's a nice little bonding moment between the hunter and the horse. So let's just jump through some of the photos here. So I have 2 options to choose from, I think. Yeah, I think between these. So let me just increase the rating. And we have to make a decision now. Do we prefer this pose and using this as the baseline? Or this one? So for this one, it's obviously a little bit more straight lined. However, you can see that it looks like maybe the horse's head is not actually touching the hunter. It looks like maybe he's off slightly to the right. Whereas here, it's a little bit more obvious that he's like kind of like nudging the rider. So here again, because you can't see the nose, it looks like the face is actually slightly to the right of, or just behind the rider. So I think I'm going to go with this one, because now at least we get that distinct line all the way that we can follow, and we'll make this the focal point of the shot. So we have decided this one will be the winner. Let me drop this down a bit. And now the next thing I want to do is actually adjust the framing. So because these are for thumbnails, I usually keep this as 16 by 9. And I think we'll try having this centered shot. It just depends how much weirdness there is with the empty space here. But I think we'll try to make... We'll see if we can make this exactly the center point. Like that little space in between the horse and the rider. And then I just want to close in on the shot a bit more, because we really don't care about the empty space over there. Okay, yeah, I'm cutting it close, literally, in terms of how much space I have on the top. But it's decent here. Although I am cutting a little bit of the horse. So maybe we will increase it slightly. And just for testing purpose, let me see how it looks if I completely... This is where I'm hoping to build up a big audience, because then I would basically punt it to you guys and be like, okay, what do you guys prefer? Do you prefer version 1 or version 2? Because I run into these moments where honestly I don't have a good answer. There is no wrong answer. This is all very in the pursuit of artistry, right? It's subjective. Most people will talk about how there's this concept of giving looking space from the direction of where they're looking. So given both subjects are looking to the left, you probably should have some space off to the left. So right now it looks like he's literally looking at the wall because the photo ends right there. Whereas if you give some breathing room and some empty negative space, then obviously you can more convey that he's looking off into space at something. Piyush, you're asking, when am I going on my next trip? Not anytime soon. I made a commitment for the rest of the year not to travel, unless some crazy opportunity pops up, because I need to catch up on all my travels. So prior to about 2 months ago, I had been traveling every month, anywhere from 2 weeks to 4 weeks, like the full month, to a number of countries. So I've been basically traveling to a bunch of places. I'm not complaining, obviously. That was part of the plan. I wanted to travel as much as I can, create content, scout locations, and part of it was also doing organized tours. So I was taking people on, like, people were paying me to do the tours. However, by doing that nonstop, I haven't given myself enough time to actually do an important part of this business, which is create the content. So I'm out there shooting content, but I'm not spending time creating. So that's what you're watching me do, and I'm dedicating the next, let's call it 4 to 6 months, to not travel and catch up on as much as I can. And my goal is, right now I'm trying to organize tours for next year, starting as early as February. I'm trying to organize a tour back to Hokkaido, Japan. So Hokkaido is amazing, Japan is amazing, and I went there. I brought 3 photographers with me for some winter wildlife, and that was a little bit of a scouting trip for me as well. So I'd never been there before. Now that I have, I'm trying to see if I can organize a tour completely on my own, and convince a few people to join me. So that will be in February, because I'm shooting for winter, and there is this expert guide who knows where these flying, they're called Izo Momonga. They are these flying squirrels, and I want to spend time again with this guy named Yoshi, we spent like 5 days, I think, and he knows where these guys are located, the holes. He almost has like, it's almost like his territory. Everyone else who are locals in that area knows that this is his spot. And so part of my tour will be spending time dedicated with him, where we're gonna look for these guys and try to capture them in terms of photography, videography. It's really, really challenging, but it's really cool when you see these guys pop out of the hole, and especially when you see them climb up the tree and then take off and fly off to their destination. So this will be the highlight of the tour that I'm trying to organize, as well as foxes and the deer and the stellar sea eagle, and there's so much more to it. So yeah. Edora Park, thank you very much for the follow on Twitch. Thank you. That is Twitch, Kick, and YouTube, where I'm streaming. I appreciate everyone following me across any of those channels, wherever you watch. And if you are on YouTube, I do appreciate if you will give a like to the video, because that will help, I think, in terms of boosting the video's performance or its discoverability. But yeah, thanks for the question, Piyush. Probably February is when we'll travel again. But when I do travel, I'm planning to organize a number of trips, like at the same time. So I'll have trips to Uganda for sure. I want to go at least twice a year to do the gorilla treks, chimpanzees, and all that. Mongolia as well. India. I mean, just like there's so many places, right? So okay, so with this photo, I don't mind this framing, but I still think I'll prefer a little bit more of the framing like this. And let's see what it looks like if I put it more off to the right. You know, one thing I'm realizing, I think physically I have the endurance for these long streams, but my ears, when it's covered by these headphones for too long, it feels like I don't know, it feels like it's compressing something. Like I can almost feel like my ear's gonna pop. So I don't know if any other streamers have that issue, and if it's more like I should look into different headsets. But yeah, that is something I just noticed as of today and yesterday. Anyways, nobody cares about that. Let's get back to, I think this framing, let's just stick to this, a little bit centered. Boom. All right, this photo honestly doesn't really require much. I think the shot looks good almost as is, but obviously I enjoy the process of tweaking things a bit more. So let's go ahead and do that. I'm going to maybe reduce the exposure a bit, make it a little bit more dramatic. Let's apply a little bit of light coming in a direction. I think it makes more sense coming this way. Yeah. So we want some light coming in from here. And so this would be like a structure I work off of. But like I said, obviously I have my presets, so let's just kind of quickly see if one of these presets can inspire us. Piyush, you said that's why you stopped using headphones. Okay, yeah, yeah. So I take that means you are also a streamer. So if you have any suggestions or if you see there are things I can do to improve my streams, I will 100% gladly accept it. Even if you're not a streamer, I accept all feedback. But I honestly, Piyush, if you're not using headphones, I don't know how to operate. Because if I take the headphones off, that means I need to turn my speakers up. But then that also means, unless I can figure out a good way to isolate my microphone, I'm assuming my microphone will pick up sound from the speakers. So, actually, Piyush, if you're still there, let me... Right now I'm going to turn up the volume of my speakers. Can you hear this through the mic when I'm talking? Like, are you guys hearing a bit of this weird, like, okay, I hear his voice, but then it's picking up background noise? Or is it still pretty good where it's only picking up my voice and nothing else? If you can let me know that, that would be great. Otherwise, I'll need to go back on the stream and kind of check. Because, yeah, I don't know. I literally can hear my ears popping right now when it clicks. So I think I need to give a little break for my ears. Not the worst thing right now to not have the headphones, because as long as the audio doesn't sound really weird for you guys watching and listening, I'm not doing anything where I need to listen to the audio as of now. I just have some background music, and obviously we want to focus on the photo editing. So I will give my ears a break. So of these ones that I'm looking at, this one's decent, right? It's not too over the top in terms of the editing. The Golden Monkeys was a little bit more, but I kind of like this dark vibe. And now we're just gonna check all of these current options. This one's clean, so it's got a cool tone to it, fits the winter vibes. So generally speaking, I think the warm tones won't work for this shot unless I want to go with a very dramatic, creative vibe. Piyush says it sounds alright. Okay, I appreciate that. Then I'm gonna not wear the headset for now. This one's pretty good. I might add a little bit of color back, but the way that I think the exposure on the horse and the rider is decent. There's a little bit of darkness I need to remove if I go with that one, but it's not bad. Let's see what else we got. Okay, I think there are two at least that I might choose from, but let's also look at, this is my first volume of presets. So again, this is from like at least 2 years ago when I was traveling more for like travel for city, landscape, everything in between, as opposed to only for wildlife. So I'm just gonna check through and see if anything speaks to me. I think I want something that's more dramatic, or something. I say dramatic, but I want something that conveys a lot of emotion. I want the shot to feel more emotional visually, or like color-wise, to match the emotion that people probably feel as the default when you see this kind of a pose, where the horse is kind of like nudging the rider in like more of a affectionate type of way. This kind of duo tone is interesting. I don't know if it necessarily works for the shot, but given there's like two halves to the photo and two subjects, I have like this preset where it essentially will split the image by color. Piyush says, cute kitty. Yes. Well, she's not so much a kitty anymore, but let's hop over to her real quick. Hey, Nala. Yeah. You want to say hi? Are you a good girl? Yeah, she knows she is. Good girl. You want to look at this camera over here? Yeah, just point it right here. So, she's, her name's Nala. She's about 4 or 5 years old. And right behind her, you can't really see her, but in that little cave, the cat cave, is my second cat, Kimpop. And so Kimpop usually is sitting over here, but she has officially kicked him out, at least for this part of the stream. But yeah, these guys keep me entertained. And I was like, you know what? As I was learning how to stream, or I was setting myself up, where I was like, okay, let's get into the streaming world. I was like, there's no shot that I will do this without featuring my cats. So thankfully, I have this little Logitech webcam. So I was like, you know what? Let's just, it doesn't have to be perfect, but I'll set this guy up over here, and we will jump over to them whenever someone like Piyush, like yourself, who is, you know, asking about the cats, or when they start meowing like crazy, then I'll switch over, and as they demand time on screen, you guys will get it. Edora Park, you're asking who takes care of your cats when you're traveling. That is a good question. And back when I lived in a different apartment, I was in a different neighborhood in Dubai. I had a few close friends who actually lived in the same tower as me. So they used to be the ones who would just take care of my cats when I'm traveling. Unfortunately, then I moved to a different tower. And where I live now, my friends don't necessarily live close enough for that. So I just hire a cat sitter. So there's a service that's out here that I've been able to use, and it's a trusted one, and I've had no issues with them so far. It's a little bit pricey, as you can imagine, or it's not, you know, it's pricey, but it's a good price to pay, right? Because I don't think I could entrust my cats to like a cat hotel, just because of the nature of at least Nala. Nala here, she was a street cat with, I think she had some trauma back when she was a stray. I believe the lady who rescued her was saying like she had a litter of her own, but then they all died on the streets. So yeah, anyways, and when I first adopted her, she was incredibly scared of everything. She's gotten so much better since, but yeah, I don't think I could keep her around other cats or just change her environment too much. Kimpop, he's totally fine. He was born in a cat cafe. There was this cafe, especially post-COVID, they had a number of people who, you know, needed to leave Dubai without taking their pets, or they couldn't, and so they would donate them to like this cat cafe, for example. And there was this cat, which is Kimpop, and he was the most energetic out of the group, and so he seemed to have the most personality, and I ended up adopting him. I thought that he would go well with Nala because she's also very energetic and playful. Unfortunately, for the first, I think, like 4 months when I adopted Kimpop, Nala did not appreciate his presence at all. She would hiss at him. I never heard her hiss before. There's just a lot of learnings, and I almost lost hope, but eventually she accepted him. They do bond at times. They fight a lot still, but yeah, they will tolerate each other's presence. And be loving at times. Edora said, okay, cool. Where were you based at before Dubai? So let me just hop back over to a different view so you can see the cat still, but I can talk to you guys. So I was based in the States. So my family's from Korea, but I was born and raised in the States. And I've been through a number of places, but, you know, growing up mostly in Arizona, and then schooling in Chicago, and then I worked from San Francisco for a number of years before I eventually moved to Dubai. And in Dubai, I've been here for at least 6, 7, 8 years, something like that. I'm not really good at keeping count, but I've been here a long time. So long enough that this is definitely my home. Yeah. And the reason I moved here was so that I could travel more easily. So as you can imagine, traveling from Dubai, you can access 3 different continents all within anywhere from, let's call it like 4 to 6 hours. So from Dubai, I can go to places in Europe. I can go to Africa, Asia, Central Asia, Middle East areas. Like there's just so much you can explore and visit from a home base like Dubai. Now, Dubai is not the cheapest, and usually it requires you having like a work visa, stuff like that. But thankfully, I had a corporate job before this that paid the bills. It provided me the opportunities to do what I'm doing now, and now I'm doing this full time for as of the past year and a half. So I'm no longer in corporate, but that did set me up in terms of being able to stay here long term. But I do recommend it to, especially my fellow Americans. I think we oftentimes feel like U.S. is the center of the world. In many ways, we kind of do dominate everything in terms of the news space, entertainment, Hollywood, all that. But if you can move abroad, I always recommend it because there's just so much to see. There's so much you can learn. How much you can expand your own, stimulate your brain, rewire your brain to understand different cultures and different ways of living. And Dubai is definitely one of those where, people don't really think of it as like, oh, the city life is so amazing. It's very touristy. It's, obviously very glamorous in many ways, in many respects. But yeah, like I said, the fact that I can travel to a lot of places. Also, compared to where I used to live, like San Francisco, it's actually cheaper when it comes to rent. Rent actually goes down here. It's like half the rent cost of New York City and San Francisco. Food is relatively cheap unless you're, doing like fine dining or ordering alcohol. Like alcohol is really expensive here. If you have a car, which I don't, but if you have a car, gas is cheap. You're in the Middle East. So yeah, like surprisingly, cost of living is actually better than you might imagine. It's just people are too nervous about doing such a leap of flying and living halfway across the world if you are American. Idora, you're asking, did I work in tech? Yes, I worked in like finance tech, and I was part of more like doing innovation based stuff. So I was part of a small innovation center, and I did everything. It was like hard to describe what I did necessarily, but a lot of it was actually designing and building the innovation centers in our region, which was cool because I have no design background in that sense or anything. I'm very much a business background, but it turned out it was something I was pretty good at, and it was also doing a lot of being in front of clients. So doing these kind of presentations or tours where I would take clients from all over our 80 plus countries that we represented. And when they visited, I would be trying to pitch to them how innovative my company was, and speaking for literally like sometimes as long as an hour, hour and a half while standing and doing demos and walking through our innovation center. So yeah, that was kind of some of the first signs where I was like, you know what, if I wanted to be a streamer, I think I do have the endurance and the ability to talk for a really long time and without boring myself. For you guys, that's a different story. But, through my corporate world, I also learned how to refine being a speaker and being more presentable and trying I don't do this well always, but trying my best not to ramble as I'm naturally inclined to do. But yeah, trying to figure out intonation, all of that. How do I present myself in a way that's engaging? So that was very helpful for what I'm doing now. Advertising, not necessarily. Yeah, I didn't really do anything. So what you're seeing me do, everything from this kind of photography, videography. Earlier, I was showing you my website, the presets that I created, how I'm promoting these organized international tours. None of that is really something that was transferred from my corporate job. My corporate was completely different, and it was very, like I said, businessy, sales, business development, that kind of a world. Whereas photography was more of a hobby that I continued to spend time and dedicate myself doing. So even when I was in my corporate job, especially when I moved to Dubai, I moved to Dubai so that I wouldn't be distracted. It was a little bit of me saying goodbye to my social life, where before I was living with 5 other people, and every day was social hour, right? So we were having someone's having a party, celebrating something, happy hour here. There's always an excuse, and it was really fun. But I was also realizing at the time that I was spreading myself thin in terms of enjoyment, but I wasn't going deep into anything, especially deep in terms of my own personal growth and development. And so when the opportunity showed up, and let me switch over to a little bit so you guys can still see what I'm working on. When the time came for me to potentially move abroad, I was like, I knew I was really passionate about traveling at that point. I was just picking up photography, so I decided if I moved to a place like Dubai, I had done a work project in Dubai before, so I had a kind of a sense of what it's like. I figured if I moved there, then all of my time outside of work is my own time to do with as I please. And if I use that time on my passions, then I feel like I can really grow as a person, not have distractions. And the hope was that my relationships that I have with my friends back home would be strong enough that it can survive not seeing each other, you know, on a day-to-day basis or whatever. And that all worked out. So to your question, Piyush, of do I feel lonely in Dubai? I do not. And I think it does require a certain type of personality to pull the trigger on moving abroad. It depends where you go, obviously, because some places you can move to, all of a sudden, it's like very, very sociable. You can quickly make new friends. There's always, it's just like living in any other city. So it's not like all of a sudden moving abroad means like life becomes lonely. It can be lonely in the beginning because now you're on your own. You have to start building up, you know, a new friend group. But me personally, I never get homesick. Even like, so I grew up in Arizona, and I kind of knew right off the bat that I wanted to go to university as far away from where I grew up. I wanted that independence. So I went to school in Chicago. And then after that, I never even thought of going back home. I moved to San Francisco. And then obviously now I'm in Dubai. So I think there is something about my personality type where I am very extroverted, like with my close friends especially. And in an earlier life when I was in San Francisco and Chicago, I was extremely extroverted. Yeah, like very, very much so. I'm confident to be able to say that I was the life of a party at many times, and I was also the one who would organize or bring friend groups together. So that was really fun. But then in my more recent chapters, I realized I kind of enjoy learning about myself and spending more time on my own, and I really embrace the introverted side of things. And I know that I don't get that level of homesickness. The cats do help. So like, you know, having these two cats also give me a little bit of a variable every day in terms of some form of entertainment. And generally speaking, I'm listening to different podcasts or YouTube videos or streams of some sort. So I'm always stimulating myself with conversation. It's not the same as a real conversation. And I do have a friend group in Dubai. So whereas I might take a big pause from it now because I have this goal, which is I need to stream every day for long hours and just build up this from scratch. So I'm not really hanging out with them anytime soon, but I do have some close friends out here that also helps. Let's see. Edora, you're asking, how are you making income through photography at this time? It's a good question. And actually someone had asked me something similar yesterday. So it is not easy making money as a photographer, and it all depends on what line of photography you're going into. So let me give the broad answer first, and then I'll give my current situation. I think if you want to make it as a photographer, your best bet is being a wedding photographer or event photographer or portrait, let's say. So anything like that, it's a more commercial element you go into. Event photography, and especially like corporate events and weddings, are really good. I'll get into it a little bit more if you want, but corporate events, that is something I do a little bit on the side. I don't really promote it, but I will do a lot of events for my former company. Since I have good relationships with everyone at that company, they have thrown a lot of business my way, and so I appreciate it, but also I give them good quality output. So I'm confident with what I work on. But yeah, I would say freelancing with these kind of like weddings or big events will be a good way to make business and make money, because they often pay a lot more. And if you have the skill set to do it, then obviously there you go. Doing like travel photography or like doing stock photos and stuff, it's really tough, especially if you're doing like nature stuff or wildlife or whatever, because you have a lot of competition. and also traveling is not cheap, so obviously you have to factor that in. If you do stock photography, I did get good advice from a really large YouTuber I traveled one time. I think he's already at over 1 million subscribers, and he does everything I'm trying to do at like the most professional level. So he is my aspiration. Kike Arnaiz, Kikearnaiz. Anyways, I did a trip with him and he gave me a lot of advice, and he mentioned he does a lot of stock photography, but what he does is he has a few model friends, and he would actually do stock photos more on the commercial side, so like corporate stock photos. So imagine having models sitting at a restaurant or at I don't know, let's say like a healthcare or a health clinic or a hospital, just like random settings like that where you take photos of them, and that's more for corporate stocks. So like when there's a company that needs to build a presentation, they will then and usually for companies they don't really care about how much money they spend. But anyways, yeah, so the margins could be a little bit better there, the prices are higher. But yeah, I think corporate stock images probably makes a lot more sense if you were to go down the route of like stock photography. I'm saying this out loud and I'm like, why am I not doing this? I probably should follow my own advice. If like, for instance, especially where I am in Dubai, I could probably lean into the market of especially like women who wear hijabs, or men who've got like the I want to say abaya, but I think that's for women, like the more Middle Eastern Arabic outfits, right? Like the more Islamic clothing. Technically, if I have a few friends, which I do, like, and if I can hire them to be the models and we do those kind of photo shoots in different environments, there is technically nothing stopping me from then posting those onto those corporate stock platforms. Honestly, I don't know why I don't do that. It is something I probably should consider, but like I said, I briefly mentioned it, my goal right now is not to make money from those kind of commercial elements. It is good money and I will try to do it occasionally, but I really want to dedicate as much of my time to my YouTube channel, to these live streams, and because I really want to prove myself, and hopefully this is the holy grail in terms of how do I make money or income. If I can make income from doing YouTube and from these live streams, these digital platforms, that is the holy grail, because now I'm doing what I love and it makes me money. And in terms of creating content, it's happening now, right? Like me being live, assume I have a large audience and people donate or contribute. That's all going towards me doing what I want to do, which is edit and show you guys where I travel, all of that, right? Especially as I go IRL, as I start traveling the world and I'm comfortable now, I can even do these live streams both on Instagram and TikTok, but also maybe on these Twitch platforms, depending where I go. So that would be the one I want to focus on. But yes, I agree with you, Adora. I think stock photography is somewhat dead, especially now with AI. Yeah, because now you can just ask AI to help generate some of these types of potentially stock images or things you might want to use. So the competition has only gotten more tough. So just keep that in mind if you are an aspiring photographer. It is not easy to go down this route by any means. My long-term goals in photography, it's probably not photography. So I was saying, my long-term goals are not actually around photography, it's more storytelling. So I shifted from photography to videography. It's not that I like one more than the other, but I just want to hone all of my skills around crafting a story, capturing the story, and then being able to share the story in a way that's most engaging. So imagine like becoming a filmmaker is definitely something I have at the top of the list of, let's say 5 years from now, can I really say that I'm a professional filmmaker? That would be the biggest win for me. If I actually feel like, if other people call me a professional filmmaker 5 years from now, then I know I'm at where I want to be. And you asked me how long since I quit and began photography. No, okay, so there was an overlap. So I started photography back in 2015, 2016-ish, and I was dabbling in it as obviously a curious hobby before it was even a passion. So it starts as a curiosity, and then it turned into a passion, and then it became more serious. And so in terms of when it became a passion was probably around 2016, as I was traveling a lot more and I started traveling with a camera and enjoying that whole process. 2017 or so is, I think, when I moved to Dubai, and it turned more into a serious passion where, like I said, I would basically go to work. The moment I came home from work, I would go to the gym, and all the time after that, until midnight, I was in front of the computer editing photos and trying to learn as much as I could. And this was every day. Like, there was no weekends for me. I was not socializing or anything. It would just be go to work, come home, and then all the time is editing and whatever. Then Dubai's work culture is pretty relaxed here, at least in the role that I was in. And so I actually was able to have a lot of PTO. So I think I would have anywhere from 25 to 30 days. I think it was about 30 days of vacation days on top of the crazy number of holidays that exist in Dubai. It's just insane. They're always celebrating some prophet or some royalty or somebody. And so and then also summer is so hot here that everyone just escapes. Then you also factor in Ramadan, which is like, imagine like a month of everyone is not working. The hours are reduced. People are fasting who are, who are Muslim. So then the work culture here is very, very relaxed. So I just maximize that by traveling all the time whenever there's a holiday to explore the world. So then it became more of a profession. Now, I apologize that I am rambling. Adora, you asked me a direct question, and I am taking the longest time to answer. I will tell you, I'm doing this a little bit intentionally because I'm testing myself with doing these live streams as long as possible. So just bear that in mind. But I do recognize I'm not answering your question. When did I quit? So about a year and a half ago is when I made that decision that there were some changes that were happening in the corporate space in terms of the team that I was on, where if I continued being in that kind of space, it would mean I'd have to spend more hours at corporate, like in my corporate job, as opposed to less. And I was at a juncture where I was having a lot more success with my Instagram, with the kind of content I was creating, with the relationship I was building with Nikon, starting to do some workshops, where I realized I need to spend more time, not less, if I really want to go into this field. And so I decided, let me just commit 2 to 3 years of my life going full time in exploring everything around. You ask about photography, but again, it wasn't just photography. It was spend 2 to 3 years full time doing anything in this world of traveling, shooting, editing, build a YouTube, and all of that. And I am currently on year 2. This is like I'm at the year and a half, almost a second year mark, and it's been good. So a lot of it was initially relying on my savings and just my past jobs to kind of hold me over. And then thankfully I have had a number of paid gigs throughout the year. So like I said, I still do a number of corporate event photo shoots for my former company. I have not advertised that. So like, for instance, you won't see it on my website. I don't put ad dollars into it, but it is technically something I can lean into more if needed, is doing more event photography, because those events pay a lot more, right? So you can get like thousands of dollars per event shoot compared to hundreds or less than $100 for like a personal, like portrait photo shoots, things like that. If there's another world I might get into, if I have to do like these kind of photo shoots, it might be pet photography, just because I have my pets. Maybe I'll build out a little photo shoot area at my house, or I might end up getting my own photo studio, and then we can do like pet photography and videography. So yeah. Quick question, let me just catch up on some chats. Piyush, you mentioned, I watched your Destiny's Israel trip videos, and I can say those cuts to the cuts to the next scene looked really good. I appreciate that, man. Yeah, I'm happy you actually saw that content. I haven't been promoting my live streams to anyone really, besides just going live and seeing who picks it up. And then on your question or what you mentioned about that Israel trip, I also haven't really been publicizing that trip on my YouTube channel or publicly, just because you can imagine it's a fairly controversial topic for every obvious reason. Even though I'm not necessarily like a political person, and I was there as a paid job essentially, or as a job to support someone else. It was a really cool trip for me. I'm very, very grateful for that opportunity. And again, that was an opportunity that I would not have been able to do if I was still in my corporate role, because that was a last minute, just me just reaching out to a large YouTuber saying like, hey, I heard you're traveling to Israel, Palestine, and you're looking to film everything and do interviews. I know how to handle cameras. Would you be open to me joining? And he happened to say yes, and I learned a lot from there. I traveled with 3 different cameras, lighting equipment, everything in a suitcase, and I was the only camera guy. So I had to, for each interview, I had to set up 3 cameras, multiple lights, all the microphones, and I had to monitor all 3 cameras at the same time. It was a lot of work, and I think I ended up with like 3 to 4 hours of sleep every day, but it turned out really well. And yeah, so the fact that you're giving me a compliment on those cuts, that's great. Thank you, I appreciate it. I honestly, I'm hoping that I'm getting better as I spend more time editing videos, but I don't think I did anything too special when it came to those edits. For the most part, I think I just added like a lower thirds and maybe a little bit of transition, or trying to figure out themes to different cuts of videos that I wanted to publish. But yeah, it was a really good learning for me. And Edora, you were asking, how do your parents feel about the change in path? You know, they don't really have a choice in what I do. So that was part of the reason I moved abroad, and even just like going to school outside of my home state. At an early age, I realized I wanted to be very, very independent, and it's no knock on my family or anything like that. It was just, I just had this urge to forge my own path essentially, and not having too much of their influence in terms of like boundaries or judgment or anything. Not to say that they're the most judgmental or anything like that. It's just, I just wanted to be able to feel like I could do whatever I feel like. And so they haven't really had much say in terms of the changes in paths, and nor that have I really considered their feelings in terms of those paths. Like, unless they have a really strong feeling a certain way, then obviously I'd consider it. But they've respected the fact that I'm on this journey, and I've been successful, right? Like in terms of just my corporate life and things like that. It wasn't like I'm living on the streets. Things were going well. I've been successful in like everything I do, in the sense of like making progress, feeling like I'm developing the right skills. And then, as I mentioned, as I started picking up this passion around photography, that's constantly done well. Not to the point where I can say it's, yeah, like I'm a successful content creator, but I was making good strides. And in the past year and a half of me doing YouTube, and now it's starting this live stream, yeah, it's like they trust me enough that I am doing things for the right reasons, that I do have the discipline, the passion, the endurance to really not half-ass anything I do. So I'm hoping you guys can see that in the quality of the photos that I edit, the videos that I edit, the time that I'm spending on the most minutia and granular details. I hope you can see it in the quality of these streams. You know, there's a lot that isn't working. There's a lot I still need to figure out, like those emotes and some of the other features. But hopefully anyone who's randomly turning on the stream can also see there's a lot of thought being put into what I'm doing. And that's exactly what I do with everything that I care about. And so they do trust me in that sense. So yeah. But obviously they would love for me to go home. But I do have a brother who has 2 kids now, and they live very close to where my parents are in Arizona. So thankfully that's been, you know, a close comfort for them in terms of that familial element and having 2 grandkids. So it's let me kind of go off the hook and do my own life. But yeah. Idora, you said, I also left the cubicle for a professional freelance creative life, and it's the best decision I made. I'm happy to hear that, because I know it's not the easiest. There's a reason a lot of people don't. They're afraid to make that jump of going from cubicle and the 9 to 5 to like this kind of freelance world. And I don't necessarily recommend it for everyone, because yeah, in some ways you need to make sure you like, yeah, exactly. You said it best. You have to bet on yourself. And for people to have that confidence in yourself, it doesn't come easily for everyone. And especially the things that people really care about, especially in the creative space, they tend to not be the things that pay a lot of money. So it just means that you have to feel more confident that what you do adds value to other people, generally speaking. And yeah, like being willing to fail and all that is really important. So yeah, I'm happy that you are one of those that have gone that route and you are very, very happy about it. I feel like I am in the same boat. I have zero regrets. The last couple years have been the best. Every year keeps topping the past year for me in terms of how I feel, my personal growth, the satisfaction and happiness and all of that comes with it. Every year has topped the last, and this year is no exception. Last year was no exception. The number of opportunities that I got that I wouldn't have been able to because of the fact that I had the free time to do it and the willingness was amazing. Now, does that mean I'm making a sustainable income? Not by a long shot. Part of it is that on me, yes. Like I said, I haven't dedicated time on like the freelance or the corporate events or any of those other photo shoot elements. So I know it's possible, and it's good to know it's in my back pocket a bit. But yeah, like it's not been something I'm focusing on. My focus, like I said, is YouTube and blah, 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 blah. I said it already 1,000 times. But I will say last year, some of those things that really stood out for me was the one that Piyush had mentioned. So the fact that I was able to take I think it was like 2.5 weeks, not to mention the time of preparation and all that comes with it. But for me to just randomly go for 2 weeks to a country with very last minute notice, I wouldn't have been able to do that if, that would mean 2 weeks I have to take off of vacation hours and all that. Then I took an entire month to travel throughout Zimbabwe. And Zimbabwe, I had just done some outreach to a lodge and they were happy to host me. So they essentially let me stay for free at their in their ranch where they own huge acres of land. And they also put me in touch with some lodge owners for like these safari locations, and then they basically let me stay there for an extended period of time. And so I had this opportunity where I spent an entire month exploring Zimbabwe, which then ultimately turned into a paid tour that I organized for a honeymoon couple where they went back to Zimbabwe, or I went back to Zimbabwe and basically paid those people back for allowing me to stay with them for a month. So that wouldn't have been possible if, imagine trying to excuse a month of time from work, right? And what else happened? Then I took another month off where I traveled with a friend of mine, a fellow photographer, where we spent a month in Vietnam. And that was also incredible content, which I haven't been able to share yet, but it's on the docket, right? So it's on my backlog. So all of those happened in the summertime. So an entire summer, I went from Zimbabwe in May for a full month, Israel, Palestine for 2 weeks in June, and then Vietnam for a whole month of July. So besides my cats being annoyed that they never get to see me, that was some of the greatest experiences that I learned the most, and it also set me up for success. So yeah, I always will recommend, if you're at this kind of crossroads, don't be too afraid of taking that, like you said, being willing to fail, but taking the risk. And if you do fail, it's not permanent failure. Well, every situation is different, obviously. Make sure you have some sort of savings. Make sure you do have a little bit of a fallback if possible. In my case, I was leaning on potential savings as well as the good relationship I had at my former job. And just like my own personal confidence that if I need to pick up any job, I can. So that was my little bit of a safety net. But then if you do end up failing at whatever you initially set out to do, I think sometimes employers can look at that in a very positive light. Depends on your outlook. If you're someone, you're in an interview, you got your resume, and clearly you're someone very optimistic, passionate, and showing that you were able to take such a risk, like doing your own creative freelance or whatever it is, and then being able to share in how it didn't work out, and depending on how you convey that story, it shows to them that you're someone who's not afraid of taking risks, especially on yourself, but doing it for things you're passionate about. So showing that you are someone who's passionate, and for your passions, you're willing to go the extra mile. I think all of this turns into good story for any employer. So yeah, there's my little there was my little TED talk for you guys. And I appreciate it though. Thanks for the well wishes. I definitely need the well wishes. Okay, I'm still very early there. I haven't really proven myself yet in terms of making this fully sustainable, but YouTube, Twitch, and Kick are part of that that aspiration. So I'll take this moment again to thank everyone who is watching and who will continue to watch, or who watches my VODs later. And I will appreciate anyone who ends up liking this video on, I think only YouTube allows that. If you're on Twitch and Kick, just if you can give me a follow. If this kind of content you think is valuable for friends of yours or anyone else, by all means share away. Definitely check out my YouTube channel. Check out some of my content. Obviously we're going to go over some of it on stream just by nature of what we do, but hopefully the videos you see on my channel, it'll be enjoyable. It'll give you a good sense of who I am, my personality. Same thing with my Instagram. You can see all of the best shots that I've taken, and yeah, it's out there. Yeah, anyways, I've spoken in long length, and we've been staring at this photo for way too long without doing anything. I think this photo is good. We're going to end with this photo, so let me just do some final touch-ups, which is, I think I wanted to make the background a little bit cooler, which is what you're seeing me do. This is too extreme, right? So obviously too much of anything's bad. So I just want a little hint of blue as opposed to what was currently like hints of gray. So this is good enough. I might reduce the lighting on my horse slightly, or just kind of, sorry, wrong one. I want to reduce the highlights a little bit. This is extreme right here, but just to show you guys, I'm just going to touch it up a little bit like this. And I want to, let's add a little bit of fade on the left side. Hey Kevin, thank you very much for following on YouTube. I really appreciate it. I don't know at what point you've tuned in, but hopefully you find my content interesting. We are on day six in a row of being a live streamer, and I am currently multi-streaming across Twitch, YouTube, and Kick. YouTube is the more mature of the channels in the sense that I've been on YouTube for the past year and a half, but it's still a very, very small channel, so I appreciate any support as we go through this all. Instagram is the bigger channel, but the one that doesn't make any money because it's Instagram. But you'll be able to see a lot of how I post and how I travel on there. And Twitch and Kick are the newest, and I'm definitely trying to grow all of them. What am I doing? I'm trying to add a little bit of, I'm going to lift the blacks. So basically there's a little slider here that identifies all the black areas, and it can make it more black or less. And so what I'm doing is I'm just lightening up the black that was in the, I kind of put this linear gradient from the bottom left going to the top right. So it flattens the image a little bit, so it doesn't add so much contrast. But I'm okay with that because I don't really want the attention to be in these like really high contrast areas where it's super black, like the under portion of the arm. I want people's attention to be drawn to the horse and more towards the center of the image. So I'm okay removing a little bit of the details in this section. And I might take this horse and let's see if we can add a little bit of saturation and see what happens. This is obviously very, very extreme, so I'm not doing that. Just to, I like to, what would you call this? I like to stress test everything. So see it at its worst or at its most extreme and then draw it back from there. So I have a good sense of what are the parameters. Do I want to make it warmer or cooler? I'm not sure. I think I just want to reduce the exposure a little bit. So what I'll do, I will select the subject. Oh, I think I selected background, but we'll just invert it. So now it's just focusing on most of the subject, but I do want to remove this person. So let's see if we can actually identify this person. It might not because you don't really see a face. Yeah, so no people were detected. That's unfortunate. So we'll try another method. I'm going to subtract and let's try this object. I don't use this select object as often, but basically what I can do is I can just highlight roughly. I don't have to be super accurate, but I can roughly just highlight the outline of this person, and the AI will try to detect that as an object. And if it does it correctly, which it did not, then I can at least subtract that from the image. Unfortunately, it didn't do a good job at all. So what I'll do instead is I'll just go a little bit more of the manual approach. I'm just going to say subtract, and I'm going to make a massive brush. And we're just going to brush over the person. Because I want a mask that is only highlighting the horse. So what you're seeing me do is brushing away the person. Oh wait, you know what? I did make a mistake because it's still doing the wrong thing. So give me a second. I'm going to start over from this one. I'm going to delete this. I need to create a mask, and this time I need to create select subject. I think I hit the wrong button, that's why. Okay, cool. So I'm hitting select subject, and you can see everything in red is what it identified as a subject, which is not incorrect, but unfortunately I only want one of the subjects. So let me just apply a really crazy edit so I can more visibly see what's being highlighted. Then I'm going to hit this subtract button. I'll do just like I did before. Let me create a brush. And we are now going to brush away, or in this case subtract, the human from what's being identified. So just taking this big brush, let me actually increase the flow to 100. So anytime I click, it should essentially take everything out. And I just got to be close. I have to be more careful as I get closer to the horse. Oh, and you know what? Sorry, Edora, thank you very much. I appreciate your motivation. I do also hope that I am on my way to that success. But yeah, only time will tell. And it's just a matter of, do you give up or not? And thankfully, I'm not the type of personality who oftentimes gives up on things. That is a feature I got from my dad. Fun little fact. My dad is he's obviously, not obviously, he's much older now, so he's in his 80s now. But my dad was a former Olympic wrestler for the country of Korea. So way back in the day, he was actually an Olympic wrestler, and wrestling has been his entire life almost. Like, wrestling, martial arts is something that he essentially, when he moved to the States with my mom, he did it full time. So he opened up his own martial arts and wrestling studio, and that's what they did, what he focused on for his entire career. And then after, before retiring. So I grew up essentially with wrestling, which I'm glad you think it's sick, Edora. I tell you now, it was not fun growing up with it, because it's such an extreme, especially when you have a dad who is as extreme as someone who can make the Olympics. You can imagine your lifestyle and the discipline and the things that he would teach us. Basically, I was wrestling and doing martial arts since the young age of 4 years old, and it was a key part of my entire life. So my entire childhood was a lot of just like wrestling, training, teaching other students, since he's essentially the instructor and the master of the dojo, the studio. It was a lot of competitions, a lot of starving and weight training and all of that. So in terms of childhood, it was definitely a tough one, in the sense of like not as much like typical fun childhood memories and more intense, just intense. But I don't regret it. I'm very, very grateful I went through all that, because it did, again, it taught me a lot of good, what would you say, personal traits when it comes to being an adult. Like, again, having discipline, having extreme discipline, so having the ability to work on something and not giving up. Physically, same thing. Like, for instance, since I started stream, so this is day 6, every day that I've streamed, well, I've been getting longer and longer with the streams. Let's say, I think the first one was like 3 hours to 4 to 5 to 6. But during that time, I have not eaten throughout the streams, and I haven't eaten prior to the stream. So funny enough, in the past 6 days, my first meal has always been at the end of my stream. So around like anywhere from 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, something like that. So I've been having one meal a day, and it's one of those where my body just kind of forgets. And it's partially because I used to have to starve myself for wrestling. So I've kind of trained my body a little bit to adhere to that, which is not good, not healthy. But from a mental standpoint, it taught me a lot of things that I think have translated. Also, it's helped me growing up, or like college and beyond. I think the types of situations I was dealing with and challenges because of wrestling and the intensity of the matches. So imagine when you're competing and the concept of losing, the concept of feeling shame when you lose on the big screen, which happened to me plenty of times. I've lost several times on the big stage, like competing for the championships and losing and becoming a runner-up multiple years. Yeah, there's a lot of humiliation you have to face in sports, especially in those extreme individual sports. And yeah, so I think with all my childhood stuff, it actually allowed me to deal with stress really well as an adult. So I don't stress out easily. When I have bad things happen in my life, it kind of like I roll with the punches and I just kind of shrug my shoulders, and I'm very optimistic in general. So a lot of that was thanks again to the extreme personality of my dad and my childhood. Eudora, you mentioned can't feel hunger pains when you're locked in. Hells yeah, yeah. When I am locked in, which I 100% am when I'm doing these things, you just forget, like you're in the zone. So, and when you're in the zone, it's just like nothing else matters. I guess it's a form of addiction. So I imagine the same thing for like video gamers or whatever else. You just kind of lose track of time. It is a nice little trick, by the way, when you're distracting yourself from something by doing something to avoid other things. That was very, very vague. So let me add a little bit of context. I got into tattoos after COVID because when I couldn't travel, we were locked down. I was like, what can I spend my money on and my time on? And I've always wanted to do tattoos. I wanted tattoos. And I needed the time to also think through what is a good tattoo. I'm very much like especially in the beginning, I would like be researching, brainstorming what are good concepts for tattoos, and I was just going above and beyond to make sure every single tattoo had meaning behind it and it was done creatively and all that. So anyways, I got into tattoos, and then once I got my first one, I got so addicted, I ended up getting like over 20 sessions in like a year and a half's time. And some tattoos are very, very painful, as you can imagine. But I discovered this trick where I got super into chess, and I would play 1-minute chess games or, like very, very quick games. And when you're getting a tattoo session, and if you are able to at least be on your phone, when you're playing these 1-minute chess games, you're literally mentally, you can focus on nothing else. 100% of your thought process is just focused on your next move and what's about to happen, because it's happening so quickly that you just have no choice but to just be locked in, right? And when I would lock in like that, as you adequately put it, you literally lose track of time, you lose track of feeling, and all of a sudden, even the tattoo session, like I completely would forget the pain. Yeah, it would just be like almost like you're blinking, and when the chess game's over, you're like, what? Oh, like 10 minutes have gone by somehow, right? That kind of feeling of your body just gets so distracted that you don't feel pain. It is a mental trick that I do stand by. It is possible. And same thing with hunger, right? Like hunger is one of those things where it sucks when it hits you, especially if you're on a diet or you're trying to lose weight. How do you say no to when you feel those, not just a physical pain, but mentally, right? It's a double whammy where it's like mentally you're addicted to it, physically you're addicted to eating. Physically you feel really uncomfortable if you're not eating. So how do you distract yourself? Well, thankfully I found that doing these live streams is one of those examples where when I'm doing this, I just don't even think about food. Even when I'm talking about food, I'm not thinking or feeling it. So yeah. Anyways, there was another quick little rambles. What were we doing? We were working on this, guys. So let me reduce the exposure now. And roughly speaking, I've identified the horse, because I'm not trying to do a really crazy edit here. I just want to reduce the exposure slightly, because it's a little bit too bright at points. And so one second, let's reset this real quick. So I want to reduce the exposure slightly. I want to dehaze the image a little bit so it'll make it a little bit richer. Yeah, okay, I think this is roughly good enough. Okay. Edora, you said, I feel you, sometimes my cat reminds me to eat. Yeah, Yeah, because my cats are not like me. They will let you know if you are not feeding them in time. So yeah, sometimes I do time it that way. I think I've heard somewhere that it's good to eat at the same time as your cats. It's like a bonding thing. So, you know, we're all eating together essentially. But the problem is my second cat, Kimpa, he used to be much fatter. He did lose a little bit of weight after the vet told me he needs to lose weight. And also now that I'm not traveling, it's a little bit easier for me to monitor how they eat. But I had to, and I ended up having to separate them because Kimbap, he will eat everything and anything, and he'll chow down so quickly that he doesn't even chew his food. And unfortunately, when he eats too much, he'll end up throwing up his food quite often. So I have to limit how much I give him. And the other issue was that when I used to feed them together, Kimpa would steal Nala's food. And Nala is the opposite, where she is such a diva. She's very picky. And it took me a solid year for me to actually find food that worked with her, like as a diet, good, healthy food, and that she actually agreed with. And so it's been a struggle with her to get her to eat enough or eat whatever I buy her. But thankfully I did find some kind of food that both of them enjoy. But she's very picky. She eats in little spurts, and then she also freaks out a lot. She's gotten better now, but like she used to freak out at any slight noise, and then she would run off because she wants to protect herself because she feels vulnerable when she's eating. So what I do is behind me, actually, I'm going to test out a third camera here. Unfortunately, it keeps turning off, and I have to, I think, like manually readjust it. So give me a second here. You should be seeing a black screen, unfortunately, but let me see if I can turn it back on. So, studio display camera. There we go. Okay. I'm not sure why. OBS just keeps resetting this guy for me, and I don't have an answer for it. This is my kitchen over there. So you can, it's a bit dark, so, and it's a little messy over there, so don't judge for that. But Kimbap over there, I will feed him behind me. There's like a little automatic feeder that I use. And then Nala will eat up on the tabletop of my kitchen countertop. And oftentimes I'll actually eat right next to her because I'm not fancy. I either eat here or I'll eat in front of my TV, which maybe you can see in the full cam view. So I'll eat in front of my TV over there. I have a little, I have one of those dining tables that raises up to become a little mini table. So if I'm watching something, I'll do that. But oftentimes I find myself actually doing the former thing, which is I'll eat there. Nala's chilling with me, eating at the same time. So we bond, it's a little bit of company. But yeah. Edora, you said just inhales it? Yeah. So not even kidding, Kimbap will inhale the food. And the moment the feeder goes off, he doesn't matter if he was in deep sleep, he's rushing over there. And then I will try to block his path or keep him from there because unfortunately the feeder that I'm using, it gives too big of a portion. And I'm trying, and so the only thing I'm doing right now is I have to manually run and race my cat to get to the food so that I can take some of the food and scoop it back, dump it back into the feeder so you can't get to it. Otherwise, if I give him a few seconds, it's gone. Like he's literally just inhaling all of it like a vacuum. So yeah, I will also take cat advice, not just photo and video editing advice. I will accept all of that. With all of that said, we have edited I believe this is our third photo. Let me just double check. So let me drag this over. I have a section I've created for my Mongolia shots. So we had this photo. What was the other one we worked on? Oh, I just lost it. Not this one. Oh yeah, this one. So let me drag this guy over. So these two photos, and I thought there might have been a third one, or it might be one that we edited the prior day. Let me just quickly see. Because the goal is I need 3. And if I have 3, that will go into my tomorrow's YouTube thumbnail. So just to change things up, Did we edit? Well, no, we edited some from before that I haven't shared yet, so I could use that as a third image. but let's go to this one and look. So we have image 1, image 2. What would go with image 3? I think I haven't posted... I didn't post this photo. So maybe we'll tie these 3 together. I might change up the blue a little bit because the other 2 are less blue as this one. So just to make them all somewhat blend together a bit better, let me reduce the blue just slightly so that it better matches the other 2. And then I'll increase this blue a little bit. So I'm going to take the little mask on the bottom left and add some cool temperatures to it so it extends across. And then... All right. Hey, welcome back, Maple. Yeah, we've been having good chat, me and Eudora. Apologies again. By the way, if I ever say anyone's names incorrectly, just let me know, you know? And it'll take me some time to remember everyone's names, even if I just chatted with you a minute ago. It's in one ear, out the other type thing with me, so. But yeah, I was saying that we've got 3 photos, I think, that I'm going to use for tomorrow's thumbnail. Let's see if we can actually drag it over. Yeah, so these are going to be the... let me make sure I have it at 100%. These are tomorrow's thumbnail images. It'll be this one, this guy, and this guy. So they kind of work thematically with each other. It's all pair shots. So it's the hunter with his companions, essentially. Yeah, I think it'll be a nice little set. I'll post this in the Discord as well, Maple, if I'm doing that correctly. By the way, I haven't had time to really explore that channel, the community you have. I will obviously spend more time on it. So hopefully, tell me if I'm also if I'm abusing any elements of it, because I don't know. I saw, for instance, there's that little photo stream one where I was like, okay, if I'm going live, maybe I'll let people know. So if that's the wrong place to do it, or if I have to be less frequent about it, let me know. And then I saw that one where I think people were posting photos, so I figured, okay, especially if we're editing photos, I might as well, you know, while it's top of mind and it's in front of me, I can also plop those guys in. Oh yeah, one issue though is my Discord. I don't pay for the whatever upgrade, so I think I'm limited to like 10 megabytes uploads. So I'll have to remember to reduce the size of these images before I post them. Yeah, I'm getting slowly better at Discord. So guys, I think I'm going to start wrapping up. It is around 9 p.m. over here, but just to recap what we did accomplish, I'm really happy with, which is we got a huge section of the trailer done. So let me just quickly play this trailer again, because we made good progress. Let me pause the music. I'm going to put the headset back on. Oh yeah, Maple, since you're here, I did have a question. Because as a streamer, do you run into an issue where if you wear your headsets for too long, it like causes this weird compression feeling where like my ears feel like they keep popping now, and like I don't know how to describe it, but it feels like I've been in low pressure, like I've been scuba diving or something, you know? Oh, my bad, I just did that again. Yeah, so I don't know what part you heard, but I was just asking, like, have you dealt with issues where if you're wearing your headset for way too long, like for a full stream, do you ever run into an issue where it feels like the pressure has changed in your ears, where it's like, you know, you can actually feel it clicking or popping? Bone conduction headphones are your jam. What is that? Oh, are these the ones that don't actually go on your ears? Bone conduction headphones. No shot. Oh, you know what? I think I bought this from my dad or something like this. You can try a cheap pair to see if you like the vibe. Actually, I think I already know that I would like the vibe, in the sense that, generally speaking, I can't wear in-ear headphones because from my wrestling days, I have cauliflower in my left ear, and it's not severe, but it was enough that it distorted the inner mold of the ear, so I can't actually put an earphone in there. That's a brand name. They're generally nice for stream and desk work. I have a pair. Can't mix audio on them. When do I need to mix audio? Oh, like, oh, okay. When you're working on your videos, you're saying. Fair enough. Fair enough. Huh. I'm going to put this in my wish list. I'm going to see. It's only day 2. I want to see if I continue to have this weird problem that I'm dealing with where, you know, it just feels like my ears are changing pressure and not in a good way. So we'll see if I can survive still, and then if not, then I might switch over to what you just recommended. What else did you say? You said, oh, Idora also has a pair. Oh, okay, okay. Or 2 for 2 then. But they're great for calls especially. Good to know. Oh, like Discord calls. Yeah, that's the place to do it because it's a photo streams channel. We try to make sure there's at least some photo content if you're doing video stuff also. Cinematic video is more okay. Oh yeah. Listen, cinematic video, that is now my bread and butter, okay? So obviously that's a lot of what we work on, especially I try to dedicate, I haven't done it today, but I try to dedicate a portion of my stream, normally in the beginning, to work on some of those YouTube shorts or like the short form content. And obviously we're looking for the most cinematic moments. So I'm more than happy to post it in the right channel. But we don't really put, I'm editing a meme YouTube video, come watch my stream. Got it. Okay, so maybe remove some of that additional fluff or context that's unnecessary. Otherwise, just posting. Fair enough. Meta Ray-Bans are better quality audio. Oh, now that you mentioned Ray-Bans, I have seen some really viral video of someone who has those, like, I don't know if it's Ray-Bans, but they actually film. I don't know if it's like 4K quality, but they showed this whole behind the scenes of how they used the sunglasses to film a wedding, and the final result was epic. It was so good. And now that's giving me thoughts that for our next year's travels, should I invest in one of these sunglass video cameras? Because obviously you're getting the closest point of view equivalent shot, and if you can get 4K quality with that, and if it's nicely, you know, it's able, like if it's log format or whatever, oh my god. Anyways, let me see what else you guys are saying. Believe it or not, Meta Ray-Bans are better quality, believe it or not. Maple, you mentioned, yeah, we used to have a video streams channel, but there were so few people doing this kind of content, I can imagine. Yeah, so we just focus on photo only, but of course cinematic video is good. Well, listen, you got me now in there, and hopefully we can continue to, you know, make this kind of a concept of content creators doing live streams. We can keep growing this as a concept. But you can say editing photo video from whatever, so people know you're also a photographer. Fair enough. And you're saying it's a Meta Ray-Ban collab, and Idora is emphatically in agreement. You can also have live translation? No shot. Oh my god. See, this, like, technology is so cool that if you are fortunate enough to travel, as I am so far, and so far I don't really have health issues, and I'm young enough and energetic enough and blah, 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 and have the US passport enough. Yeah, with the cool tech that's coming out, it's insane, like, what you can do now. If they can stream, yeah. And actually, that's probably something Maple and everyone else, anyone who has the information, that is also an area that I want to get into. Obviously, I'm not doing that now because, like I said, my goal is not to travel for the foreseeable few months. But if I go back into my normal routine where I'm traveling anywhere from like once a month or every quarter, I do want to find ways to do more live streams. I dabbled in it with Instagram, where I went live at a few points where I did have good reception. It's a bit tough because the type of travels I do, oftentimes I'm in remote locations, but I would love to be able to live stream more often when I'm traveling. And it makes sense with an iPhone, with like Instagram and TikTok. If I can do more like Twitch related type, where I have a dedicated camera that I can actually do those live streams from, that would be really cool. That would be the goal. If I somehow have good reception, and let's say if I'm on a safari and I can actually do a live stream where you actually are in the Jeep with me as we see the elephant or lion or whatever crazy thing happens. That is like technically the ideal. The technology I don't think is there yet in terms of data and like network connection. But now with like, what is it called? Starlink, that kind of tech where it's getting smaller and smaller, where maybe I believe this is a possibility where you can hook up a Starlink to a Jeep. So then the Jeep is powering the Starlink, and then I just connect to that Starlink connection, and so then I can do a live stream from a Safari. So that I had this brainstorm with a lodge that I was staying at earlier in Zimbabwe, actually, and I would love to make that a reality. And the only thing stopping me is being a live streamer. So now that I'm more comfortable, assuming I keep doing this for months and months, then I do want to do these streams abroad. That was my long-winded thoughts there. Thank you for the pass, Maple, and before, yeah. So that kind of point of view type stuff for sure. IRL is something you should definitely dabble in. Yes, and you'll help me out with that. That's exactly what I need help on. Yeah, because like obviously I know of the big streamers like iShowSpeed. iShowSpeed, what an impressive dude! Like, he's doing what I wish I could do, right? Like, to go all over the world and essentially have such a brand at this point where, you know, people do the hard work for you in terms of organizing, suggesting different events, or you get access to really cool, you know, once in a lifetime things while you're in these countries, meeting special people or whatever, and being able to stream all that and people can explore the world with you. I said this to a friend and I was saying it semi-jokingly, but also seriously. I think he's like I don't know if he's considered Gen Z, but let's say he is Gen Z's, oh my god, what's the guy's name? It just flew out of my head. The dude that we grew up loving, he's a chef and he travels the world. Unfortunately, he killed, I don't know if you're allowed to say that, but yeah, the one who is no longer alive. What was his name? Why can't I remember it? Anthony Bourdain. Thank you very much. Yes. Yeah, so I feel like iShowSpeed is Gen Z's version of Anthony Bourdain. Yes, and I know that's why I'm saying I'm laughing, because you're absolutely correct to question why I'm comparing Speed to Anthony Bourdain. But in some ways, you can understand my logic, I hope. Because think about it, Anthony Bourdain has a different skill set, right? He's a chef, right? But then he's using his skill set as a chef, but then tying it into exploring the world and with food as kind of the connective tissue. But the point was, when he's sharing his videos, his vlogs, essentially, a lot of people are tuning in and people love it. They love Anthony Bourdain. I mean, I'm saying they. It's like, yeah, of course, it was amazing. It's really good storytelling. iShowSpeed is essentially doing that in the modern era of storytelling, right? In vlog, live stream format. And he gets to, in real time, share all of the places that he goes to. Everything from food to meeting like locals, seeing the sights, infusing it with his DNA, and people find it interesting, and you get to learn more about cultures and what's out there in the world. And I would love to be at that point where I am also traveling all over, and based on where I'm going, people are able to follow along in real time. I try to do that now with my Instagram, where when I'm traveling, if I just started trying out the live stream, but generally speaking, at the very least, by the end of the day, I'll be processing all my footages and photos and try to find a few things that I can post so people are able to see on a daily basis during my trip what's going on my trip. So I would love to get to a Speed level. Let's see, Maple, you're saying, yes, I'm comparing Speed to Bourdain, but they are both people who travel. Yes, they are the same. Yeah, I know you're joking there, but I've laid out my logic. I believe I will stand by it 10 toes down, as the young ones say. And yeah, I don't know. I find some truth to that. Oh, my bad. You're asking where's your camera. Oh, it's because I'm using the wrong thing here, aren't I? Okay, there we go. Yeah, I keep having issues with one of my scenes. Let me actually jump back to it and see. Okay, no, it's working now. So this is like a second camera view. So this is from my studio display. And then I have the screen full for when I'm editing. And then I've got this kind of, hybrid mode. And unfortunately, I need to figure out, Maple, maybe you have the answer. When I do these scene no, that doesn't address it. I've run into this problem every day so far, at least 3 days or so, where I completely forget to pay attention to what you guys can see. So maybe, or even the microphone, right? But like at least with the scenes, I need a better way to keep track. And I think the only obvious answer is I need to have the OBS monitor a little bit closer to my editing screen. So yeah, and I guess I could use, I have a teleprompter that I bought from Elgato that has a built-in screen. So I guess I can attach that to my main camera here and then use that as a screen that just has the OBS on it. Actually, yeah, I probably should do that. The only reason I wasn't was because the prompter is a little bit heavy. I don't know if it works with the lens that I have on right now. So anyways, things to think about. I show Yob. Oh, I get what you're saying. So instead of I show speed, it would be I show Yobi. I show Yobi. No, I just gotta lead into my own brand, you know, like Yobel Prize. So I have to make use of that concept of Nobel Prize, but yeah, make it my own thing. Where's your cam? That seems like you. Yeah, it is a me problem that I'm making a we problem right now. Sticky note on your monitor. Yeah. I'm just hoping it is a little bit of muscle memory, honestly. So having OBS on another screen. Oh, you know what? And the other obvious answer is if I grow my channel and I have chatters like yourself who will also just tell me like in real time, like, yo, your mic is off or you're not showing your screen. So that hopefully will be addressed as I do this more often and have dedicated chatters. So yeah, I do appreciate Maple and Adora for contributing and also telling me when my mic's not working or the screen's off. Day 6, yes, I'm on day 6. I am getting the hang of some things and not others, but yeah, we're getting there. Okay, so what we're gonna do? Oh yeah, there was a reason why I jumped the screen. I wanted to show you guys what we worked on today as we close off. So this is the trailer. There's a lot of empty spots still, and I still need to tweak a lot of the clips to keep cleaning it up, but we did make some progress. So here we go. We found the soundtrack, so let's play it now. And then we don't have anything here, but the music works. This is where we do a lot more rapid fire shots, so ignore these shots. And then we'll end with, the most epic part of my trip, which was the horse riding in the snow. And so we'll sync it up a little bit better with the ending. But yeah, it's good progress. I think by tomorrow we should be able to officially complete the trailer. There's no reason why I can't finish this by tomorrow, which means we can set aside the trailer. What are a few other things I need to do? So like I'll probably end up doing another round of edits to all the video clips. So for instance, these are still fairly static videos. Like I haven't added some zoom or figure out better transitions. So we will definitely do that. Thank you very much, Eudora and Maple. I appreciate it. I'm glad it looks badass. That was the vibe I was hoping for. Your brain did a little glitch when you read Buy Yobel Prize Mongolia. Ooh, okay, good to know. Oh yeah, I'm on that screen right now. Buy Yobel Prize. Fair enough. And yeah, listen, I think this is just a template I found somewhere, and I might have tweaked it a little bit just to make it more simple. But I think the thought process was somewhere in the beginning of this trailer, just to kind of break up the image and add a little bit of overlay without going crazy, I might just apply a quick little teaser, like an opening credits. I'm trying to mimic like an opening credit type feel. So yeah, maybe I'll remove the, let's see, let me read your suggestion in full. Mongolia by Yobel Prize might read better. Yeah, I do agree with you. So maybe I can just drop the Yobel Prize to the bottom if I'm able to, because this was done, this is like a template that I found. So I have to see if I'm comfortable enough in Fusion to actually do that. It seems like it should be simple, but I don't trust myself with that. Or drop the buy. Yeah, okay, that's easier. So maybe just have Yobel Prize and then Mongolia. Yes, and thank you. The fresh eyes is all I'm looking for, because I'm so, and you're familiar with this. Anyone who's a content creator or do these, long form, I get so stuck watching the same thing over and over again that I become a little bit biased or not able to see outside the box of the box that I've constrained myself in. So yeah. Or have Mongolia and then a separate screen for your name. Oh yeah, true. Yeah, I could just, yeah, that's another good suggestion. So we can play around with all of that tomorrow. So that will be part of tomorrow's session, is finalizing the trailer. And I agree with you. I'm not looking for anything fancy. So you generally see a lot of the transitions that I use. I don't go crazy with the visual effects, mostly, partially because I don't know how to, but also because, like, as a nature video, like a travel video, to go so crazy is a little bit over the top. What I'm looking for is probably like these kind of cross dissolves, and if I can find creative ways where they dissolve into the next shot in a very, very seamless way, that's what I'm looking for. Anything that fits with the music, those are more the effects or edits I'm trying to do. And in terms of the visual effects, I do a lot of zoom. So I'll do a lot of zooming in on each of these individual shots, some more obvious than others, but just to add a subtle motion. But yeah, we're almost there. So let's say that I finish this trailer tomorrow. What are we left with? Well, obviously we still have 90% of the work still to go, which is now I can delete all of these clips, because these are all the potential the trailer clips that we were looking off of. And then we can jump back to the timeline mode where oh, sorry. Actually, all of this is still trailer clips. My God. So all of this are trailer clips that have to fit into that tiny little dot you can't even see anymore. So then this is the original timeline. And you can see I did something accidentally that broke something, which I'll fix later. But we've got, yeah, actually let me fix it now because it is important. I need to readjust. I think I accidentally dragged the audio and misaligned it from the original clip. So let's see if I can find exactly where, geez, I did a really, okay, right here. Cool, okay, fixed. But yeah, so then tomorrow and moving forward, we should start being able to tell a story. All of this was telling a quick story. Now we're doing the real meat of everything. And in some ways, it might not be as exciting as when you create the trailer, but in other ways it will be exciting because you're actually fleshing out a comprehensive storyline. So this will be really fun. I guarantee it, or I hope so. But yeah. Oh, thank you very much. Okay, so Maple, I wanted to test out this rating functionality. So you said this individual Frank PN 13 is live if you want to raid out when you're wrapping stream. Can you give me the instructions on how do I raid? And is the raiding only possible on the individual? I'm assuming if this is a Twitch user, I can only raid from Twitch. That seems correct, right? Type this in your chat. And so I guess my question is, do I have to type this in my Twitch chat? Or if I type it in the Restream chat, it works, but it sends an unnecessary message to the other. Oh, I don't use OBS for my Twitch chat, just FYI. So I'm using something called Restream, restream.io, and I'm using the browser version because I was having some issues. Who cares about other platforms? Yes, I know Restream. Yeah. I mean, I could just manually put it into Twitch chat, right? Yeah. Okay, you know what? I'm going to put into the... And once I do that, what happens? Is it automatic, the effect? So basically, when I know for sure I'm going to end the stream, then I just put that in. Click the big parachute pink button. Oh, yeah, I see what you're saying. It has a raid channel one. Okay. Yeah, you'll be off once you send it. It triggers, it starts counting down while you wrap up, and you hit right now. Okay, let me try. I want to click on the pink parachute just to see what it looks like. Okay, so obviously it brought up a big little thing here. So then I'm assuming I just search for Frangipani. My God, why am I so bad at this? Frangipani 13. Okay, so I'm gonna click on that, and then I can hit start raid. Just in case, guys, if it does end up raiding right away, I do appreciate everyone who's joined this chat. I apologize if it's a very abrupt ending. I'm clicking start raid, so we'll see. And then there's a little timer, 4 viewers ready to raid in 4 seconds. And then, all right. Thank you, everyone. I'm going to go ahead and hit this raid now. Thanks, Maple, everyone who's participated in the chat. I do appreciate it. And I will see you guys tomorrow, and we'll continue doing what we're doing. Cheers.